respect the cruise, and tame the cinema. Tame it. Tame it with the skills that he will teach you today. Let's see here. Awesome. How's it going, Blue Collar?
Like I got for my video.
They got me, guys. You take the cinema on head first with the skills that he will teach you at work and say, no, you will not control me. No, you will not take my soul. No, you will not win this game. Because it is a game, guys. It is a game. You want to think it's not, huh? You want to think it's not? You go back to the schoolyard and have that crush on big-titted Mary Jane. Respect the cruise. You are embedding this thought. I am the one who is in charge. Cruz is the one who says yes, no, now, here. Because it's universal, man. It's evolutional. It's anthropological. It's biological. It is animal. He is a fucking movie star. It's crazy. I don't understand. Why is he so popular? I mean, I get it. How about you, Chris? What do you think?
You know what? I mean, we talk about this all the time. I know your goal is to have 1,000 or 200,000 subscribers, but that intro, dude, I watch FNT and The Drinker, and I wish.
I didn't make the intro. Look, I pulled the intro video off of YouTube, and I have my theme music. It was just a coincidence that it was synced up that way. I just pressed play at the right time.
I still feel like that open. I wish 10,000.
I had chills. I'm not gonna lie. I had chills. Tom Cruise is good, man. Dude, I don't take credit for the music either. The music is all home. All the music I use is home.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, so I don't know if you ever used to watch those Captain Christian videos, but he's like a YouTuber who had like 20 or so awesome videos, and he disappeared. And all of his videos were like, I mean, he didn't disappear. I just assume he got a real job like editing videos, but he did like some great, he did a great video about the gorillas and Superman Max Fleischer cartoons and the X-Men costumes designs, just short little videos. But what was cool about his videos is he had them set to music. Nice. And I know I go back and forth on putting music, because I know a lot of people like no music so they can put their own music on. Yeah. And when there's background music in the video, they don't like it. But the way I see it is all my videos already have you can't listen with music anyway, because they're like movies and shit, except for these podcasts, obviously. But I'm thinking for this video, I think I'm going to my Renfield video I'm talking about. I spent 2 days on it just taking notes.
Yeah.
And Northern English bastards here. Evening, gents. He's a crazy fucker, and he doesn't care who knows it. Yeah, at a certain point, you just gotta roll with it.
Yeah.
A lot of celebrities do this damage control where they're like, I'm actually not that crazy. Cruz doubled down. You know what I mean? He tripled down. He's like, tell you what, you don't like the fact that I jump on couches and I'm happy that I'm banging Katie Holmes. Well, how about I start flinging myself out of airplanes? Would that make you think I'm less crazy?
As you said, dude, I'm watching that opening. It did give me kind of I guess, chills, goosebumps, nostalgia. Because people tend to forget, like you said, The Drinker, all those people. In my lifetime, I'm fucking gonna be 42, and it's like Tom Cruise. Out of any actor I can think of in my life, his career is damn sure the most fucking in terms of variety. And like you said, he's by all accounts a true movie star.
Yeah. And that's the thing. And I do agree. I would love to do a Mel Gibson stream. I love the guy. I love his movies, but Mr. Silly. But as far as Cruise, I mean, there's, I know Wes was trying to push the stream back, but the thing is, I know this is going to be a long ass stream.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. I was going to push the stream back because I'm not going to lie. I've been looking for my cat since fucking noon. Where the fuck is she? She's normally close by the house. Yeah. She's in and out. She eats, she drinks, she goes back outside. I let her out at 6 a.m. I woke up at noon, so she hasn't been inside the house since at least noon. Jeez. And 5 o'clock rolls around and it's 100 degrees. I'm like, dude, where's the cat? I'm outside yelling her name. I swear to God, right as I come outside, defeated that I'm pretty sure I'm never going to see my cat again. And I'm probably going to push the stream back an hour because the cat is missing and I can't focus. I can't get any work done because the cat's gone. Where's Miao Yin? I go out of my man cave and she's just sitting right there by the back door. Nothing happened. And I swear to God, it's she sits in a bush and watches me looking for her and it pleases her, It's her way of knowing I still love her. when I freak out looking for my cat. Where are you, Ryan?
You know, since it's a long stream before Wes gets here, I try to put the camera over, and I got a whole shelf right here. So we got anything,
Oh,
screwdrivers,
wait,
mic.
hang on. Wait, wait, no, wait. I removed you. Wait, full screen. There you go. Okay.
Yeah, see, mics. We got Christian Brothers. We have a
Oh my God.
screwdriver.
We're going to
We
get
got
fucked up. All
so
right.
I can
Well, that's the
prepare.
thing is like I normally have a very large one and done, like 5 shots of tequila
Yeah.
plus like a mixer drink. And I usually drink one of these, but I might drink 2 of these. You know what I mean? That's good enough for me. Plus, I smoke a lot of weed. I'm not smoking a lot of cigarettes throughout this stream, FYI. But what's funny is like I was saying with moving the stream back, like the thing that when Wes gets here, we'll talk about all the Mission Impossibles and the Tropic Thunder and what else, you know. But you know, I think people seem to forget that he's also in some badass movies like Eyes Wide Shut.
Oh, definitely.
Cocktail is a guilty pleasure of mine, and when Meg gets in here, I hope to talk about that. Interview with a Vampire, even though it's it's the most homoerotic vampire movie ever made, but it's also like one of the best vampire movies, if not the best vampire movie ever made.
It's good.
It made me realize that vampires are inherently gay. Like there's just something kind of gay about them, right?
Yeah.
They suck on each other's necks and they're very foppish, or at least the ones in that movie were.
Yeah.
I like the From Dusk Till Dawn vampires. Like they're like fucking blood-sucking monsters who like rip your throat out and like feeding frenzy.
Well,
you know,
I know I'm looking forward to, and I know you as a vampire fan, like that fucking last Voyager movie coming out or whatever it's called.
The last voyage of the Demeter.
Yes, that looks cool.
Yeah, again, we're going back with this midnight mass approach to the vampires with the bald Nosferatu, but they're naked with wings. I'm not really into that. I like it when they have like I've said before, Salem's Lot, Mr. Barlow, Peter from What We Do in the Shadows, like a hideous monster is. I mean, I'm doing my Renfield video, Innocent Blood video, and dude, I spent 2 days, 2 whole nights just taking notes. So I've got all my notes done.
Yeah.
Like it's gonna take the length that it takes to like make 5 or 6 of these We Watch videos. And if I put it to music, like I want to, like I was saying earlier, like I wanted to set it to this more home music. But I don't know, man. I think I'm gonna try to like I told Russ, I'm trying to like change the game here a little with
You know, that'd be fun. Imagine fucking October, just do fucking 30 vampire movies.
Well, not just vampire movies, but like so I watched the first one of these because I watched the first movie to be released October 1st last night on July 17th.
Yeah.
Because like I'm trying to get ahead of it because like I am trying to release.
It's smart though.
I'm trying to release a video every week, a We Watch video every week of like some good movies. But I'm also trying to do plus that an additional whole unedited public domain full commentary. I watched Cry of the Werewolf last night by myself, drunk, just talking to myself, watching this old, Lon Chaney Jr. movie ripoff. It's an old gypsy woman who becomes a wolf. But what was crazy is I was telling you, man, like there's a dog. She basically becomes a dog. She doesn't become like a werewolf. And she goes around, she attacks people. And she's literally fucking biting someone. And you can't text me that your brother-in-law got attacked by a pit bull.
I am not making this up. My brother-in-law, and he's a little bigger than me, pretty big dude, about, I'd say 6 foot, a good like Brian's about 230 and a fucking 200-pound pit bull. He even said, Chris, he's like, dude, if this dog wanted to, it would have murdered me.
Yeah.
Eventually the dog basically let him go and it ran back into the house. And he's like, Chris, I was screaming, punching. He goes, this dog, I haven't seen him yet, but he said he's got over 100 stitches. He goes, you seeing the bone and muscle hanging out of my fucking arms, both his arms. He can't even fucking hold a fucking fork right now.
Wow.
And this is, check this out, at 9 o'clock in the morning.
That's fucked up.
My sister calls me. She goes, have you seen my boyfriend? I'm like, why? She's like, his phone's here, the car is here, and all his stuff is here, but he just vanished. Like he did a fucking Mothman. So,
God damn. So more Mothman shit. Cause like I said, I mean, that sucks about I didn't realize his injury was so serious.
So, so at the time period, so she's like, Chris, so it was 9 o'clock in the morning. So for him, he gets up, he just walks to the corner store. Cause when you walk to the corner store, you don't carry all your shit on you. He gets up, he walks to the corner store to go get like a drink or something.
Does he live in a bad neighborhood where you don't want to carry? Okay.
That's it. It was so random. 9 o'clock in the morning on a fucking Sunday, 2 houses down, one of the neighbors, they had a pit bull apparently. And some idiot left their house and left the door wide open. So he's the first guy walking by and the pit bull looks at him and the pit bull's just like, something in the pit bull's fucking head just snapped and just fucking lunged. He just
But
started
that's just
chasing
so
him.
crazy that, like, you know, you leave your door open and a dog sees your pet sees someone, and his first instinct is to attack that guy.
Yeah.
I can understand if your brother was like walking into the dude's house.
Yeah.
But motherfuck, dude.
Yeah, that's why he's just like, it was just the most random thing. But he said, I talked to him. He's like, dude, he's like, he's like, Chris, he's like, well, are you fighting him back? Because of course it was. I was screaming, kicking, punching, matches. This dog. People tend to forget how fucking powerful even 100-pound pit. How fucking big pit bulls can get. And he goes, said,
Bro, you don't understand. I know. I got bit in the face. You can't tell. I mean, my camera sucks, but it's like I have a small V-shaped scar right here under my beard, and I got bit in the face by a giant pit bull named Rambo. And this dog was my friend Jerry's dog, and we were at like, he had like this big like almost like a frat house commune thing with all these frat boys, and this pit bull was like, take your average big pit bull and like double him, like massive dog, brown, like fully stocked like pit bull, like, you know, all, you know, he's built like a damn like a monster, like a kangaroo, and he fucking, I don't know, he was a sweet dog, but what happened was, like, he was just like, we're all standing in a circle talking about this big party we're supposed to throw, like pre-planning the day before. And Rambo, I know this dog. I've been around him before, you know, and he comes up to me and he looks at me and I start petting his head. And then he sits down next to me and then I pet his head some more. And then I lean in to pet him real good. And he just like slaps me in the face with his mouth. And I stood up and I was like, oh, your dog bit me. And Jerry and them, they look at me like, holy shit. I'm like, I have like a huge scratch right here and like fucking almost all the way through my cheek, almost. And then also I have like little puncture wounds like here in my nose. And the dog barely bit me. Like, he wasn't even trying to bite me, you know? He just kind of, hey, don't do that.
Exactly.
And he was like, went through my flesh like butter. Like, if that dog wanted to, he would have latched on and pulled my face off. You know what I mean? I would be a hideous monster right now.
That's my brother-in-law said. He got knocked to the ground. My sister's like, if this dog wanted to fucking grab him by his neck, he's like, Chris, he just something in him where he got done basically having his way with me. But he's like, dude, he's like right there in that moment. He's like, the whole near-death experience. He goes, he's like, I knew I was gonna fucking die. And I'm
you don't
like,
understand how like strong these pit bulls can get when unless you're on the other end of them. You realize like that dog was barely touching me and he fucked me up. So it's like, imagine if he wanted to kill me. Eventually that dog was put down because they boarded it somewhere and it killed like 5 dogs. And they were like, Jesus Christ. Well, they put it down. You come back to pick up your dog and you're like, oh yeah, someone boarded a pit bull and it went on a killing spree, but don't worry, we killed the pit bull too. And it's just like, oh my God.
Yeah, I told him I'm gonna see him tomorrow because I want to let his swelling come down. But he's got at least, he said, 100 stitches. And of course,
he's gonna need like ligament surgery from the sound of it.
No bullshit. My sister said, Chris, and I said he's only 41 years old, and she's like, my sister, she's a nurse. She's like, she worries about what's the long-term damage going to be. I mean, because
if you're saying he can't like make a fist, that's bad.
Yeah,
because my guitar player had a similar injury where he was like, he's a fucking bar back, at these bars on 6th Street. And he would be like, I know he was smoking when he did it because he smoked all the time. Anytime he'd take the trash out, he's taking the trash out, probably lighting up a cigarette, lights up a cigarette. And then what happens is taking out the trash. He apparently sliced open his arm, like right here. I guess what he was doing is he had a cigarette and instead of using his hand, he used his like fucking back of his hand to like throw the trash bag into the trash can. And obviously the trash can is like full of broken bottles and shit, and one of them just like slices open his fucking arm. And the issue was like, first of all, he wasn't even bleeding. He had a wide open gash in his stomach, in his arm, and it was just like pink flesh underneath. And what was fucked up is like he was only worried because like he couldn't, like, he played guitar, and he couldn't like bend his fingers, so he had to go get emergency surgery. He's all right. But Northern English bastard came home walking my dog, found a random staffy, like a mastiff, in my front yard. Thankfully, he was friendly. The owner had left their front door open and they were stoned out of their tits. Yeah, I mean, that was one other thing. Was one time I had a little toy fox terrier, and the neighbor next door, I guess one of their sons would visit and bring this giant pit bull. So sometimes there'd be this huge pit bull in the backyard next door. And, I have this little toy fox terrier. And one day I'm looking for Socrates. I'm like, where are you? And I look over the neighbor's fence and it's like Socrates just sitting right next to this giant pit bull. And they're just like looking at me like, hello. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing back there? And holy shit, I'm so glad that dog is cool. Because, dude, you'd be dead.
Real quick, English bastard. He did a super chat to the drinker, but he told me directly. So he hit his official 2-year anniversary with his wife, and hey, dude, he sent it to the drinker. Nice.
Northern English bastard. Yeah, right on, man. It's good to be married. He's always talking about watching. He watched Mission Impossible with the missus. Did his video, or he did his first 2 videos of the first 2 movies. You watch them? They're good.
Yeah.
I like the second one. The second one's so bad. You know, there's fucking masks.
Yeah,
that's what I was joking. I was like, the second one was pretty good, but you know what it needed, in my opinion? It needed more masks. I think if it just had a few more mask tricks, Mission Impossible 2 would have been better.
I love listening to Friday Night Tights, and everybody in the panel was just like, hey, we love all of them except part 2. they all hate part 2.
I mean, Wes, he's such a contrarian. He contends that he loves part 2. I don't think he said it. I don't think he said it's his favorite, but he definitely contends he likes it. And I've only seen it once.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It was one of those movies that came out when I was in 8th grade, and Limp Bizkit was the fucking bee's knees, and Limp Bizkit's doing the Mission Impossible theme. It's Limp Bizkit. They can't even sing it. They can't even play it in 5, Yeah. Because they got to play it in a rock beat. But
that's my left when I watched Nerdrotic today. He's like, he ranks Mission Impossible. He goes, hey guys, if you want, just start at part 3. Just watch part 3 through 7. You'll be good.
No, I actually contend the first one's the best one, man. I still think the first one's the best one, even though the action is pretty reserved.
Yeah.
That's the thing I liked about the first one, is like the most intense action scene out of all the movies is the infiltrating the CIA headquarters scene.
Right.
Because there's no fucking noise. There's no fucking action. There's no gunfire.
How many fucking parodies too became after that, man? You're right.
But like Northern English bastard again, watch Days of Thunder for the first time last Sunday. Oh, that's
first
a good
time.
One. Yeah, basically Top Gun with NASCAR, but it's well made, and Cruise works well alongside Duvall and Michael Rooker. And it looks great because it's who did it? What's his name? Ridley Scott's brother.
Tony Scott.
Tony Scott. Thank you.
You're right. Fucking Top Gun with NASCAR.
Yeah, no, exactly. And also, and if you watch Far and Away, it's basically Days of Thunder, but with like Irish immigrants in the past. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, Nicole Kidman and they met on Far and Away, though, right?
Yeah, I remember years ago.
Days of Thunder was their second movie together, right?
Oh yeah, I forgot. Honestly, we have to look it up.
That's the other thing is like Wes, the dudes, the toxic dudes, the guys. Yeah, they don't think like, oh, Tom Cruise. They don't think Far and Away. You talk about women loving Tom Cruise. They're like Risky Business, Cocktail, Far and Away. Sure. Those are the movies. Legend. God, I love Legend.
Yeah.
Legend's fucking Legend. Good. The theatrical cut. I hate the director's cut.
I never watched the director's cut.
The director's cut is the one you've probably seen. If you've seen it recently on a DVD, it's the one.
I haven't watched it recently now.
Yeah, if you saw it back in the day on VHS, you're good.
That's what.
Yeah. If you saw the DVD versions, they replaced the whole soundtrack with a Jerry Goldsmith score.
Oh shit!
Which sounds cool, but it's not as good as the Tangerine Dream score. I'm sorry, the Tangerine Dream score is like 100 times better because the Jerry Goldsmith score. It literally is. First of all, it's nothing like the Tangerine Dream score. He didn't take the Tangerine Dream score and have like an orchestra redo it. No, it's totally brand new music, and it is very like Looney Tunesy. There's a part where like Jack is like entertaining what's his name, Mia Sarah from Time Cop, his girlfriend.
Oh, okay.
And he like does a little somersault in the woods, and there's like a flute like boo-doo-doo-doo, and it's just like Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
it's like tone it down,
director's cuts are worth it.
Sometimes they are. I really think only a handful. I think usually they're not. Like the director's cut of Terminator 2 sucks. All the stuff with like Kyle Reese is like a phantom in the mental asylum.
Yeah, that
shit is weird.
The only thing I did like with when fucking Sarah and John pull out the chip there, and she doesn't want to put it back in. That was cool.
That's the only scene that is like in the director's cut that should be in the movie because
I agree.
It explains like further why he's like, the Terminator is becoming a good guy and he's learning, but also that's such a great shot too, where they have Linda Hamilton's twin in a fake mirror, and they've got the real Arnold Schwarzenegger in the mirror, and then the dummy, and it's just like totally in camera practical effect, movie magic. And you just see them pull like a huge like cylinder out of fucking the back of Arnold's head.
Yeah.
Looks so good. But we're not here to talk about Arnold. We're here to talk about Cruise.
But no, you said, I mean, freaking, I mean, goddamn, people just like you showed the fucking from the outsiders to freaking to legend to like, I mean,
Yeah.
damn, it's like, oh my
That is
god,
something I wanted to talk about. That was the movie, The Outsiders. I always want to say it's The Warriors, even though I know for a fact I know what The Warriors is,
yeah,
but I can never remember. I always say like it's named something like The Warriors. It's
mm,
called The Outsiders, and it's the
yep,
one where Tom Cruise has his hideous snaggletooth.
mm,
And it's funny
he's a young
because
man,
like, yeah. I mean, the thing is, see Tom Cruise's tooth, and you understand this is real, like, and it makes sense why, like, I mean, this is a thing. He has this. My
oh
teeth do the
shit,
same
wow,
thing, but it's not nearly as bad.
yeah,
His incisor is like jetting outward, right?
wow,
So what they did is they fixed it,
yep,
right? And then he ended up having this crooked tooth, which I brought up before on this
yeah,
show, the crooked center tooth. And then he got braces,
hmm,
and it's still a little there, but there's something about his smile that seems strange. But it's one of those things where it's like, dude, you just learn your teeth are straight, If
yeah,
it's only if with a microscope that I can realize your teeth are crooked, then your
yep,
teeth are straight. Like if I
yeah,
literally have to
figured out,
draw a line,
yeah,
it's one of those things where your teeth are straight enough. You don't need to fucking put on
mm,
tons of braces to like
yeah.
shift all your teeth to the fucking left.
I remember the whole infamous friggin' Michael Bay fucking redoing Ben Affleck's entire mouth for fucking Armageddon.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, here you should look that up where it's like because Michael Bay is a huge person where he loves like the close up shots and stuff, and he wants so Ben Affleck's teeth, he wanted Ben Affleck's teeth like
Oh,
bigger and shinier, whiter, and
oh,
he paid for like Ben Affleck to go to a dentist and like Ben Affleck the before and after because he wanted all the close up shots of Ben Affleck
right.
and Armageddon. So Ben Affleck, if you look at anything pre and post Armageddon, he's got a whole fucking different mouth
So I
because Michael Bay.
understand. I definitely have noticed like back in the day he had like tiny weird teeth.
Yeah, sure. It's like I'll Google it while you're
Yeah,
talking.
yeah. I see what you're saying. Holy shit.
Yeah,
Let me get a good
that's
let me get a full photo, a good size photo, The worst is where it's like, okay, here's a picture, but it's like fucking pixelated by like potato.
yeah.
Ben Affleck teeth Armageddon.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's like I see what you're saying though. He definitely had he had like caps done. He
yeah.
had his teeth all capped.
That's Michael Bay for you. He's like, Affleck, do it.
Yeah, Ben Affleck had $20,000 worth of dental work done because, I mean, that's the thing is like Michael Bay is a superficial asshole. He makes music
He
videos
is.
by
Hey,
trade. He
hey,
makes music videos and commercials, and he knows he's got to sell something, and he's trying to make his stars
goddamn right.
sexy. And he's literally the kind of guy. It's like, all right, look, you passed the audition, but
Yeah.
here's the problem: your
Also,
teeth.
I'm enjoying this nice, delicious bottle of Jack Daniels. It goes down nice and smooth and very little alcohol flavor, 0 calories, and 2 grams of sugar.
Yeah. God damn it. Can we just find the picture? A picture. There we go. All right. We got it. I got one. Here we go. It's actually not that bad of a difference.
Yeah.
But he definitely like had it's like cone heads. He had all of his teeth capped.
Yep.
Or at the very least,
Yeah.
maybe he has veneers. Nah, he doesn't have the veneers.
Like I said,
The
like
veneers face.
$20,000 on fucking dental surgery for one movie.
Well, it wasn't just for one movie. It's like for all your future movies, you'll have great, perfect teeth. You'll be able to do close-ups. People will be able to get the camera right up into your mouth, Ben. You won't be a movie star if people can't shoot you up close up.
Yeah.
Which is kind of true. You'll be a character actor for the rest of your life if you have bad skin or bad teeth. If you look like a normal person, basically, you're pretty much doomed to be a normal person. Oh, we got more comments from Northern English Bastard. Seeing Tom Cruise with that dodgy tooth reminds of some of the young lads hanging outside of the shops asking people to buy them booze and screaming wanker when they say no. God, see, yeah, Scotland sounds or England, Scotland, all these places, they all sound fun. The troubled youths of these areas seem like quite colorful characters,
No, I was gonna laugh because I looked up from BuzzFeed, and Ben Affleck was explaining why Michael Bay asked him to do it for. And besides his teeth, apparently Michael Bay and Jerry Bruckheimer wanted Ben Affleck to also hit the gym and put oil on his body because
Yeah.
he wanted male topless calendars in the garage, kind of greased up. So yeah. Jesus
Look,
Christ.
Bruce Willis is an old man now, and it's either you or Steve Buscemi. Like, we've got to have a sex character, a sexy man in this movie. Okay. All right. Who else was in that movie? Was Michael Clark Duncan in that one?
Oh, fucking Big Bear. Holy shit. Michael Clark Duncan was.
Yeah, he was in that one. And then also there was the fat dude. There was a fat guy. Played by some random fat guy, and then there was
he was in a bunch of movies too. I forgot what. Yeah, I gotta look up now.
Yeah, I'm just forgetting which fat comedian it was. I know it was a fat comedian. He was on the ship, and then there was Steve Buscemi. There was William Fichtner, who was the astronaut.
Oh yeah.
What are you doing with a gun in space? Like, why do you have a gun in space?
Okay, yeah, it's Ken Hudson Campbell. What has he been in? Yeah, he was
I don't know.
He was in Down Periscope. He was in friggin'
okay, yeah, he's like the poor man's the guy from Howard Stern show. What was his name? God damn it, I'm blanking. I'm too busy looking up Tom Cruise movies to be thinking about anything other than that. But yeah, Tom Cruise, what a wild bastard. What is your favorite Tom Cruise movie, and then maybe your favorite Tom Cruise performance?
That's why I made that in the Critical Drinker group. But I still say to this day that, look, I mean, we could do a fucking 10-hour stream, but I seriously think Collateral is underrated because, like I said, in the Critical Drinker group, name me a film where he's played a bad guy besides Collateral.
Yeah, I contend that all of his best performances are when he's a bad guy. There's Collateral. There is Interview with a Vampire.
Okay.
Tropic Thunder. He's a dickhead. There's a fourth movie, Magnolia. He's a fucking unsavory asshole in that one.
Yeah.
So all of his movies where he's really excels. Oh, Rain Man. Rain Man's fantastic too because he's an asshole. He's like trying to take advantage of his autistic brother.
Yeah.
Anytime he plays a shithead, Risky Business. He's just a fucking cock-headed he's just young, dumb, full of cum with his house to himself. Starts a fucking sex hotline. I don't know if you've seen Risky Business recently.
Not recently, but yeah.
It is dude, watch that one with the lady. Yeah.
There you go.
It's one of those movies that it's a sexy ass movie. Now, there's a few I haven't seen. I never saw Taps.
Wow. Yeah, I can't think of that neither. Taps.
Yeah, Taps was where he's like a little army cadet, Wow. I never saw The Rock of Ages, but I did see a few scenes with him in it, and it's hilarious.
It's a movie, yeah. It's good.
Maybe we should do a wee watch of Rock of No, because we won't be able to because of all the copyrighted music.
Really? Shut.
Yeah. So here's the reason why I never saw Rock of Ages. I hate it where the musical just recycles actual existing music.
Yeah.
I don't like that. I want my musicals to have original songs that propel the plot along. I don't like it where it's just like, take my breath away. They're just singing songs that we all know. It's cheating.
But can't you mute the music when during the rewatches?
Oh yeah, but I mean, it's just like it's one of those things where like I'm sure we could do a wee watch of it. I'm just saying I doubt I'd ever be able to release it, without massive copyright flags. But I mean, whatever. I'll just take the copyright burns. Peter Stormare was in it as well. When that was
Armageddon. Yeah,
Armageddon. Yes,
Armageddon's got 100 actors in that movie. It's good. It's an all-star cast.
Yeah, I would say his bit in Tropic Thunder was epic. I know that eventually they will resurrect Lester Friedman, and it's not going to be good. I know they're going to do a Lester Friedman movie or another role he's in. If he does another supporting role in a random other Ben Stiller movie, that would work. But I really don't want to see
It's called Les Grossman. That's his name.
Sorry. Lester Freeman is someone else. Who's Lester Freeman? Lester Freeman's from The Wire. I'm sorry. Yeah. Les Grossman.
We even listen to Open Bar and people ask Mahler. Mahler's like, "Hey, what's your favorite Tom Cruise?" And he goes, "Well, Tropic Thunder." But Ian Drinker's like, "But Tropic Thunder isn't technically it's not a Tom Cruise movie. I mean, it's performance, yes, but you can't say Tropic Thunder is a top Tom Cruise film."
Yeah, it's not a Tom Cruise movie for sure. I agree with that.
Performance wise, yeah.
Magnolia, you can contend, isn't a Tom Cruise movie. I mean, it's an ensemble cast, and in fact, again, it's one of those stronger movies because he takes an ensemble cast.
Wow, yeah, it's midnight for you, man. It's only freaking 7 p.m. for me. Jesus.
Yeah, man. Honestly, English Bastard, when you wake up, we might still be streaming. I mean, who knows? I don't know how long can we talk about Tom Cruise for? Like, that's kind of what I want to do today. I want to just
the poor man's Mauler.
well, I would like to say I'm just Mauler, but fatter or as fat. I'm just as fat as Mauler, but I'm maybe a little funnier. I take things a little less seriously.
Well,
that's what I would say.
That's what it is. No, you definitely have the
I wouldn't
comedy
say
aspect.
Yeah. That's the thing is like,
because Mauler can't joke. The guy's got no.
I mean, he does tell jokes, but I'm on the EFAP pages, and they definitely talk about how like the EFAP movies, the EFAP videos have lost their spirit. It's too analytical and negative. And it's like, yeah, when I watched those first EFAP movies, that was kind of one of the inspirations for the We Watch videos. I was like, wait a minute, you could do this? You could just upload shitty movies like Dracula Untold and Wish Upon and just put a fucking shitty logo over them. And
it could be the age-old question, like in even Tropic Thunder, when friggin' Robert Downey's talking to friggin' Ben Stiller about the whole Special
I'm
Jack.
a dude playing a dude with another dude.
But like he's talking about like Simple Jack. He's like he was doing stuff like giggling and farting in bathtubs, and it makes you wonder when certain people, whether it's autism, who knows what other ailments are out there, but it seems like certain people, when they hit a certain level of intelligence, it's almost like the whole thing where it's like how the more intelligent you get, you lose emotion. And it's kind of funny where it's like sometimes people, when you see everything to be so analytic, you start losing like the fun factor, you lose the joy, you lose the comedy. Because like someone like Mauler, it's just like, I've listened to the guy certain times, but I could never see this guy watching like a comedy. I couldn't see him laughing out loud.
If you're a fucking boomer or a degenerate, you like NSF style laugh. If you like to laugh and you're a boomer and you like movies, like that's kind of what I have to offer. What we have to offer here, like you want to hear I'm a boomer. I'm an old man, but I still got my finger on the pulse. What's funny is like I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but someone was talking about how like my channel's slowly, it's going up a little slower than I'd like. I'm hoping this Renfield video kind of gets me some attention because in fact I'm gonna start the video with like kind of making fun of that. Like, look, you people, I'm gonna keep doing the We Watch videos. I understand they're a niche, but you people seem to like these fucking critical videos of a guy like reciting a movie beat by beat and saying if he liked it or not. So I guess I'll do one of those, but try to do my own spin on it. But what's funny is like someone saying like, hey, your channel's not really growing as great. And I'm just like, honestly, I'm kind of relieved because like out in the real world, I get like fucking, acclamations all the damn time. I get people always pat me on the back saying, great job. Fucking go to parties. I'm always allowed to party. It's cool that I'm like in YouTube and I'm like the lamest dude with the smallest amount of subs out of our group. And I fucking,
everyone said that when so far in my whole YouTube journey, I still contend that a lot of people out there are very successful that don't fucking deserve it. And a lot of people out there really do deserve it and just aren't, for whatever reason, not successful. And that's just how life goes. There's like, just like actors, comedians, there's some comedians that are top tier comedians where I've never laughed at a single fucking joke. And other no-name comedians, I laugh my ass off. And that's unfortunately, YouTube's no different, like every time,
I think my plan right now for the next few months is work on these Halloween videos and also finish this Renfield video and try to get more different guests for these different We Watch videos, because I'm definitely digging the dynamic where it's like me and one person or me and maybe one or two people, but like when it's like the Commando stream was fun, but goddamn, that was hectic to edit, dude. Like you don't understand how much there was like 50 Arnold impressions that I had to delete. There's too many fucking shitty Arnold impressions. Like Wes basically spent the whole stream talking like Arnold, It's funny.
I'm not gonna lie. The shit Wes though, what Wes was saying about fucking Bennett though, I wasn't fucking.
No, there's definitely like any joke that lands, it goes in the final cut.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Anytime we're like repeating ourselves or like everyone does their own thing. Like I have this problem where I'm constantly changing subjects. I'll go on tangents, but also like I say fucking a lot. Damn. And Jesus Christ. Say Christ and good Lord. Say those a lot. What Blue, you tend to like just like watch along with it. This is why I want to watch a movie you haven't seen. I want to do a we watch of the movie you haven't seen, because like when we watch movies you have seen, you're just kind of like, oh yeah, here's this part right here where he jumps through the window, and then he jumps through the window, and I'm like,
God damn it.
It's like, yep.
The Phantom was fun though.
Yeah, Phantom. I said on a post, I can't remember. I'm trying to build an audience on Twitter, which means you have to like engage in Twitter. I have to like tweet things and reply to comments and stuff.
Yeah.
I have to like jump into other people's conversations and shit. So like Razorfist was talking about the Phantom, and I said like it was like some Phantom comic where he's like spanking some hot babe, the Phantom. And I came in and I was like, dude, I watched the movie literally yesterday, and I was shocked how many hot babes are peppered throughout this whole movie.
Yeah.
There are tons of them. Gratuitous hot babes everywhere. Like every woman that's in the movie is just like a fucking knockout for no reason. It's like Michael Bay. It's like, look, we could have an actress that looks all right, but why don't we just have this random secretary who says nothing and hands like papers to someone just be a fucking gorgeous model with a giant ass, huge titties. Like, let's do that.
I'll say that plenty of times that I joke, but like, hey guys, while my channel is small enough now, I will respond to every single person. But if the day comes where I get like 1,000 subscribers, if I get like 1,000 comments, I can't be like Bruce Almighty, like, like Jesus.
Yeah. It's one of those things where you got to be on top of the super chats and the comments when they're coming. You know, like eventually, hopefully, we'll get to a point where shit, I can't read all the comments.
Yeah,
you know, definitely. But that I hope that doesn't get to a point, because I hate not reading the comments. It's fun. As far as like back to Collateral though, I mean, I have to argue that is probably my favorite Tom Cruise movie. Just because it's simple, it's fun, and it's not, you know, too modern.
Yeah.
But also like the cool thing about Collateral is just like all the stuff they did with the digital cameras. This is like the first time, you know, back in the beginning, because like Oh Brother, Where Art Thou was the first movie to be digitally transferred.
Really?
Yeah, and that's why they were able to change all the colors so quickly and do all the stuff. Because in Pleasantville, they had to like go to painstaking processes to like paint people green and shit to make them black, what would look black and white, you know? Whereas like with Oh Brother, Where Art Thou, they took the celluloid and transferred it digitally, and they were able to edit it and do everything, the entire movie, in the computer.
Wow.
And after that just became the standard, because you were able to just like, you see this one clan member right here, we're just going to click him and highlight him, and bam, he's wearing red now. It was that easy. You see all these green cornfields, we're just going to click a little tool and just like slide this over here, and now all the fucking background is brown.
Wow.
It all looks like the Dust Bowl. We all did it like super easily with the click of a button.
Wow.
And back to Collateral, they were using these by today's standards, these shitty little digital cameras to film these movies. But the reason why they did that is because at night you can see all the fucking background, all those like palm trees in the night. You know, the sky isn't black like in film. The sky is like a red almost, and you can see like blocks into the distance. You can see like a mile away. You know, you can see all the little lights and tree silhouettes in the background.
Yeah,
stuff's great. And then Tom Cruise just like changing his look, just like gray hair, gray flat top, like Wolverine. You know, mysterious background. Don't know anything about him. He's like military, former military, works private sector, gets paid to kill people for the cartel.
Yeah,
that's all you need to know.
Yeah, and even like some people would say, like someone said in the drinker group, like, well, you know, I didn't like the ending so much. And I'm like, I actually like the ending.
The ending rules. What do you like? What do you not like about the ending?
I love. I think because the point of like Jamie Foxx being able to take him out is ridiculous. I'm like,
that's the whole point of the movie. It's like it's a total like happenstance, like chance, luck.
Yeah.
The whole movie's about like you know, moving on a dime, improving with every skill. Yeah. Firing blindly into the fucking into the door and getting lucky. Into the irony that he's a trained assassin. That's like the point. Yeah. Sometimes a trained assassin can get sloppy and get unlucky. I mean, it doesn't matter how professional you are.
And especially with the ending, like, I mean, that's what he said with the subway and everything. That I was like, you know what? He's not wrong. Go to fuck anybody. Visit New York City. So it's Yeah, his character
I
wasn't wrong
also
what he
like
said.
how he dies. He sits down with a bullet in his shoulder, and he just kind of sits down and just kind of like rides the train. And just like, how long do you think it's going to take before they notice I'm fucking dead? You know?
And that was the premise of the film. And it's like, he's very jaded, but he's also not wrong. Like, fuck, man.
Yeah, it also cyclical, brings the story around with his like first thing he brings up. Talks about LA. He first thing he says when he gets in the cab is how much he hates LA. Some guy fucking dead on the train. Nobody notices for hours, and then he ends up dying on that same fucking train by happenstance.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, foreshadowing.
And it's one of those things where like, it's not a perfect movie, but that's the thing. That's why I like it. It has this like independent movie vibe. It almost has like a small budget. I mean, it certainly isn't a big budget movie, but like it definitely has this like Michael Mann just doing whatever he wants. Like the Chris Cornell music when the coyote shows up.
Yeah.
Not my cup of tea, but you could tell the director's like, fuck you. We're putting this Chris Cornell song in. And it's like, yeah, go for it,
Yeah.
And then also like the film has such a distinct look with the film grain, and Tom Cruise has such a distinct look, and he's so heartless. He's worse than Lestat.
That's what I'm saying. It's like you said, the first off the bat, the aesthetics. Like he never looked like that before. Then on top of the brutality, like he's been in action films, but this was him fucking like just like no problem assassinating and killing motherfuckers left and right. And you're like, oh,
so
shit,
Collateral
man.
was Collateral. I think which one came first, Collateral or Last Samurai?
I think Collateral came first. Well, let me check it out. But
I'm looking it up. Hang on. Collateral. Okay, so the Last Samurai came out a year before Collateral.
Oh shit.
He makes a movie pretty much every fucking year, if not every. Oh my god, we're gonna go through this list at some point in this stream. It is
because Mission Impossible. What fucked it up was COVID. That's why it slowed down for.
Dude, that's unbelievable. Anyway, so by Collateral, when I saw the making of Collateral, because I bought it the DVD because it was the year 2005 or whatever.
God damn, really?
Collateral. You're watching the behind the scenes footage, and this is like before John Wick. They took Michael Mann did this with Heat. He does this with all of his movies. He's anal retentive. Michael Mann insists that if you're gonna handle a gun in his movies, you have to go to firing ranges and like learn to shoot for real.
Yeah.
Because when you handle the fake movie gun in the props, it looks real when you handle it correctly.
Yeah.
And he did that with Heat, and he does it with all of his movies, and it's a good choice. But so you're seeing this behind the scenes footage of Tom Cruise fucking rolling around these obstacle courses, just like the John Wick stuff, just like acing them, just like firing. They basically turned him into a killing machine to make this movie. And this is after he did Last Samurai, which is like they were bragging about how he spent a year doing upper body strength and horse riding and archery and fucking like, sword fighting and hand to hand.
His fucking forearms were big for Last Samurai.
He is trained to kill. Okay, I became a firm believer in the Zoolander theory, and I'll bring this up again. Where like I really think that it's like Zoolander. They were trying to tell us about Tom Cruise. He is a assassin trained to kill, and he uses the cover of his celebrity status as an alibi.
Like I said, man, even back in 2004, fuck all the fucking stunts in Last Samurai was him. He didn't. Jesus Christ, man.
Meg, did you hear my my Zoolander theory about Tom Cruise?
Caller.
Meg.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, you can hear me.
Yeah, did you hear my my Zoolander theory about Tom Cruise?
No, I did not. First, I asked Blue Collar how he was doing because that's the most important thing.
I just heard you now. Thank you. It's good. Got my first bottle of Jack is gone, so now I'm on to Screwdriver.
What the fuck?
Say.
It's not gone like today though, right?
Oh yeah, no. What? No, it's the sorry, it's a Jack Daniels. It's like basically a Mike's. It's the Jack Daniels.
I thought you were talking about like a bottle.
Oh no, not yet.
You killed a hand. He did that. He did that for Commando, man.
You killed like right now too.
Nice.
I'm drinking tequila. How are you, Meg?
I'm all right. I'm in a bidding war for some Rudyard Kipling books, like a whole set of 10 from 1914.
Sure.
And it's only gonna like right now my bid's at $11, but some bastard's trying to steal it from me. So throughout this scam, this stream, not scam.
Scam.
I've just done a scam warning on my email. throughout this scam, I'm gonna be checking in on that, making sure somebody doesn't get my books.
Well,
100-year-old books for $10.
that
Wow.
sounds too good to be true.
It's disturbing.
Well,
Or the books are all like filled with mold and the papers are disintegrating.
That's even
you know,
better.
They're like unreadable. That'd be cool.
I have some. I have.
You can take it upon yourself to restore them. Like an Indiana Jones type character.
On almost aside with that, it's getting scary how like the value of things, because I'll pull out in a second. I had these Marvel Series 2 trading cards when I was 11 years old, and one day these cards be worth like 10 grand, and I looked them up, and I spent hundreds and hundreds of dollars as a kid, all my fucking lunch money and paper route money to buy these Marvel cards from 1991, and they're worth like $2 right now, and I'm like, you motherfucker.
Yeah, that's the problem with speculative markets. It's art and stuff and relics. Like, it's only going to be worth $10,000 unless there's some crazy person who's like, I need these, I'll buy you $10,000 for them,
or somebody like dies a young unfortunate death.
Right. And it's one of those things where, like, that you heard the same story about the clamshell VHS tapes.
Stay right here.
I have 4 extra large boxes of those.
Oh, wait, I keep removing you when I mean to full screen you.
Yeah, look, that's fucking the Marvel Series 2 right there. I got fucking 2 binders of these cards.
So, but you're looking at like the prices they go on eBay
or like Amazon, and just
for like complete sets or just like individual cards.
Complete sets. And I mean, I checked them a couple years ago. They're worth like $10 or some shit. Like these are from 1990.
Yeah, that's. But honestly, though, if you had a comic, if we fast forward to the year 2050. And society hasn't collapsed, like that might change, because like right now I'd imagine
right
trading cards.
I see storm right there.
Dude, I like how you got a poster of Isom behind you.
I started wearing the shirts too, but
wow.
But yeah, fucking the
did you see this shit about
all these goddamn cards right here and shit? So
oh wow,
Wolverine stuff. But yeah, 1990 fucking one on there, and like you look them up, I'm pretty sure a complete set is like it's worth like, and even like look what he had.
We're talking about 30 years. Let's see how
Wolverine's powers. Yeah, shit.
Let's see how valuable they'll be in 50 years. But also, it's one of those things where like, yeah, eBay is gonna pay this much for them allegedly, but like, I don't know, take them to a comic book shop. I don't know.
Look at fucking Thor there. Look at Thor's power, his strength, speed, agility, stamina, and stuff.
God.
Yeah. But no,
yeah, what's funny is did you see this thing about this Isom guy? He deleted his posts. I can't bring it up, but
Eric July?
No. There was a guy who entered this Eric July art contest.
Okay.
And he like went on Twitter and was like, "Yo, here's my submission for the Eric July art contest." And
I heard about that.
And it was all
these. Yeah, there's Isom right here. Also, I did buy it when it comes out. I already pre-ordered Isom #2, and I bought the new Yaira t-shirt and the Yaira posters. So
yeah, I know it's a no, but I'm just gonna wait until Cyberfrog, the first 4 series are compiled.
So.
Damn. Yeah. Oh yeah. See, I would like to get one of these Comicsgate hoodies or the Comicsgate shirts, the Comicsgate hat. That'd be fun.
That's it. I got these just for Eric because who knows it? I said, who knows, be worth something one day. But I did buy Eric's.
See, the thing is, like, yeah, these Cyberfrogs, these Indiegogo comics, they are like right now already getting stuff on the market because it's like limited availability. But what's interesting about this art contest? This dude fucking shows up on Twitter like, "Hey, I've got my submission for the Isom #2 art contest. The grand prize is like fucking $1,000 or something."
Yeah.
Plus, and everyone is just like, dude, this is AI art. Even I was like, oh, it's so I can't bring it up because he deleted the tweet. He got so roasted. It's like, dude, this is obviously AI art. And then what's even sadder is he takes the picture and pulls it through like gamma filters and black and whites it and makes it look like line art. And he's like, no, here's the original sketch I have. And everyone just starts roasting him again. Like, dude, this is a pixelated fucking like, what are you talking about? Yeah, it was bad. It was to where even Ethan Van Sciver was like, this is AI art, it's gay, delete the shit. It was bad. He had to like nuke his whole profile basically. Sad, really. I hope no controversy like that falls upon me. Where I'm like, hey guys, check out my awesome video. It's like, this isn't funny.
For hell of it, I will Google it now for you, Meg. The Marvel card just on eBay, so much they're worth right now.
Anyway, speaking of Marvel, yeah, Tom Cruise was always one of the front runners to play Iron Man, and this idea that he was going to show up as like an alternate universe Iron Man would have been cool, but now that would just been annoying. No, they can't afford Tom Cruise anymore. Marvel movies.
Nobody can.
Marvel peaked. You know, there was a time where they could have.
Yeah, they're and honestly, I mean, depending on how the condition, but they're going anywhere from like $50 to maybe like $150 for a full set of those fucking cards, which I dumped like thousands of dollars buying. Fucking pricks.
Yeah, it's like Pokemon cards.
Yeah.
You know, what are you gonna do? These comic books, some of them are worth shit, some of them are worth bazillion dollars.
Yeah.
I don't know. What Tom Cruise was in some comic book movies, right? Was he in any movie based off of a fucking comic book?
I can't think of. I don't know.
God damn it!
I mean, obviously nothing Marvel, DC. Nothing I can think of.
I mean, yeah, Mission Impossible is probably the closest thing you can think of is based on an old TV show.
Well, it's just funny.
I'll be goddamned. He's never been in a comic book movie.
Just funny how everybody wants him to fucking be like an alternate version of Tony Stark. I'm like, he could pull it off, but of course, I just know right now, no one's gonna accept Tony Stark that isn't Downey. It's just the way it is, guys. Like,
look, here's what's fucked up. Tom Cruise has been in 47 movies. That is not a lot when you talk about a career that spans 40 years.
I would have thought more. Yeah.
Right. But he starred in all but like 5 of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So he starred in like over 40 movies, which is insane when you put it that way.
Wow.
When you say like, oh, he's been in 47 movies. Yeah, okay. But he starred in like 40 of them, 42 of them. You're like, damn. So, I mean, should we just go through the list?
Yeah. Before you say that, you know what the thing is? Like you're saying Tom Cruise, I think it seems like more because, it's, like I said, it's like his fucking career is so mixed. It's so variety versus, like, say, Arnold Stallone. Like a lot of these guys just kind of do one thing. And Cruise he's done fucking everything. I mean, truly, he's done everything. I mean, he's done every genre too.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there is hardly anyone seen all the Tom Cruise movies.
1981 was his first credited movie. Oh,
yeah,
shit.
Endless Love. Endless Love.
Wasn't that also the song that he fucked the blonde girl to in Top Gun?
No, that was Take My Breath Away.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Woo-doo. You're thinking of Happy Gilmore where they're ice skating
you're right.
to Endless Love.
That's exactly
Wait, friends ice skate and listen to Endless Love in the dark? Like, we're just friends. You know we do that.
So wow. So Risky Business. Wait, 3 fucking movies came out in 1983. Wow.
Yeah. So we got Taps, which is the one I hadn't seen where he goes. Is he the main character in that one though?
Wow, Yeah. Taps. Yeah.
No.
George C. Scott, Timothy Hutton.
No, you've got George C. Scott. He's one of the cadets.
Well, yeah, like I said, so he's
one of the
in
cadets.
He's in it, but he doesn't star in it. Yeah. Damn.
Right. His first few movies he doesn't star in. The Outsiders, he's one of the little gangbangers.
Yeah.
You know. Jesus Christ. Let's go. Here we go. Losing It. Never saw Losing It. The Outsiders, did see it. Risky Business. Now, his first starring role. And everything after that, except for Young Guns. What? He's in Young Guns?
Wow.
He's a henchman shot off the root. He's got a cameo in Young Guns? Okay, we're not going to count that. All right, we're not going to count that. That's a cameo. That's different. Okay, but seriously, he's in Risky Business in 1983, one of three of his movies in 83. And every movie after that, except for Magnolia and what else? Tropic Thunder and Rock of Ages.
Yeah. Damn.
Those are the only 3 movies that he is not the star of. But in Rock of Ages, he's like the rock star. So he like steals the show.
Yeah.
And in Tropic Thunder, he also steals the show, even though he's obviously a side character, but still.
Definitely. I'd say every actor in Tropic Thunder, everyone numbers him.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. So, okay, let's start with Risky Business. Now, Megan, you've seen Risky Business, right?
Yes.
Okay, see, that's what I was going to say earlier is like men talk about, top Top Gun, Mission Impossible. Women talk about Risky Business, Far and Away, Legend. You know, they talk about Cocktail, which is one of my cocktails.
I love Cocktail. Yes.
Yeah. So he did Legend, which is one of his first movies, and that's where his snaggletooth is like really prominent in that one.
I watched that one with one of the Grand Magisters of the Church of Satan as we ate pizza.
But see, Legend's great because he plays a little forest boy. You know, he's a little forest nymph. He doesn't, you know. But it was Top Gun and Color of Money and Cocktail, where he's just playing a fucking little alpha boy. You know, little fucking main character, little star of the show.
Yeah.
But Chris, you've seen Cocktail, right?
Yeah. Of course, man. Who doesn't remember the fucking infamous, like, you know, you know, the freaking the dance. Dun 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 dun.
Coughlin's Law. Right. Now, I love Cocktail because it was one of the first Riff Tracks movies. I started.
Is he glitching?
Yeah.
YouTube?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. I like Red Eyes, by the way.
So you
Mike
cut out
Nelson
for
just like
10
pulling
seconds.
out, just like, yeah, he was just releasing these commentaries. Oh, sorry.
You back? All
There's
right.
something going on.
Oh no, you pulled the West for 10 seconds.
Oh, it's
there.
why. It's because this video. It's because this video is auto playing.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, I was saying what happened was back in the early days when Riff Tracks first started doing their things, it was Mike Nelson just releasing these commentary tracks, and you would just sync them up to the movie yourself. And one of the first ones he did was Cocktail. And dude, I had never seen Cocktail before. So the first time I saw it was with his Riff Tracks commentary, which is great. But yeah, the Red Eye beer, it's a beer with hot sauce and clamato and egg in it, and you chug the whole thing. I tell you, if that doesn't wake you up, I don't think much will. You are awake after you do that in the morning. Now you might crash and burn a couple hours later, but
yeah.
Whoa. Did you get in your car crash, Meg?
No, was that a sound? I'm sorry.
Are you streaming and driving again?
No, I'm streaming and squaring.
But yes, I love Cocktail because it's literally these two guys just like taking turns sleeping with each other's girlfriends until one of them dies. That's the whole movie. That's it. They're best friends.
That's a great synopsis. What's this movie about? Well,
it's about two bartenders who are best friends and they keep fucking each other's girlfriends until one of them dies. The end. Summed it all up for you. They go to Jamaica. They go to all these fancy nightclubs. They start in like a TGI Fridays. Very funny movie. Also Elizabeth Shue. One of my most memorable lines from that movie is where they go to Jamaica and Elizabeth Shue's little girlfriend is like dying of alcohol poisoning. And what does he say? He's like, champagne. It's like perfume going in and toxic waste coming out. It's like, yeah, it's true.
It is true.
The worst hangovers.
It's low sugar.
What do you guys like about Cocktail?
Man, Tom Cruise dancing in underwear. Come on.
Gina Gershon.
Oh, right. Yes. That was like one of the first times we noticed that Gina Gershon was like a hot babe. Who is she? God, and she fucks both of the bartenders. Yeah.
Although her teeth look weird in that movie.
She has large teeth.
Yeah, she does.
And it's not a bad thing though. She pulls it off. Cocktail movie. Let's see. This is the part I like. God damn it. I am the last barman poet. Here we go. The part where they're all in the fancy fucking postmodern 80s club and they start
where
doing
he's the star bartender.
Yeah, it's like they got two hot bartenders. He's the young hot one. And they got some weird yuppie Wall Street guy who does slam poetry. That's how you know this is the 80s. And I don't know what the hell. And everyone's quiet and he doesn't need a microphone. And he does his stupid Wall Street poem. I wish I could find that one. But then Tom Cruise does his whistle. And let's do it. He says, I am the last barman poet. I see America drinking the fabulous cocktails I make. Americans getting stinky on something I stir or shake. The sex on the beach, the snapsh made from peach, the velvet hammer, The Alabama Slammer.
If you can't see him moving his dick around in a circle while he says that, it's just not the same.
Bullshit. I make things with juice and froth. The pink squirrel, the three-toed sloth. I make drinks so sweet and snazzy. The iced tea, the kamikaze, the orgasm, the death spasm, the Singapore sling, the ding-a-ling. America, you just been devoted to every flavor I got. But if you want to get loaded, why don't you just order a shot?
Woo! Yeah.
We all should have sex with him. Yay! That's basically the whole movie. Gotta love cocktail. Yes, Wes, please pop in whenever you're ready.
I look right now.
Done running your errands.
This just proves like also the staying power, dude. I mean, this is 1988 and a budget of $20 million. It made fucking 170 in 1988 to make 170. That's fucking impressive.
Yeah. Also, The Color of Money is also fucking great, dude. Newman, Cruise, Scorsese. Holy shit. I mean, that's a good movie. And then Young Guns. I mean, I had no idea about this. I'm gonna see if I can pull this up, but then we cut to Rain Man, which is, I was going to say, one of his other better characters. Cause like I said, he's a loathsome shithead, you know, taking advantage of Dustin Hoffman, who really does steal the show. Although in hindsight, his performance is cringe.
Definitely.
I think it's one of those things. Definitely. Where you watch it nowadays and you're like, it's like I Am Sam, Tropic Thunder. You know, it's just like making fun of it. It's like, I mean, it's like he said, though, he didn't go full retard, but still, he's autistic. He count toothpicks. He can bet blackjack. You know, he's not.
So I can say one thing. I don't know much. I know there's different levels of these things, but I know for me, watching what friggin' Ben Affleck there, the accountant, I thought the way he did that performance was fucking awesome because it's like just the way like Ben Affleck's mannerisms, the way he would talk, the way he would blink.
Acts like an actual autist.
I mean, just it never felt like parody.
Emotionless. Yeah. Like a sociopath almost. It's kind of what
but very focused, you know. But yeah,
so Born on the 4th of July. What were you gonna say, Chris? Sorry.
I'm not saying that comes a problem is like how do you make films about people with, because you obviously you can't hire some people sometimes because they can't act the parts. You have to hire an actor to play these characters, but then it's like how do you act like you're mentally damaged without doing parody? You know, it's like
when people like talk about hiring like actual blind actors. It's like, yeah, we can, but Jesus Christ, that just like increases the workload for everybody, man. Like, come on, dude.
Yeah.
You got to print Braille scripts. We got to fucking have someone like, you know, I mean, just so much to do now just because of one actor who's blind. Now, granted, if the guy's blind and he's in one scene, we'll accommodate you. But you're talking about like the lead has to be blind. It's like, dude, you just increased the budget of this movie by $30,000 minimum. You know, like, you understand? Money ain't cheap.
Yeah.
But Born on the 4th of July, this is one of my guilty pleasure Tom Cruise movies because it's not good, but I like it. It's not, I mean, it's a little sappy. It's too long and it's depressing as hell. But God damn it, it has the scene where Willem Dafoe.
It's a Will Ferrell.
It has that scene where Willem Dafoe and Tom Cruise are in wheelchairs fighting over who's killed more babies in Mexico. It's one of the best scenes ever put to film. They're like drinking tequila. Or there's a part where he's doing the mezcal, drinking the mezcal straight out of the bottle, and he like swallows the worm. Awesome stuff. But yes.
Yeah.
Then we got Days of Thunder, which did come before Far and Away. Did not know
I've
that.
seen that a lot of times.
Far and Away?
No, Days of Thunder.
Okay.
Yeah. That's a good movie.
My parents were NASCAR trailer trash. So.
Oh. Would you be opposed to watching this again?
We can. I know the whole damn thing by heart.
I haven't seen it in a long time, but I know what happens. I mean, he's got the pretty girl, Robert Duvall, is the driver, teacher guy, manager, whatever.
Yeah.
Doesn't he crash his car, get hurt? Oh, Wes made
is that
it.
a question?
Yeah, does he like crash his car at one point, get all fucked up? And
Hello.
What up, Wes?
The Lord of Toxicity is here to bring down viewership.
Oh my God! Well, we were at 0, so it'd be pretty impressive if I got to negative viewers. You know, we got 2 viewers right now. How you been? What errands were you running?
I had to go get the backup computer updated from my computer guy, who gives me a loaner computer when I've been having problems with the primary one, which I'm just gonna have to break down and get a new computer.
So you didn't get your new computer today?
I did. I got my loaner one, which is just as good, even better.
Okay.
And then I had one of my bartenders I had to go give a pep talk to because he's making bad life choices. So
at the bar or in life?
No, and both. And then so I brought him aside. I pulled him aside, bought him dinner, and explained some stuff that
you had to bring him aside because his bad life choices are affecting the bar.
It could potentially affect the bar and affect his life, really, if we're being honest. So yeah, so I just got a late start. It's my bad. Last night was crazy.
No.
So
I was saying earlier I would have pushed it back if I hadn't found my cat. My cat was missing for like 5 hours in like 100-degree weather. I was like, where the hell is she? And then she just kind of popped up like 30 minutes before the stream was supposed to start. So
as cats are wont to do.
I know. She does it on purpose. She drives me crazy just to like test me.
Are you guys doing like a filmography of Tommy Boy and then like going from
I guess
in sequential order?
We kind of, you know how we roll. We were just kind of shooting the shit, talking about random shit, and then at one point we kind of just brought up the IMDb, and now we're up to Days of Thunder, Far and Away.
I can't find a bad film in this whole filmography. Can you?
Well, that's debatable, but what I can say that we were saying earlier that was very impressive is he's in 47 movies and he's starred in like 42 of them. 43 of them.
Yeah, he was a star. Yeah, because he's like the drinker says he's the last American movie star left.
Because I did say Wes, tell him like Enzo that I really thought about that in my lifetime. This man has been in like I think he has the most variety of a career, but also he's been in every single fucking genre.
Yeah. So like we'll start over, but just by genres. But like Risky Business, all the right movies. These are like teen, rom-com, sexy rom dramedies. Legend, fantasy, Top Gun, military, action, Color of Money, Cocktail. Both like kind of Color of Money, drama, fun, like a sports movie. Technically, I mean, he's been in all the right movies is a sports movie, right? Isn't it?
Jerry Maguire. That was a sports movie.
Yeah. So we got this is the craziest thing right here that we learned today. He's a henchman shot off the roof in Young Guns.
Oh, I knew that one. I did
not.
Yeah,
I was like, what? So Rain Man, we've got a family drama, Born on the 4th of July, his first war movie, right? No, Top Gun is a war movie, sorry.
Yeah.
Cold War movie, but yeah.
We got Few Good Men, a courtroom drama, and then followed it up with another courtroom drama, The Firm.
True. Yeah.
Now we've got his first villain role with the Vampire Chronicles.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I was watching a thing earlier, and apparently he and Brad Pitt started hating each other during that movie.
Yeah.
And it's lasted for decades now.
Yeah.
Why?
That's very. I could only attribute that to the two alpha male movie stars not liking each other.
I think it was Brad Pitt got pissed off that Tom Cruise at the time was a way bigger movie star, and that was a lot of behind the scenes problems that like Wes said. It's like because Brad was a new up and comer,
But it's also like it's probably equated to top billing. I'm sure Tom Cruise is on the fucking cover of the movie, and he's got top billing. Tom Cruise, Brad Pitt. I'm sure it's one of those things that hurts Brad Pitt's feelings, but it's like, it just sounds like, I don't know. I don't know who's wrong. Nobody's wrong, but nobody's right.
I think if I had to make an argument and put him in a pigeonhole anywhere, I'd probably say it's Tom Cruise in all of his stuff is always the best at everything. He's always the best. He's the best bartender. He's the best race car driver. He's the best pilot. He's the best pool shark. He's the best, he's the best of the best of the best.
Yeah, that's why I like Magnolia a lot, because he's the best at picking up chicks, but he's a douchebag. And some lady who's interviewing him just kind of exposes him for all of his bullshit. And then he has to go like make amends with his dying father. And it's like, it's a pretty complicated, it's definitely his best performance. I think it's his strongest performance. Like when he has his monologue by his dead, dying father's bedside, like that is, he deserved to be nominated for that Oscar, and he should have won because that scene is so good. But we'll get to that later. But like with like The Firm and A Few Good Men, I get those two mixed up. I know, military Jack Nicholson, you can't handle the truth.
Wow.
But I don't really remember much of The Firm. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, I was about to say Cuba Gooding Jr., but that was A Few Good Men.
That is correct.
No, he's in A Few Good Men too.
Yep.
Oh,
Corporal Barnes. Corporal Barnes.
I didn't realize they reunited in Jerry Maguire, which this might sound shocking, but I'm saying it out loud. I'm thinking about it. It's like, have I seen Jerry Maguire?
No.
This is one of those movies where like I've seen so much. I think I've seen it. I know so many parts of it, but
we're watching
it's definitely not been since like it came out.
Well, that's fair.
But it's like I might as well have not seen it. Jesus. Because like, am I thinking of the movies or just like, am I thinking of the movie itself or just all the references to the movie and parodies to the movie?
Well, it's one of those like, annoyingly quotable films.
Zeitgeist. It's one of those zeitgeist movies. Somehow it just like it pierced the psyche of the American culture.
Yeah.
Show me the money. Who's going with me? Like I've seen Half Baked.
You complete me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean that I could be thinking of fucking Dark Knight. Like.
Yeah.
But yeah, Mission Impossible, the first one, I argue it is the best one because it is so reserved action wise.
Nah.
I mean, we were talking about earlier how like I think out of all the action scenes and all the Mission Impossible movies, the infiltrating the CIA headquarters is like the most intense of all of them because it's so quiet and everything's like, oh, so help me help you, guy incognito.
We were talking about this the other day because this was either the poll or the question of the day or both, and I contend part 3 is probably the best in my opinion.
Let's just talk about all the Mission Impossible movies right now.
Okay.
Because I did like the 6th one. Was that the one that just came out with Henry Cavill?
Fallout.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was the 6th.
So the way I like them is like 1, 3. I want to say 5 is okay. 4 or 5. One of them is not good, and one of them is good, and then 6 is like the best in like recent memory. And I hadn't seen 7, but I do like 1 the most. I think it's so like true to the show kind of thing, Yeah.
I think that they hadn't quite found their footing yet, and I think they made a bit of a misstep with part 2.
Dude, 2 is arguably the worst one.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
But I definitely I like it because it's so bad.
I like it. No, I like it. It's part 2 is definitely John Woo porn. Like if you like John Woo, you'll love that movie because it has a great villain, and I like Thandie Newton, and I thought she was great.
Oh yeah, she is great, and that was like the first time where I noticed her, and then I realized like, oh, she had worked before with Tom Cruise in Interview. She's one of the servant girls they drink the blood out of.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Good call. Good call.
Yeah.
Good call.
Because I was one of those things. I was like, where do I know this lady from? I remember seeing that movie in the theaters when I was a kid. Limp Bizkit was everyone's fucking cup of tea in my age, and I was just not having it. And Korn and both of those guys, Rob Zombie, they were all on this fucking Mission Impossible 2 soundtrack. And I remember buying it and just being like, I don't know if I like the music my friends listen to. That was like, I was like coming of age, like 13, 14, And I remember seeing Mission Impossible 2 in the theaters as like a 12-year-old boy and just thinking like, what the fuck is up with all the masks? Where is he getting all these masks? He's walking around with a mask of himself so he can put it on a henchman? Like, come on.
Yeah. It's a little too it's very John Woo porn.
The video game explained it, the Mission Impossible video game on N64, because it was one of those confusing things about Mission Impossible 2, like what the fuck is up with all these masks? I assume you have to have have some specialist make the mask and you come to the mission with the mask. But the game clarified, no, they got a little machine and it'll make a mask right there for you, and you're like, oh
yeah, they cleaned that up with the third one.
Yeah,
they made it a lot more believable. I was a big fan of Alias, the TV show, and I'm not a J.J. Abrams hater. I mean, he really dicked Star Wars up a little bit, but it wasn't just him. But I liked Alias, the TV show, and Mission Impossible 3 gave off some really good Alias vibes.
Yeah.
And I like they humanize them a little bit. You know, they showing them at the
three
party
had three had the look. It looked like a J.J. Abrams movie, which was like pretty fresh at the time with the lens flares and the Dutch camera angles.
Well, he didn't go too heavy with the lens flares in that.
No, right, and it looked good. I like the lens flares. I don't oppose to them. The Star Trek stuff looked cool, although it didn't really, arguably look like Star Trek. But like with Mission Impossible 3, like you've got a real like fucking great villain with Philip Seymour Hoffman.
Dude, he was so good.
Villain.
He's so good in that movie.
We had to get a reason to rope everyone in from Mission Impossible 2. Why are we going to be on board for Mission Impossible 3? Well, we've got F fighters blowing up a bridge, and we've got Philip Seymour Hoffman doing like command performance, like for some schlocky action film, which is pretty great,
If I had anything to gripe about with the Mission Impossible series, is just I think it was Peter Cullen or Dave Cullen, rather, his name is. Sorry, I'm getting it mixed up. My Cullens. Dave Cullen, the YouTube reviewer, he had said that they all kind of follow the same formula, and that's true. Yeah. I'd like a little more consistency with or I would have liked, because now the series is over, but I would have liked some more consistency with like the CIA director and stuff like each movie they had a new one, and I'm just like, it got a little exhausting. They should have just kept Henry Czerny through the entire thing. I think would have been a little bit better. I do like the fact that Luther keeps coming back, and Benji has come
he
back
started showing up he started in the third one, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I want to say yes.
I think he's in the fourth one, wasn't
he? He is in the fourth one, but I think in the fourth one was when he becomes like a full-fledged agent. Okay. I think in the third one they had him as the tech guy, which basically Mission Impossible 3 has almost the same identical setup as Alias, the TV show, except they reverse gender swap, because instead of Jennifer Garner's character trying to live this like regular type life and have a relationship, you have Tom Cruise doing it, and you know what I mean? Which I dig. I like to point that out when people get pissy and they say they never do the reverse gender swap. I'm like, yeah, they do. They did it in Mission Impossible 3.
Well, the other thing is, like, I mean, now that I'm thinking about it, I realize that so now that I can think about it, Mission Impossible 4, I did not like. That was the one where they were trying to make Jeremy Renner like the new guy. Yeah. And then Mission Impossible 5, they kind of bring everyone back and kind of put Tom Cruise kind of more into the back in the driver's seat. But I remember thinking 4 and 5 were not good. 5 was better than 4, but I think I really only like 1, 3, and 6. I think those are the ones I thought were great.
The interesting thing is, if you technically break it down, though, 4, 5, and 6 are basically a trilogy, though. At the entire series.
Yeah. These new ones are technically, and I assume 7 and 8 are like the end cap for those, maybe.
Yeah. Hey, we're not going to do spoilers on the new one on 7.
I haven't seen it, but go for it. I don't care.
I know what's your opinion, Chris?
You both saw it, right?
I saw it, I saw it.
At this point, it's been out for what? It's been out for 10 days.
Yeah.
So let me just guess some stuff. There's like an AI, and it's gonna take over the world. And Ethan Hunt is dealing with criminals who, for some reason, work for the AI. And I don't know, unless like Simon Pegg dies, like I don't think any spoilers would ruin the movie.
A main character does die.
Yeah.
It's gonna be Rebecca Ferguson.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I knew it was gonna be her. I figured it'd be her because she's off to better and brighter things. You don't got Ving Rhames like doing stuff nowadays. They just drudge him up, and be like, "Hey, I'm here to say good luck, Ethan. I'll take my paycheck and get out of here. Bye."
I mean, that's almost exactly what he does.
That's what he does in the last 3 movies. He just shows up and says hello. Even in Mission Impossible 1, he kind of just like he's the intercom guy. It's funny because Simon Pegg technically should be like the guy on the intercom.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
But it's Ving Rhames. He's the hacker.
Yeah.
Also, the idea that your hacker is like the biggest guy on the team is the hacker. Like that's kind of the thing I like about the first one. Also, I mean, again, back to the first one. I think the first one is the most believable because of like the gadgets. They all seem pretty. I mean, the gum. That seems like the most far-fetched thing, but it's an explosive. I mean, plastic explosive is real. But like, yeah, the plot itself, it's like the knock list is leaked. We're gonna know who all these undercover, deep cover agents are. All their real identities are like compiled in the list, which is stupid. But this list is going to be, spread around the black market, and all of our agents will be exposed. Like that is like, how Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. It's like a smaller stakes here. Like, I don't know. Every other movie besides that one are like the world's going to end because of some virus or some artificial intelligence or some fucking world war, nuclear war. It's always the same shit.
Well, I mean, if they were just dealing with voter fraud, I don't think that we'd need the Impossible Mission Force.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I mean, they're basically like the Men in Black. They're like the Men in Black, but not dealing with aliens. They deal with like into the world type situations, but on Earth.
Yeah.
But this new one reminds me of I don't know if you guys play Grand Theft Auto Online, but the Doomsday mission, the Doomsday heist. It's a very similar to where like this Elon Musk type character creates this like very fucking powerful AI, and like the whole premise of the mission is like we have to take down this AI before it becomes too powerful. And I'm hoping that it's borrowed a few of the beats from that story, because that was a pretty ace mission.
Yeah. Well, it's funny, Enzo, you mentioned that with Mission Impossible and like the gum. That's one thing I always give the series credit, because even different than Bond or other franchises is that, some stuff can be kind of out there. But I mean, I know Wes has obviously military experience. You still feel like some of this stuff, like through enough technology and stuff, there could be someday somebody makes plastic explosives the size of gum. There could be good technology that can make facial masks that good. I mean, we already have voice modulators. It's not that far-fetched to imagine putting a strip on your neck and copying somebody's voice. Like all the gadgets feel like they could be made in real life.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because like, you have the British version where it's like James Bond, where it's like, oh, this pen will, harmlessly put someone to sleep. And then the American version is like, you put this piece of gum, you fold up this piece of gum and it will fucking cause a whole wall to explode. Feed this to someone.
Yeah, but it didn't really do that much. It just shattered a bunch of glass.
No, it's a small explosive. I mean, enough to like blow up enough to crash a helicopter, enough to like open a safe, enough to like, pop open a fucking wall that's like barricading you. But the point is, like, I want to see that in a Mission Impossible movie where it's like, you want to try a stick of gum? Just give a stick of gum to the bad guy and it's like red light, green light gum.
Blow their face off.
Hey.
Your audio's going in and out a little bit, Enzo.
Me? Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Well,
just letting you know.
There's also Megan's little microphone clicks. It does a little click.
Is that me?
Yeah.
Help me help you.
Are you on the phone or are you on your headphones that we?
I'm on my. Oh, her. Oh, okay, sorry.
I'm on the cordless headphones, but I could try to hook up the laptop and the other headphones if you want me to.
But you're on the headphones on your phone?
No, I'm on the big computer.
Oh.
No, not the one in the library, the one in the room.
Right. Well, whatever.
My roommate's finally gone, so I got the internet all to myself and my good computer.
If it gets bad, like, guys, let me know. Or is that you letting me know?
Well, there is like a click every like 5 seconds,
Well, I don't think that's me.
No, it is.
It's
definitely.
Okay, I'm going to go on mute until I have something to say.
All right.
Fair enough. What's your favorite Mission Impossible movie?
Damn. Like everybody said, I probably would go with Fallout just because of Henry Cavill. And I feel like it's like definitely had because like, and everyone knows too, the bicep reload. God damn it.
What was the deal with Fallout? I only saw it the once.
Like it.
Henry Cavill wound up being a bad guy, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, and that's what everybody said. Because obviously, like Wes, we listen to other streams, I listen to Drinker and FNT, and everybody said, "Man, it's like killing him at the end was a big. You should have kept him for one more movie."
A recurring villain would be cool.
Because Cavill was, and some people would argue that's like, man, it's like
I argue it.
Like people said, good on him for not shaving that epic stash for a bullshit Justice League, because Cavill was the best part of Fallout. He's so fucking good.
I also argue that he does overshadow Tom Cruise in that movie, and he does too when you think he's a good guy. He's like the new young awesome agent. He's like a foot taller than Tom Cruise.
Yeah,
he's fucking like huge. He's got that stash, that Tom Selleck stash. He's doing the great American accent, And then when it's revealed he's a bad guy, it's just like I said with Van Damme. Like, this is why I think Henry Cavill's off to good things, because he's willing to play a bad guy. He's willing to play a supporting character, you know?
Oh no, his career's over actually.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, I know so. He won't play. He won't play ball with Hollywood. They're tanking him on purpose.
Well-
I 100% agree with the open bar that they had about 2 weeks ago, where they could not fathom it, and Drinker was just like, yeah, they're gonna run him down and just burn him out till he's too old to. He'll have like a renaissance, like what's his name, McConaughey did. McConaughey would
You
not
might be
play.
right.
McConaughey would not play ball with Hollywood, and they got his big break to go against type and do True Detective.
Yeah.
And then he did Mud and Dallas Buyers Club, and
Yeah.
then he just went through the McConaissance.
Yeah.
That's if he can hang in there, that's what's going to happen for Cavill.
We'll
Like,
see how this Warhammer show goes or movie goes.
Yeah,
I was gonna
I
say,
hope it's a movie.
No, it's a show.
God damn it.
But the only good thing is, according to all sources, he has complete creative control, which is that's giving me fucking hope. Because if anybody's gonna do that, Cavill should do it. So
Here's how you do Warhammer. You fucking, and Tom Cruise could fucking be in it too. Warhammer. The thing is, Warhammer, you could make 1 3-hour movie and it would just be like the backstory leading up to 40K.
Yeah.
Like, you could just make a 3.5-hour movie that just explains about who the emperor is and who the god. It would just be like a 3 hours of exposition, and it wouldn't even really be a movie. You know what I mean? It would be like a fucking nature documentary almost, like a war documentary.
no, that's why in so many open bars, like people are like, hey, Drinker, like what do you think about Henry Cavill Warhammer and making an adaptation? Drinker's like, man, that's gonna be a fucking hard to do. But if anybody could do it, you pick the fucking like the number one epic nerd fan. The guy was making Instagram posts with him painting his figurines and shit. So.
Yeah. Well, yeah, like Wes is saying, anyone watching, yeah, feel free to chime in your favorite Mission Impossible movie. Or rank them, order them, whatever.
or tell us your least favorite and just tell us why.
Where would you put 7 on this list of the Mission Impossibles?
Me
Not
or
the best.
or Chris.
Either, both of you.
I mean, it's definitely better. Well, I said I like Wes. I don't hate 2, but I think 2 is the weakest. But it's definitely better than 3. I mean, it's a problem. See, like I like them all. That's why it's hard to pick the shit.
I'm realizing now that there's a total rift in the Mission Impossible movies. I think it's like once Alec Baldwin shows up, that's like those movies all seem to be connected.
I was just the fuck Alec Baldwin meme about the gun being loaded.
Oh yeah, God, Megan, did you see this?
I did. I was gonna say though, Alec Baldwin has actually complained about the times when he worked with Tom Cruise, and was like, he was saying, women on this movie are complaining about getting underpaid, but if Tom Cruise would just decrease his payment by $17 million for this movie, then they wouldn't be underpaid anymore. And he said that he was making substantially less than Cruise. And for Alec Baldwin to be like, you're the asshole is like pretty crazy. Like,
Well, it's
Yeah, but that would be something Alec Baldwin would say, because Alec Baldwin is a fucking asshole.
he is an asshole, but if
and he
he's
wants to
able
be the only
call out-
asshole. He wants to be the only asshole in the room.
Exactly.
But I don't
if
think I don't think Alec Baldwin is one of those assholes that like, I need like the biggest ratio of the check, for my pay just to appear in this movie. I know for a fact Tom Cruise does that. He has like a $25 million like minimum to like fucking say one fucking word in your movie,
He also was hated by Mark Wahlberg because is the Clicky thing still happening, guys?
I mean, it doesn't matter. Keep going.
It's a little
fine.
staticky. No big deal. No big deal.
Yes,
It just sounds like you're on a telephone. It's good. I like it.
He was Mark Wahlberg hated him because while he was doing training for a movie, he was like, what I do is just basically like people in the military, because like he did some kind of military training for a movie, and Mark Wahlberg got pissed because he had done Lone Survivor and like spent a lot of time with these guys, and Mark Wahlberg is infamously conservative and pro-military, anti-war, all those kinds of things. And when Tom Cruise said that what he did was basically like the quote was what people do in Afghanistan. And Mark Wahlberg just lost his shit. Was like, you have no idea what you're talking about. At the end of the day, his quote was, you get to go to a hotel and order fucking chicken. You don't know what these people are going through.
Yeah.
But you asked me if I saw what? And
Wes? Oh, if I saw,
I didn't ask her. I didn't
no,
ask her.
I was asking Oh, I was asking if you saw that meme about Alec Baldwin from Tom Cruise from one of the newer Mission Impossible movie. Which one was it from? It was from the last one. It's a clip of like Alec Baldwin with a fucking gun saying like, "Is that thing loaded or is that the one that's loaded?" It's a frame. God. It's a frame from that last Mission Impossible movie where he's asking Tom Cruise if the gun in his hand is the one that's loaded or not, and it's like a single frame.
Wow.
Dude, you guys want to know what Tom Cruise's real name is?
Oh, God.
I've heard it before. It's weird.
It's Thomas Cruise Mapother.
Wow.
Mapother. 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 Thomas Cruise Mapother the Fourth.
Spell it again.
M-A-P Map Other. Mapother.
So, like Mapothe.
Okay, so he's French. Well, there you go.
All I know is that's what I'm calling him from now on.
Thomas Mapothe the Fourth. Thomas Cruise Mapothe the Fourth. Oh God, well, let's look up his family. God damn it. Oh.
I'm gonna defend Tommy Boy right here because one, I think he deserves every dollar he gets. I don't see anybody else jumping on the side of a fucking plane or jumping off a mountain. So I say God bless him. Like I said, he's the last great American movie star. And you know what? When you have actors calling other actors assholes, Mark Wahlberg's a fucking asshole, and Alec Baldwin is definitely a fucking asshole. And I know this because
he's a murderer too.
I'm an asshole and a murderer, and I like to be the only asshole and murderer in the room. If there's another asshole or murderer in the room, I don't like that. I want to be the asshole murderer. And I'll say this. Maybe Tommy really did say something like that about the training as hard as Afghanistan. And maybe he should have caveat and said, I trained with the kind of guys that teach the kind of guys out there, because he definitely did for Collateral. He trained with fucking Mossad and British SAS guys. Mick Gould, who was a famous merc and contractor for the SAS overseas in Iraq and Afghanistan and Desert Storm 1 and 2. So he definitely has done that. And, Marky Mark can make whatever little slick comments. I'll remind you, Marky Mark killed a guy in the street when he was running and gunning. Yeah. So,
he also definitely like assaulted a lot of random people, including
black people who him and his little Irish gang. Yeah. So you know what? Get off your fucking high horse, Marky Mark. I don't want to hear your
Basketball
shit.
Diaries. That's Mark Wahlberg. That's who he was and that kid.
Yeah.
That part where there's like that old lady like going with her groceries to the car, and he just like walks up behind her, he's like, "Hey, lady!" Like right in her ear. It scares the shit out. That's who Mark Wahlberg was as a kid.
Yeah. And Alec Baldwin, back when Alec Baldwin was in his prime, he was commanding Getaway, Hunt for Red October.
That was his prime. He's like the prime Alec Baldwin in the Getaway. He met Kim Basinger, he fucks the shit out of her a bunch of that movie. It's so good.
He was definitely getting paid the most. You didn't hear Kim Basinger or what's his name talking about how he made so much money than everybody else during the Getaway and that fucking Bayou movie where he played the detective and shit like that. Nobody complained about that. Listen, get off your fucking high horse. I don't want to hear it. I will defend. Tom Cruise is my favorite gay actor in cinema today. And yes, he's gay. He's gay as fuck. Like that's why he joined Scientology. He tried to get that out of himself.
Katie Holmes. We'll talk about that later. I want to talk about that later. But
I think Travolta did the same thing.
Well, and DiCaprio. We'll talk about all these closeted gay actors at the end of the stream.
No, but funny. And so when I type in Alec Baldwin Mission Impossible, it says like Baldwin was talking to Stern on Fandom Wire, and of course Baldwin was praising how great Tom Cruise and how great of an actor he is, and his great career and stuff. So it's like these guys, it's like they talk shit, but then they also praise him. So
well, here's the thing that I was gonna say. It's like Toxic said. Yeah, I can understand if Magnolia and Tom Cruise is getting $17 million more than everybody else. But like you said, like he's the one getting strapped to the fucking plane and dropped out of the fucking sky. So he should get paid substantially more for these Mission Impossible movies. But I just looked it up. How much did he get paid for Magnolia? He agreed to get $100,000 for Magnolia just because he loved the script. So it's like,
So for every story you hear like that, I also remember hearing a story about Tom Cruise seeing that all the workers and the people that are working on one of the film sets he was doing were out in the cold and stuff like that. So he went out and bought out an entire restaurant to get coffee and donuts for all these.
He owns the
people.
restaurant now. He bought it.
He
Like,
just
that's
bought
like
the
Bruce
whole thing
Wayne
out.
shit.
Yeah.
But then there's also stories about how he's making Sea Org members who get paid $40 a week do a trail of flowers for him and Nicole Kidman to walk down when they wake up in the morning. And then the flowers were the wrong flowers, so they made them stay up all night and keep redoing it. And these people are getting paid for shit. Like,
yeah.
I mean, they're stupid enough to be devoting their lives to Scientology, but still.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. I think Tom Cruise is aware that those days of him fucking paying people to sprinkle the floor with flowers are over. You know, there was a time where, yes, we worship celebrities, but he understands more than anyone that he's the last fucking movie star. That's why he's constantly like going above and beyond. He's not doing that anymore. Now, there was that fucked up shit during the COVID stuff. I don't know if it was Tom Cruise, but there was definitely like a lot of weird shit going on with, like, you know, masked people around the unmasked celebrities, like, you know, fucking following them and, you know, holding, you know, what was it, Hillary Clinton's cape or whatever. She, like, you know, walks at some like witch fucking seance, witch Satanist fucking thing, whatever. I don't know. But the point is, these celebrities, I don't know, man. Some of them, like, nobody's perfect, obviously. So whenever they're nice, it's like above and beyond. And
I don't want to hear
shitty,
I don't want to hear from one. I don't want to hear from one asshole toxic celebrity calling someone else an asshole toxic celebrity. I don't call it. That would be like me saying, "Oh, you just went overseas and did jobs for money."
When Alec Baldwin says they don't like someone, I'm kind of like, well, fuck you, Alec Baldwin. Like, you know, I don't like Alec Baldwin.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think it's people are well aware, whether it's Tom Cruise, whether it's a rapper, whether it's a basketball player, that 99.9% of celebrities and rich people are really fucked up in the head, and we just kind of accept that.
Well, let me go ahead and just preface this whole, not preface. I mean, how long? We're like an hour and a half into the stream. Let me go ahead and clarify. I don't really like Tom Cruise, but I respect the man. I fucking understand what he does. I respect his craft. He's objectively a good actor. He's objectively in awesome movies, and he's insane. What more could you want from a fucking celebrity? You know, I mean,
I want to do a bunch of cocaine with him and Nick Cage.
That would be insane. That would be the best. Because, like, I hate cocaine. I'm doing my Renfield video.
Except Tom Cruise and Cage cocaine.
Dude, I want to see Renfield's Nicolas Cage's Dracula and fucking Tom Cruise's Lestat like together. That would be amazing.
Damn.
I gotta say, that was like one of the few things I could hand to Renfield was like this Elvis Presley style. It was almost like Ric Flair, his performance of Dracula.
If I had any complaints about Tommy's career, I would probably say that, you know, the arrogant, know-it-all, you know, perfect at whatever thing he's doing, with the boyish smile thing is something he's played out a little bit. And I think he's done really, really well. Like you're talking about Lestat. I think he's done really well playing against type and playing villains and stuff. Yeah. I'd like to see him do more of that.
Yeah.
Collateral.
Les Grossman.
Les Grossman.
Collateral.
Collateral. I forget the guy's name. Vincent. I want to say.
Vincent. Yeah.
Yeah. You
Next. know. Jerry. Yeah. That's the reason why Vincent's so good, is because him playing off Jamie Foxx was also, you know, a big reason why that movie's so fucking fantastic.
Yeah. And you know what? I don't hear somebody like Jamie Foxx complaining about Tom Cruise's salary in that movie. So you know what I mean? You got to take it with it. Like if Denzel Washington or somebody grounded like Jamie Foxx or somebody that's just like a regular person.
Well, you're not going to hear Jamie Foxx complaining about anything anytime soon, except
too soon.
He's gonna come forward and talk about like what's actually wrong with him, and that's going to fucking cause big waves, man. It's going to be a big deal when Jamie Foxx says it himself. What we all know is happening with him. He's gonna be like, "Yo, man, yeah, what you heard was right."
We'll do that. We'll do that on another stream. But yeah, so What's your favorite Mission Impossible movie? Did she already say before I joined?
Yeah, Meg. I mean, you're not. Are you big on the Mission Impossible stuff?
I mean, I watched them on TBS and
see, this is something I was talking about before Wes showed up. Is like when you ask the ladies about Tom Cruise, they bring up
like what you guys said earlier. It's like they were all sort of the same movie, and you know how I feel. That's why I haven't watched John Wick 4. It's like I've seen that movie 3 times already.
Right.
That's fair. That's fair.
But that's the thing is like you ask a guy
the music
like
was catchy. It really got you like kind of, palm sweaty, edge of the seat. Like, oh, is he gonna make it? Oh, the lasers, and and it was fun for its time. I do agree that he is one of the most immersive actors. I was watching an interview the other day with Keanu where he was saying like, I run around on the ground and get muddy, but like Tom Cruise, he's like hanging out of helicopters. He's doing crazy special ops shit. Like when you even have just the unbridled respect of somebody like Keanu Reeves, because he was like, he's on a whole nother level, and Tom Cruise, we can all sit around, make fun of him that he's crazy or whatever, or be like, oh, he's in all these movies, but crazy people sometimes just excel at things. Like all of the masters of everything were fucking
they're all
nuts.
crazy.
Yeah.
And you got to be an asshole to be the best at something or to be like top at something,
Correct.
I mean,
assholes get a bad rap because we're living in an age where everybody's little feelies get hurt so quickly. And
I like the joke from Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers. He goes, guys, if I met Christian Bale and Christian Bale didn't go off on me, I'd be so disappointed. He's like, I want Christian Bale to fucking cuss me out and call me a piece of shit.
Never meet your heroes.
Yeah.
I met Jordan Peterson and he didn't call me out on a single thing. He just complimented my t-shirt. Fucking asshole.
Damn it. I heard a really cool anecdote, because everything is Mission Impossible right this second, so all this stuff's coming out of the woodwork. Matt Damon did a really great interview with it's like actors on actors. And he said that, he's been in the Jason Bourne movies and he's done this and that. But he was talking to Tom Cruise one time and I guess he was told by his safety guy, the airplane stunt in Mission Impossible 5, I guess. They were like, the safety guy said, yeah, that's going to be a no, Tom. And Tom was like, all right, so I fired my safety guy and I went and got another one that allowed me to do it. And Matt was like, okay, so this is where you and I are different. Because if I was like, hey, should I do this stunt? And the safety guy said, oh, no, that's not a good idea. I'd be like, oh, well, that's the safety guy. The safety guy said it. So
I'm going to find the right safety guy.
Right.
That agrees with me.
Tom Cruise is just like, oh, you're the wrong safety guy for me. I need a safety guy that lets me do what I want.
That's kind of more black and white a way of painting it. It's more like, okay, well, how can we make this stunt safe? You can't make it safe. Well, I need to find a guy who can make it safe. You know what I mean? Yeah. That's usually the way they're thinking. Like, how can I do this stunt where I won't die? It's like, it's not guaranteed. Well, I need at least like a 50%, 60% guarantee.
Also, like what Meg was saying about Tom Cruise being immersive, when you read things like, well, for Last Samurai, this guy trained for a year, and think to yourself that how many people starting a weightlifting program or diet after 2 weeks, fuck, I can't do this shit no more. Do you understand the discipline to take 1 year out of your life to fucking train, like to learn how to like fucking fight like a samurai? Like that's 12 months of your life to train a new skill.
All right, Chris, check it out. I need you to eat no drinking alcohol anymore, period. I also need you to eat nothing but chicken and rice for the next like 60 days. And that's it.
Yeah.
And you're like, no, okay, I'm going to pay you $80 million to do that. And we're going to have like bodyguards around you.
Yeah.
Like trainers, personal trainers, and they're going to basically make sure you do it.
I'm not going to lie. If you say, Chris, I'm going to give you $100 million to never drink alcohol again for a year, I'm like,
yeah,
I can live without $100 million.
Well, they said.
Jesus Christ.
Right now, trust me, in my lifetime, I trust me, I've gone 40 years without $100 million. I can't go 40. I can't go fucking 4 days without this shit. So.
I've got 40 years without $100 million.
Oh. Blue Collar just pulled the Uno reverse card out.
This is why I love him, man, because he's such like a salt of the earth, like a median man.
Yeah.
He's such a blue collar loser.
I think of idiot. Well, I don't like the term. I don't like calling you blue collar loser. I don't think you're a loser, but like at the same time, I do think of like Idiocracy with like Luke Wilson's character, like average Joe. Like it's very.
I think he calls himself loser.
Nothing rattles your cages, you know. You like most of the movies you see, and you're one of these guys where you don't come out of the movie like, if you ever came out of a movie like, I fucking hated this shit, it sucked. I'm like, okay, that means it was really bad.
Well, Little Mermaid. Yeah,
exactly. Exactly.
I won't even watch it, and that was it came out the year I was born. It was my favorite movie.
She's a redheaded Little Mermaid girl, and now she feels slighted.
I had one of my friends do some like Mid-Journey stuff where I was like a mermaid, and I was like, oh my god. And I'm not one of those girls who's, oh, I'm a mermaid. I mean, like, I can't swim, first of all. I would be a terrible fucking mermaid. But I like the aesthetic, and the whole fairy aesthetic, but oh god damn it, I just lost a razor blade in my bed.
Ooh.
Yeah. I'll find it one way or another.
Yeah.
But yeah, I grew up in the whole like Disney. I was their prime demographic. Same with boy bands, Britney Spears, all that kind of stuff. And they are just ruining my favorite book when I was a kid was A Wrinkle in Time, and they let Ava DuVernay direct that, who did When They See Us on Netflix. And she's just she's the Ibram X. Kendi of women. And they just ruined that movie by trying to make it so black that they weren't hiring the best people. They were just like Biden saying like, I'll choose a black woman before choosing any qualifications. It was just about having a black woman. It's the same thing in these movies, and it's like killing everything about my childhood. So I just stopped watching them. I watched A Wrinkle in Time passively when my niece and nephew were watching it, and I was so mad that I just found the razor blade, guys. All good.
Yay! Hey, if Tom Cruise switched into politics, would you guys vote for him?
No.
No.
I would. You know what? Fuck it. Because
it depends, man. If he was running for like my mayor in my local town, sure.
No, for president.
No.
I would.
He's crazy. He's too crazy.
I don't think any other country would fuck with us with Tom Cruise.
Yeah, but the thing is, Tom Cruise wouldn't be
Tom
the one
Cruise would go
anything.
Tom Cruise would go on the warpath. He'd be like, you know what? I'm tired of us being just first out of 100. Let's just be number one. Period.
I feel like Tom Cruise would start a war, and then he would insist that he had to fly the plane to go over there. I'm going to lead you guys into victory.
Exactly.
Mr. President, no, you can't tell me what to do.
Look. President Cruz would be cool if like aliens invaded. Okay. President Cruz could like unite the earth. But I know he'd unite the earth under like superfluous like Hollywood bullshit. You know? Eyes Wide Shut. That was another thing. I want to get to that movie and eventually, but like, yeah, dude. Tom Cruise, I feel like he's crazy, but he's not like standard Hollywood Pizzagate crazy. He's outside of that, and he like hints at that stuff, you know?
Oh, Enzo just said the no word. Hey,
yeah.
So if do you want to wrap up Mission Impossible and just say what is our predictions for the next one? Is it going to be the last one? Is it going to be a hit? Is it going to be a flop? What?
I mean, I don't really want to wrap up Mission Impossible per se because I feel like we might talk about it again.
We can
later.
Circle back. We can circle back.
But as far as like, you know, the new Mission Impossible, haven't seen it. But as far as like where it's going, like, yeah, hopefully this next one is the last one. Hopefully it ends on a good note. It might not even happen now. Deadpool 3 might not even happen. Remember how I was complaining how we don't have Wolverine in a mask? Yeah. We might never get it.
The good thing though is he was smart because of COVID. He filmed 7 to 8 back to back. So the thing with 8 is
it's like Lord of the Rings.
8's already been filmed. They just have to edit. So that's because, and I think that was besides COVID though. But also Cruise, he just turned 61 years old, and we can joke all day.
62.
Oh shit, yeah. But you know,
this strike is just cover. It's noise for what's actually going on. There's definitely like a distraction tactic going on. There's no more movies. There's no more television shows. It's like, you know, what's going to happen is they're going to start like focusing. We're all going to start focusing on like what's actually happening because we're not going to have any more outside distractions. They're doing it on purpose. They want us to know what's happening, guys.
I do think he's smart enough though. That fact that he is doing these stunts. Yes, he can do them right now. But like, do we want to see Tom Cruise at fucking 70 hanging off an airplane? Like,
no, because that's the thing. Tom Cruise is self-aware. Like he sees how we react to Indiana Jones fucking a few years ago with Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. Like, you know, we don't need to see him now with Dial of Destiny. He's 80 years old.
Yeah.
And like, does Tom Cruise want to be that guy? The gray-haired old man hanging on the side of a fucking train? No.
Without giving too much away, I think I don't know if you agree with me on this, Blue Collar, but I think the direction in which they are headed with the next Mission Impossible, they have a really like set goal. You know, it's basically going to be like a race for time type thing. Who can get to that submarine first?
Yes,
I think that's a very simplified story, and it's not going to be like a bunch of convoluted. I think they've done all the convoluted bullshit, and it's just going to be, you know, the IMF team and then the bad guys going, and maybe a couple other entities trying to get to that sub first.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
I also think that someone else, another main character, has to die just because of like the franchise started in 1996, and it adds more tension when whether it's Benji or fucking Ving Rhames, but someone else has to die.
I'd argue most of the characters, if not the main characters, need to die, including Tom Cruise.
Yeah, because that is part of the drama. Even with the 7th film, is like, well, remember previous films, he tried the marriage life and it can't work for him.
Look, let me put it this way: James Bond recently killed himself to save the world, and people laughed at it. Imagine if fucking Ethan Hunt did it in the next movie. People would be like, "Oh my god!" Like it would be the same fucking thing, but we would be invested in it because we care. When James Bond killed himself, it was like, what? You know, why? Was that even necessary? By the way, spoilers for the last James Bond movie. Sorry, I don't know if you know that.
Well, it's been out for a little over a year, so I mean, if you haven't seen it by now, you know, go fuck yourself.
But it was also just like the misdirection with the title "No Time to Die." It's like, you fucking liars, you fucking liars.
So what's next in the filmography?
Oh yeah, as far as and by the way, Wes, in the future, like if you want to just like wrap up Tom Cruise, just and say what's going on with Mission Impossible in your opinion, just blurt it out. We're like, we're kind of try to treat the show more like a conversation than a actual show, you know.
Okay.
Like just like we don't need to like you know, I understand, I appreciate you always like trying to corral topics and stuff and definitely keeping me in check. But
full-time job. It's a full-time job.
I understand your reasoning with like, you know, trying to wrap up.
Well, because I want to get to, because I'm a passive Mission Impossible fan, but I'm a rabid Tom Cruise fan, and there's like 3 of his movies are still in my top 10 favorite movies of all time. So
also,
honestly, I do want to go back and talk more about Interview because Interview rules.
See, that's one of my least favorite of his performances.
Well, it is definitely like, it's one of those movies, like I said earlier, it's one of those movies that made me realize that vampires are inherently gay. And Tom Cruise might be gay, but the thing is, I don't
There's
like.
No might. There's
I
no
don't.
might.
I don't
He's
hate
gay.
the movie.
He is gay.
In fact,
gay.
It's ironic because it's one of the best Hollywood incarnations of vampires ever portrayed. The idea that they're like, one of the main things I love about vampires, and it has to be done, whether it's through hypnosis or like an Interview with a Vampire, where it's like insane beauty, but like vampires seduce their prey, you know. And Interview with a Vampire.
In that iteration, they do.
Yeah,
I prefer the vampires as monsters thing, like From Dusk Till Dawn or 30 Days of Night.
But even then, in From Dusk Till Dawn, they definitely seduce their prey. 30 Days of Night is more what, like they just show up to town and kill everybody like monsters. That is one of those things where it's like, that's cool, but I don't understand how you could be fucking hundreds of years old operating that way without humans getting their guns and shit, you know. I don't know. But as far as like with vampires like seducing their prey, it's like the kind of like you know, Venus flytrap type thing, you know. Can't describe it really right now, but the point is, with Interview with the Vampire, I don't know, man. It's just one of those movies that it's like, maybe we're done talking about Interview now that I think about it. We already did talk about it. I haven't really seen Jerry, so
good movie.
I haven't seen it in 20 years.
It's very much a product of the 1990s for sure.
I'm gonna imagine I'm gonna rewatch it and cringe.
Yeah, it's pretty cringy. It's when Renee Zellweger was at her zenith. It's got an interesting concept. It was one of the out of character roles for Tommy, because he. You know, he's basically a loser the whole movie, you know, and just basically kind of redeems himself near the end. you know, Cuba Gooding Jr. is amazing, but it's one of those things where the Oscar, it was, you know, that thing where they say an actor gets an Oscar and it kills their career. That definitely did. Like after that, Cuba didn't do shit.
Yeah.
He did nothing after that.
I saw that movie Out to Sea.
Oh, okay, yeah,
Some boat party movie. Was he in that one? Was that?
He was.
Yeah.
He was in that. He was.
I saw that in the theaters, and I remember walking out like, "Huh, that was no Neil Simon's The Odd Couple." I tell you that much.
But seeing a film about a gay cruise was kind of funny because, you know, how gay could a gay buffet be?
But what's also up with it's like the fucking Jerry Maguire on VHS. It was like the most produced movie ever made on VHS, and like people like collect like entire.
Yeah, they make Christmas trees out of them.
They make castles out of
Holy
them.
shit.
Yeah, there's a whole Jerry Maguire Christmas tree.
Fuck?
So this is at the end, you know, the very end of the zenith of VHS, and everyone was already moving to DVD at this point, but VHS for some reason. Like they did the final push for VHS on Jerry Maguire. I don't know why, but like they made so many copies of this on VHS.
Holy shit.
I mean, you're seeing what I'm seeing, right? Like,
yes.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
It's pretty disturbing.
Yeah. And it was one of those things where it was like, it also displays like how strong the economy was back then. Jesus Christ. We can just throw all this plastic at the country, at the world. No big deal.
No big deal.
Tyler.
I'm here. Yeah.
There he is.
Welcome,
welcome to the shit show, Tyler.
Glad to be here. Sorry I'm late. Work.
No. This is one of those things where I was hoping people would pop in and out, and I would love like a lot of. I think we got room for one more guest, so hopefully not too many people show up. But yeah, how are you, man? You feel like were you like running to get here or something?
No, but I walked with my backpack. I always walk to and back from work just to say that I work out. So I mean, it helps.
That's fair.
It works.
If you work close enough to walk, then you should walk.
Yeah, exactly. And people on the bus are just
psychos, insane people, homeless idiots, crackheads. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
We have free busing here in Lawrence, Kansas. Like it's free in 2023, and so the homeless people just live on the bus.
So
I mean, on the one hand, I like the sound of free busing, and then that just means fucking anybody's
makes it worse.
Yeah,
but free busing makes it worse. You should raise the prices dramatically, I think.
Yeah, well,
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Here's the thing. I wanted to make a documentary back in the year 2005. And now that I think about it, this documentary needs to get made if it hasn't been made already. But I just want to get on regular public transport of a bus and just interview certain people, like with a cell phone, and just ask them, why are you on the bus today? Why are you riding the bus today? And that's it. we just go up to a random person and ask them, why are they riding a bus? This is a show you could do forever. Dude, you could do it forever in many cities forever.
Dude, you could just interview me on like the weird fucking pathetic pieces of shit I've had to deal with. I mean, for starters, Chris, I don't know if you've ever had someone who refused to give up their seat to a baby in a stroller. I've had that. Because the 60-year-old woman is more important than the 1-year-old woman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've talked to people recently at my new job about, hey, we'll want to hear, because on your Uber profile, you can put down anything you want. And I put down, hey, I'm a former employee of this company. And people were like, hey, we're doing a 15-minute ride home. Give me some stories. And I'm like, boy, the things I can tell you in 15 minutes.
Here's the thing. Quick pause before you do tell us. The thing is, in case you're watching, it's just so funny because, Blue Collar is a retired bus driver, city bus driver. I mean, Jesus. Boy. He worked for the city bus. And now Tyler's riding city bus out in Canada. And we all watched, me and Blue Collar did watch Speed together recently, not too long ago. That was fun.
That was so fun.
But as far as like the bus, like, if I were to ask Tyler, like, hey, Tyler, why are you on the bus today? You'd be like, what would you say? I mean,
I would say because I seriously don't care about my fitness. That's the first thing off the top of my head. But
just right off the bat, you'd be like an average white, well-adjusted man. You wouldn't be like like you'd have to understand, like in the same cut, like a cut later, a scene later, I'd be, why are you riding the bus? And it'd be like some crackhead, like, I shall, man, the military, man, they man, all white, you know, that this would be a documentary that I would love to see. Just like interviewing 50 people on why they ride the bus. You would get everything from like, oh, I'm just trying to save gas to, well, I live super close to my work to get the fuck away from me. I see the demons in your eyes, motherfucker. Pull out a knife, you know, like.
Why do I feel like Enzo is going to wind up being one of those crazy people on the fucking bus when he fucking gets older?
I mean, if you had interviewed me in the time when I was riding the bus, I would have been like, well, man, like I just smoke and drink a lot before I go to work. And like the number 10 takes me straight to the Irwin Center, bro. So, yeah, that would have been me 20 years ago or 10 years ago when I ride the bus, you know.
I used to drive the number 10 in Albany.
Oh, I used to ride, the number 10 all the way to in Austin. It literally picked me up from right outside my house to like right outside my work. I was like, this is like destiny, dude.
When I got out of prison in 2020, I rode the bus. They gave me a free bus pass for a year.
Hey, everyone drink. Wes brought up prison.
Woohoo! Yay! Yay!
We're 2 hours in. That was like the longest that ever happened. Hell yeah.
Well, to be fair, I've only been on for the last half hour.
I think an hour would have been the longest.
Yeah.
Go ahead. So sorry.
But yeah, they gave me a free bus pass for a year, but then they made it free for everybody anyway because of COVID. And the only stipulation is you had to wear a mask. And yeah, man, the buses down in Florida run up until like midnight. So they, you know, the homeless people just lived on the bus. That's why I got my first. I did the bus bike combo where I would like put the bike on the front of the bus and then like bike some of it.
Well,
go ahead.
Here's
I hate people. I hate people like you,
guys.
Oh,
wow! I like about the show, guys. The fact that I can make like highlights out of this, and like none of them have anything to do with Tom Cruise. You know what I mean? That's what I love. That's what I did with the last stream. It's like I want to do this again, but anyway.
I just have to say that people like not West directly, but someone would fucking sit there and take like a whole 5-6 minute process to put a bike on a bus. I would drive 2 blocks, then he'd fucking get out, take the bike.
That's stupid.
I'm like, you know what, you dick. Why?
Yeah,
what's the point of all this?
That's definitely stupid. Yeah, no, I if it makes you feel better, I was not one of those.
Taking Instagram pictures from them 2 blocks away. So
right, exactly.
Oh, Christ. Yeah.
I saw a video the other day of this girl who was trying to pick up trash for an Instagram story, and she was like posing for pictures, like with this bag, like it's so heavy, and she was walking all slow, like she was climbing a mountain, and then she just leaves the fucking plastic bag and walks away.
Of course she did. Of course she did.
She was like picking up twigs. She was just putting twigs in the plastic bag, right?
Wow.
Making it look like trash. Jesus. Anyway, Tyler.
Best
so yeah,
Mission Impossible movie, Tyler.
Talking about Jerry Maguire. What are your thoughts on Jerry Maguire?
Well, funny thing, that's probably my introduction to Tom Cruise, seeing that VHS on my shelf growing up every day and not being able to use it because not enough Jonathan Lipnicki for me to sit with for the rest of the movie.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you didn't have a VCR. That would have been funny.
Dude, it was the 2000s. Fucking everybody had a VCR.
Right. I was
say
a wealthy kid. That's like something my cousin would have said. It's like we didn't have a VCR in 2004.
we had a big tape VHS collection. We had no VCR. Hey, I'll say this for Jerry Maguire. That was peak John Travolta's wife hotness in that.
Kelly Lynch.
It was in
Kelly Preston. Kelly
Preston. R.I.P. Man. Jesus.
R.I.P. What a hot piece of ass she was in that movie.
Picture.
Mischief, dude. Have you guys seen Mischief?
Yeah,
I'm not gonna pull up any stills from that, but dude, she gets totally naked in that one, and she is a babe.
She's totally naked in Jerry Maguire.
Really? Fuck, yeah. I need to watch it.
He's holding her up. He's holding her up, railing her.
We'll watch this after the stream. We'll watch it after the stream.
Okay, we don't need to see her Scientology indoctrination, but
she was looking. That's Kelly Lynch. Kelly Preston.
Oh,
Kelly.
I'm
Preston.
sorry. Kelly Lynch is no. I meant to. Someone. I said Kelly Lynch.
Can I just say that
at once?
Can I just say that when you guys say Kelly Preston's sexy, I just think of her having that Gene Simmons tongue in Battlefield Earth.
Holy shit, yep.
I think that makes her 10 times hotter.
No, it really doesn't.
I mean these are see, I'm gonna pull up Mischief, but let's see if hopefully no nudes show up. I could just like pull it down here, I guess, and search off camera. Yeah. All right. she's got like almost like, yeah, I mean, she's a babe. She's a babe.
She was a babe.
Yeah.
Oh.
And
Oh.
in a cruel twist of
But
fate,
that whole movie, Mischief, is about like this like 50s, 1950s setting of like this guy trying to fucking have sex with his super hot girlfriend.
I mean, damn.
Oh.
And he does. It's awesome. It's a pretty great movie, actually. Now that I think about it,
I would really like Tommy to do a like. I think he would be great as like the next Expendables movie be like the main villain, like what Mel Gibson did. That would be great if they were like going after it, and then like it gets revealed like 20-30 minutes in that Tom Cruise is the main villain. That would be great.
You talk about you keep calling him Tommy. It's hilarious.
Tommy boy.
Tommy Cruisey boy.
That's a Tommy. That's Tommy. It's
Well,
my boy.
I'm sorry, we've been going like through kind of the list backwards, from the beginning. So you missed a few of the older movies. But we're at Jerry Maguire, so now we're like at Eyes Wide Shut, which is
skip it.
No, what?
Skip
That's like the movie I can talk about the longest. Honestly,
I'm surprised. I'm not surprised.
No, you're not. I mean, Tyler, what are your thoughts on like Tom Cruise in general? I mean, I know you came in late, but I mean, we could talk about whatever we want, man.
Yeah, I wasn't entirely sure how off the rails this conversation had gotten. But,
you know how
as off the rails as we always get, Tyler.
This
ain't your first rodeo.
No, but it's been a few weeks since my last one because life.
No, I know.
But,
you were eating those weed cookies and you got kind of freaked out from all the Mid-Journey art I was making.
I was not freaked out. I'm
just joking, man.
It just for some reason kicked in a half hour when it was supposed to take an hour, like it usually does. But no, the past few weeks, like I've just been working every single Monday that these happen. But Tom Cruise has grown on me quite a bit because, like, growing up, he was always just that Scientology guy who happened to be an actor. Like, movies of his would always be on TV every now and then, but it wasn't. I don't think it was until Ghost Protocol that I really started to get invested into his work. That's when it hit me that this was the guy who would do anything for a role. I became a lot more interested. I started going through his older stuff like Magnolia and Eyes Wide Shut. I mean, when I look at Eyes Wide Shut, for starters, he actually narrated a Stanley Kubrick documentary called Life in Pictures. That was actually a pretty decent documentary, and he and Nicole, of course, were interviewed at the very end for the movie. I found out a couple of years ago that my parents went there on a date, and my parents are not into the art house stuff, so they saw Tom and Nicole and they got something different. But yeah, I remember Eyes Wide Shut was very they kept the plot very secret, because all you knew was it was Stanley Kubrick's fucking new movie, which is his last.
A massive deal, dude. This is a big deal. It doesn't matter what the fucking movie's about. It really doesn't. And the fact that it stars Tom Cruise and fucking his actual real life wife, ex-wife nowadays, but Nicole Kidman, and they were going to have sex on screen. Like, that was enough to interest everybody, period.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, it's a hell of a marketing ploy. It's one that you can't really do nowadays because not that many celebrity couples really work together on movies all that much anymore.
Yeah.
And even when they do, it doesn't turn out that well. Like, Brad and Angelina did Mr. and Mrs. Smith, and then...
But they weren't together at the time. They were both with other people at the time.
No, but it's basically come synonymous at this point, even though they are split.
Yeah.
But there was this movie that Jolie actually wrote and directed, and it was very artsy, called By the Sea. And I mean, she's got a good eye for visuals, but she's not a storyteller by any means. She just knows how to make stuff look pretty. That's really the only nice thing I can say about it. But I'll tell you one that I think is actually underrated of his, and I mentioned this the very first time we all met, actually, was I do think the Jack Reacher movie's a little bit better than some people make it out to be. Like, the show's a million times better.
Oh, but... we'll get to Jack Reacher in a minute, man, for sure.
But like, just...
I thought you said we could jump around and talk about whatever we wanted, whenever we wanted to do it. and you didn't need to corral anybody into like, whoa. I don't understand.
I stand corrected. Go ahead, Jack Reacher.
Anyways,
Sorry.
that was the first time I had really seen him do anything like dark and completely separate from his charismatic persona, because I had never heard of Interview with the Vampire or Collateral when Jack Reacher came out, so the thought of him doing anything dark was a shocker to me. And then Collateral happened, and that was when Collateral came out, everybody was so surprised that he was the villain in that, and I'm just sitting there going, well, wasn't Interview with the Vampire before all of this?
10 years before.
Which, yeah, and that could explain it. Also, I don't know a ton of people who have seen it, and the ones I have will tell you that he may not have been the perfect fit for Lestat, but a lot of people... That's one criticism I hear a lot of from Interview with the Vampire, how half the cast just weren't right for the parts or something like that.
I had this conversation with my sister-in-law, like, probably 2 weeks ago, and she's really big into... She's read everything Anne Rice ever did. And we were talking about the movie in the car, and I
can vouch for this. She's huge into Anne Rice.
Yeah. I told her that I didn't think that Tom Cruise was the best fit for that part, and she was like, really? I loved him as Lestat. I thought he did a great job, but I think Brad Pitt was casted correctly, but I don't think Tom Cruise made the best Lestat. I really don't.
It's apparently Tom Cruise and Antonio Banderas that stand out for a lot.
I love Antonio.
Banderas
He's the
was
best part of
awesome
the movie.
in that movie. Yep.
He's 300 years old. He's the oldest living vampire.
I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this. I am kind of disappointed that River Phoenix died before he could be in it.
He would have been great.
Yeah,
he would have been Louis. Fuck yeah, dude. Dude, you're blowing my mind with that shit. Oh my god.
Wait, hold on. Which one's Louis?
Louis Brad Pitt.
Brad Pitt.
No. That wasn't supposed to be him. He was supposed to be Christian Slater. Actually,
that would have been cool too. But
and
he
apparently,
been a great Louis, man.
And apparently, Slater gave his share of the movie to one of those animal rights groups that River was all about, or some charity, because Phoenix was the most charitable and, let's be honest, the most sane out of his family.
Well, speaking of vampires and Satan, you guys want to hear some satanic tinfoil hat stuff? River Phoenix was sacrificed. He was a blood sacrifice by the Red Hot Chili Peppers. They killed him with a drug overdose on purpose. They sold their souls to the devil, and they sacrificed their best friend, River Phoenix, to the devil so that they could have success and fame and fortune.
But he didn't.
Allegedly.
Hold on. He didn't come back as a succubus, and his best friend didn't kill the Red Hot Chili Peppers. So, very debunked.
Oh, okay. Okay, there you go.
Oh, yeah, Wes got that one.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, I mean, as far as like Interview, man, I don't know.
That was a Jennifer's Body reference in case anybody didn't catch that.
I didn't. But I feel like you understood that it was malarkey. But that is a common floating theory. Flea was like Flea and Anthony Kiedis. They killed River Phoenix so they can become rock stars.
That's one of the more wilder ones that I've heard.
Yeah. I never say any of these things are true. First of all, everything on our streams are a joke. I'm gonna have to replace the intro video.
What is not a joke is Tom Cruise is gay. Just reiterate that.
Yeah.
Tom Cruise.
Yeah, exactly. Wes saying Tom Cruise is gay is not a joke. Is a joke.
You don't like it? I'm in Lawrence, Kansas. Come out and come get me.
This is going to be the most contested video in all of them now.
Sorry, guys. I'm just getting some input from the other side of my headphones. We have to say that Tom Cruise cannot come out of the closet. So,
yeah.
Well, it's one of those things where the Scientology church will literally pay for you to have the hot young girl from Dawson's Creek be your bride for a show.
Yeah.
You know, that's pretty impressive.
I love Family Guy for outing him as hard as they out him. I love how far they have gone.
I'm more familiar with how South Park outed him.
Oh, yeah,
no, metaphorically, but
Family
Guy
took it to a whole nother level.
Wait, hold on. Didn't Family Guy out Travolta? Because I remember that.
Yeah. No, you didn't see the episode where all the power grid goes out because of something Peter does, and then they go to Katie Holmes and Tom Cruise's house, and the power goes out, so her ankle bracelet pops off, so she's free, and she hits him with the baby and runs, and then all the guys he has locked up in pods that are hanging out, and she's like, the power grid's down, run for it.
You know what? I'd say this sounds like a Simpsons episode, but what else is new?
No, everything sounds like a Simpsons episode now because
right.
we're living in 2023, dude.
And
we're
they-
living in a Simpsons episode.
They have the thing where on Family Guy, where why Tom Cruise always runs in his movies, and it's like, you can't catch me, gay thoughts.
Yeah.
It's got the little gay, well, that cameraman sure is hot. You're not gonna catch me, gay thoughts.
Well, here's the thing.
Oh.
We'll go ahead and talk about this now, but like, yeah, it's like Tom Cruise is secretly gay, Leonardo DiCaprio is secretly gay.
John
No,
Travolta.
John Travolta.
I don't believe that at all.
That-
I don't believe
Leonardo DiCaprio is not only gay, but he's been in a relationship with the actor Lucas Haas for 25 years.
Bullshit. That guy gets more ass in a toilet seat.
No. They show pictures. No, check it out. No, check it out, dude. They'll show pictures of like Leo with his hot young 21-year-old at their yacht, and who's on the yacht? Fucking Lucas Haas. I swear to God, dude. He's
I'm gonna
always
tell
there.
you. I'm gonna tell you this. If that was the case, just to avoid the amount of flack, he would just have some beard for a wife. He would have done the same thing and got some kind of equally, 40.
No, but he wants to be a relevant actor, so he'd rather just pay multiple actresses to keep playing
but-
these 20-something-year-old models that he dates.
But being gay right now would make him more popular.
Right.
Exactly.
He will
True.
come out. I'm
Exactly.
sure he will come out eventually, tactically, but it's going to be
Leo
so hard
being gay
to be
would-
like. It's not that I'm gay, but it's also that this other actor that you barely know, who was Inception. He was in Inception. He's in the new season of it's all
I know who
Righteous
Lucas Haas
Gemstones.
is.
Yes, of
I know
course.
who Lucas Haas is.
He's always been there in the Brat Pack in the background. Like he
know-
has been my boyfriend the whole time. You know,
I
what
know
mean?
I know that it's my fault that I got you into Yellow Jackets, so you're a Yellow Jackets fan now. But I'm going to tell you something. I'll tell every Yellow Jackets fan, including
Not
you.
everyone's gay.
You don't have to make everyone gay who hangs. You can have friends you're not gay with.
Right. No, I
Okay?
understand. I
Okay,
understand
yes,
that.
me and Blue Collar have made out a couple of times, but that doesn't
Oh,
make
man.
us gay. We were just
you
drunk
had
and
to- I
Yeah.
didn't come up with this
Exactly.
theory. Sheila Aliens is the one who proposed this. Leo and Lucas Haas have been dating for. They're practically married. That's like the secret. They're like it's like a
No.
Hollywood secret that they are like husband and wife, and they have been for a long time.
Has it
And,
ever
like,
occurred to you that some of these more wild ass theories that are crazier theories
Right.
are just
I'm not-
thrown out there to distract us from the actual stuff that actually is very obvious?
Not
Which is-
saying Leonardo DiCaprio couldn't possibly be straight and it's all bullshit, but I'm just saying it's fun to entertain these ideas.
It's silly. It's like masturbating without finishing at the end.
Well-
It'd be like a Rocky movie without a fight at the end. It's just stupid.
Well, so why
pointless.
is it okay? Why is Leonardo? So like Leonardo DiCaprio, he's totally straight, but Tom Cruise, he's definitely gay. I mean,
Yes, correct.
because he has wives. He had a wife.
Tom
Two
Cruise is gay because he uses these wives as his beard, and no straight person would jump up and down on fucking Oprah Winfrey's couch going,
Yeah.
"I love Katie Holmes. I love
Yeah.
Katie Holmes." That's a
I
gay
agree.
guy thing to do.
But
Mhm.
he made a mistake because he married these beards, whereas Leonardo DiCaprio just has them on the yacht.
He
Yeah, he
doesn't.
doesn't have to sign prenups and
He
fucking.
would get so much less bullshit and flack if one, he either was gay, or two, he picked a beard, a 40-something-year-old attractive woman to be his beard.
Yeah,
He would get so much less flack. He gets so much shit
it's
from
true.
the feminists for smashing these fucking hot 20-something-year-olds.
Yeah, it's true.
He would
Right.
get so much more money from his movies because there's chicks that just won't see his movies
I
because they're
disagree.
mad at him.
I disagree. Most of his movies appeal to male audiences, just like Tom Cruise. But he's like a Nerf.
Oh,
Tom
really?
Cruise, Neil Air.
Titanic just entered the chat.
Right,
Titanic
but-
just entered the chat. Enzo.
But like you talk about The Revenant, all the Martin Scorsese movies.
Yeah.
You talk about what else? Like The Departed. Oh, that's another Scorsese movie. I said all the Scorsese movies, and that knocked off like 10 of his movies right there.
I'll throw out Once Upon a Time in Hollywood because I fucking love it.
Right, Quentin Tarantino.
Dude,
Like
good movie.
these are movies that are like for men. I don't know. Here's the thing. I don't give a shit. I assume every actor's gay. I just assume they're all gay. So
No.
when I find out Leonardo
Well,
DiCaprio is gay,
I'll kind of
it's
ride
not
with
gonna-
you on that. I mean, yeah, because Hollywood people,
it wouldn't make me like Leonardo DiCaprio any more or
it wouldn't
less.
make any, but
It's like-
it wouldn't hurt his career if he came out that way. no one would bat an eye. But Tom Cruise is such a alpha male, and plus his religion.
He got famous in a
can't-
time where, it wouldn't have been cool.
Yeah, it would be like Clint Eastwood. But I'll tell you what else. People don't
Clint
remember
Eastwood.
this. Ask
Are
your.
you insinuating Clint Eastwood's gay too,
Fuck
or you're
no.
just saying?
Hell.
No, okay,
I'm saying that would like he could if he was. He
that
couldn't
would be
afford to come
mind
out.
blowing if Clint Eastwood came out as.
I'm
gay
going to
the
tell you
whole time.
this. There's a guy named There was a guy named Rock Hudson
for sure,
who was the Tom Cruise of his generation,
Yeah.
and another guy in the next generation by God, what the hell's his name?
Rock Hudson died of AIDS, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And
But
so
there was
did this
another
other-
guy. I'm wanting to say Chamberlain. Hang on, I'll Google it. The guy that was in the Thornbirds.
Richard
And
Chamberlain.
Richard Chamberlain. He
Yeah.
was the Tom Cruise of his era, and they both waited until they got into their sunset years to come out and admit, because that was the kind of action. You know, like The Rock would never make another movie if it was found out that he was gay. Which he's not. I'm not saying he is.
Yeah.
I can tell you right now. You know who else is super gay? Super duper gay. Vin Diesel is gay,
Oh,
gay.
I believe that
all
one.
the way
Yeah,
gay.
that's been out there for years.
I've even had somebody who worked on a security team who told me about all the gay shenanigans. He likes big buff dudes and he likes to get into threesomes.
I wonder
Gay,
if that's why
gay.
he was so sad about Paul Walker.
Yeah, they were probably lovers, almost for sure.
I can see,
Yeah.
his
Vin Diesel killed Paul Walker because he was going to come forward about their homosexual relationship, allegedly. I'm just joking. I just pulled that out of my ass. Don't worry, guys.
Now all of a sudden his rivalries with The Rock and Momoa are starting to make a whole lot of sense, because if he can't tap either one of those guys,
Do you guys think that? Because I heard this through various read stuff online, that when Paul Walker died, that Vin Diesel, they said he was not as friendly as Paul Walker as he made it out to be. But after he died, he just basically used the whole like, oh, we were like bestest buddies in the whole wide world.
yeah,
To kind of
I'll buy
sell
that.
to sell
I'll
more
buy that.
fucking tickets and like
Yeah,
kind of like,
I'll buy that.
because people were saying like, before Paul Walker died, it's like, dude, you guys, besides on fucking set, you never hung out or talked. But when Paul Walker died, he acted like these guys were the fucking bestest friends of all time, and everyone's like, you are really milking his fucking death for clout, dude.
well, not to mention, like, I genuinely believe those rumors that he scared Justin Lin off of the last Fast and Furious movies just because dude was that big a pill.
Wait a minute. So you guys are telling me that this guy is gay? The one who's doing these commercials for Street Sharks?
God almighty.
We're looking.
What the hell?
I miss Street Sharks.
Oh boy.
This is Boomer. He's got the biggest Bill shot. Say hello to that round mound of pound and his power slam. Very good. He loves
Case closed. Lord of Toxicity called it again.
His mouth is wider than mine. That's all I can say.
Oh boy.
Lord with the flying headbutt.
What? the
It's smooth,
fuck?
rounded. Oh, he just blasted him.
Oh,
He
yeah.
blasted him.
He's got real shark skin.
We need
I
a
mean,
tough,
that's-
buff guy to sell
His
these action
special
toys
power
to
is
kids.
the right hand roundhouse punch. He sends a competition to a watery grave. Boom! Death. Show you. I want to show you something.
You
up
know,
close and
if they ever
personal.
make a Street
I got
Sharks
something that
movie,
was such
I hope Vin
fantastic
Diesel is
detail, it's
involved
gonna
and
blow you
plays one of
away.
the characters. That'd be cool.
He'll at least do the voiceover for him. Yeah. Yeah, no,
God.
he's totally straight. He's totally straight. Look how straight he is.
All right.
Oh my god.
Case closed. Lord of Toxicity
I'm
1.
not,
Vin
not,
Diesel 0.
not drunk enough for that.
Okay. I only have.
Tyler, I love when we go too far and Tyler starts questioning being involved.
Yeah.
with us.
Yeah,
No,
I
no,
love
no.
that
It's
too.
not. It's not you guys. It's
Christ.
God. I thought I needed Paxil.
What's your favorite, Tyler? What's one of your favorite performances of his? Is it Jack Reacher or what,
Yeah,
what
we
do you
did talk about this already.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think he got to answer though.
No, he didn't. Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
I couldn't hear over how multiplied our voices are, but best performance is a real tough one because I mean, for starters, dude has a reputation of kind of playing the same characters.
He does.
over and over again. Because I mean, I literally have 2 collectible pins of his most iconic characters, that being Maverick and Ethan Hunt. I don't know if anybody can see, but like when Maverick came out, I saw like 3 days early, and they were handing these out with some posters that are over there. And last Monday, when Josh and I went to Dead Reckoning, little prop to put in my video, which was pretty sweet. But yeah, I would say those 2 would probably be my favorites up to this point, partly because there's really no competition right now compared to this shit. But
see, Enzo, that's why I was saying, when everyone says Tom Cruise keeps playing basically the same character, that's why I said for me Collateral is so iconic, because he's only played that type one fucking time.
Right. Yeah, ruthless killer. I mean,
yeah, out of all the 2 villains that he's played, it's different from Lestat, who is
he plays the ruthless killer twice, but one of them is flamboyantly gay and the other one is not.
Yeah,
the other one's like asexual, pretty much.
I was gonna say he's so comfortable with his position that he can literally justify it. I mean, he literally has all the best lines where he just casually brushes off what a stone cold sociopath he is. It's just like, well, what did the guy do to you? Nothing. I only met him tonight. You just met him once and you kill him like that? What, I should only kill people after I get to know them first?
Yeah.
What I love about Vincent is like you could have like some hot big-titted woman like dancing on him, like rubbing her shit in his face, and he'd be like, get out of the way, he's not gay or straight. He's working, he's a killer. He's a murderer.
Consummate professional. Professional.
Love it.
Yeah.
Very good.
And of course, the all gray look on him. I think that's the reason people consider that I think that's why people just confuse that as his first villainous performance. Because even with Lestat, he's as clean and pristine as he usually is in most of this stuff.
That's why it is, Tyler. It's like I didn't consider Lestat when we were asking that. I felt like Collateral was his only true villain role. Something about Lestat, like I didn't see Lestat as being the bad guy when I was watching it.
Does Les Grossman count as a villain?
I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, he's not. He's an unsavory character, just like in Magnolia. He's not a villain, but he's a douchebag. And I think, like I said, all those are all his 4 best performances.
Magnolia is more of a tragic case, like once you really get to the meat of the story.
But Les Grossman is obviously like a parody of all these like villainous like movie producers.
Well, if we're just going with like unsavory, I mean, his character in Rain Man and in Taps.
Yes,
both
I said Rain Man was also one of his better performances. All of his best performances are when he's a shit. He's a shithead.
Did you guys see Taps?
I was saying that was one of the ones that I haven't seen, but I understand he is the cadet. He's one of the cadets.
He goes nutso and he just starts gunning down National Guardsmen.
Oh,
shit.
Whoa!
I gotta watch this now.
Okay, does he get killed?
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, just
40-year-old movie.
Yeah,
he gets killed.
So like he pulls the Vincent D'Onofrio from like Full Metal Jacket.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Wow.
Nice.
Now I want to watch it.
Yeah, great movie. My mom made me watch it when I was 12 because she was going to send me to military school.
All right, Enzo.
Okay.
Do a rewatch.
See, that's how I'm going to watch it, knowing that this movie was like the scared straight for kids that were misbehaving. We'll send you to military school, mister.
Well, it didn't work, did it? Challenge accepted, Mom. 14 years in the Army and a convicted felon. Bam! Everybody drink. Everybody drink.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Oh, yeah.
So I gotta say, like, I didn't really have much respect for Tom Cruise. I mean, I knew he was a good actor, and I loved Magnolia. I was a big Paul Thomas Anderson fan. I mean, that's kind of why I have a soft spot for Magnolia. But I did earn a lot of respect for Tom Cruise after I saw this shit. All right, this shit right here was like, all right. I don't know what Tom Cruise is doing with his Scientology and his weirdness, but the way he handled this situation definitely like made me like.
It's exciting. You haven't seen it yet, no? Well, it's suspenseful. Is it funny? Structurally, it's true to form. Structure the story. It's got a family. It's a journey. Well, why would you do that? Why would you do that? Come here.
Grabs him by the hand. And he pulls him closer.
Why would you do that?
Why would you do that?
No, it's okay. No, wait a second.
No, it's okay.
What's so funny about that? It's ridiculous. Do you like making messages?
I apologize for the audio. That's how you think that's funny? Where's the subtitles? Hey, no. Don't run away. Don't run away. It's all right. I'll handle it myself. That's incredibly rude. I'm giving you an interview.
Your questions. You do something really nasty. You're a jerk.
You're a jerk. You're a jerk. That's what he says. No foul language, no raising his voice, but he's very upset. And he handles it himself like a man. I was like, you know what? And he laughs it off. And he walks it off. It's the water, it was squirting the water, but at the same time, like, motherfucker, dude. I'm over here giving interviews. He's squirting in the face.
I do not understand why that guy did that to this day. I thought that was a random fan that did that. I didn't know it was somebody that was interviewing him.
Yeah. Well, it's a fake interview. It's a fake interview kind of thing.
I know that now. But you know, I mean, that guy really took his life in his hands. Tom is not to be fucked with. You know what I mean?
We don't know this, but that guy disappeared after this.
Yeah, that guy's
the
Department of Scientology whacked him. He's dead somewhere. They sent him to the planet.
Out when you go to like the higher chambers of the Scientology offices and you see guards with like fucking those like, you know, machine guns, submachine guns in their hands and Kevlar vests guarding doors, and you're like, wait a minute, what? Like, yeah, they want to talk to you inside. You're like, what?
See, I saw how professional he was, and I'm just sitting there going, can Will Smith's PR department send him this interview?
Right.
Instead of smacking any reporter that does anything he doesn't like.
Yeah, that was one of those things. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Thank you. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Hey, man, what you doing trying to kiss me?
I'm ashamed to say this, but some friends of mine actually did get me kicked out of a mall, and one of them tried to apologize by doing that exact same kiss. I have, to this day, still do not understand that at all. But yeah, we were arguing over which theater to see Fury Road. Like, there was one I wanted to go to, the one right by my house, but they're like, no, let's go to this giant mall. It's closing down for the Memorial Day weekend. Like, we have some time to kill. And long story short, some guys on CCTV saw my buddies wiping down all the locked doors with disinfectant wipes.
Wow.
Yeah, lucky for me, they all live in Ottawa, and I can only imagine what hell they're raising over there. But whatever it is, Trudeau will do fuck all about it.
You crazy Canadians. What'd you guys do this weekend? We went to the mall and sanitized everything. You crazy shenanigans. Hey, buddy, we just wanted to wipe everything down, buddy.
That was literally their justification for it. And long story short, we went exactly to the very place that I wanted to go to in the first place. And, you know, it was Fury Road. It didn't matter that we were in the very, very front row of the theater. It was still an awesome time. That was back when, for some reason, my friends liked breaking their necks to watch a movie. But
hey.
Those buddies of mine convinced me to always like take the very, very back and like dead center, so I don't have to move in order to see anything.
You know what I hate about theaters now? I don't know if they do this where you guys are at. I don't like this thing that Regal does where you have to pick the seat. One of my favorite things about being in the movie is like just getting in there and going, you know what? I think I'm going to sit here. They make you pick it before you go in there.
Don't know. Yeah. I actually kind of like that though.
Really?
I hate it.
Well, because
I miss the old where you
here's my thing.
You got to get there. If it's a big movie, you got to get there an hour early if you want good seats, motherfucker. Right. You sit in line.
Yeah, hence why I enjoy it. I don't have to plan ahead. I mean, I still do plan ahead.
The Uberization of everything. It's making everyone fucking lazy.
It's the DoorDash, right? It's the DoorDash philosophy of, you know,
there's no seats available in the front and center, so I'm just not going to go until next showing. Yeah. Like that's like 90% of the fucking movie audience public right now.
I'm not fucking.
Yeah.
I wouldn't fucking
Well,
do that.
like Wes was saying with Regal, it's only happened to me twice. It wasn't a big problem, but like, yeah, I'll purposely pick seats like the 4th or 5th row back, and I'll take my kid. Next time, go sit down, and you got 4 or 5 people taking up all your seats, and you're like, dude, you're kind of in my seat. Oh no, this is my seat. Like, no, here's my phone, here's my app. You're actually sitting in my fucking seat. So get the fuck up front where you belong or something. But people, it's only happened twice. Wasn't a big thing, but you can kind of sense the attitude. It's like, dude, no, I picked these seats. Get the fuck out of my seats. Like it's.
Well, I might like to go, if it depends on the kind of person that's sitting next to me, like I might be sitting next to somebody who's either gross or loud, or they stink, or they're, an immigrant, and I don't want to be around them. So,
I had a Mission Impossible story to tell, but after Wes just said that. Actually, once Wes said that, what I'm about to say probably won't sound racist. So
love it.
There's that.
I think xenophobic was closer to what I just did, but yeah, go ahead.
Well,
let's
regardless, there were so many people sitting next to Josh and I that I just wanted to scream at or punch out. The weird thing was, for a Monday night at like 7:00 or 9:00, something like that, I don't even remember. Half my audience was Hindu, which I found strange. But I'm just sitting there going, okay, whatever. I mean, proof that any movie can entice any audience, but half of them were on their phones the entire time. One guy literally pulled out his phone and recorded the intro and opening credits, and I'm just sitting there going,
are you fucking serious?
Yeah. And I'm just sitting there going, what the fuck is this? And like that happened with one Bollywood movie that I saw around March or something like that. And Josh and I were talking. Josh heard from somebody else that apparently going to the movies is like a rock concert to some cultures in India. And I'm just sitting there going, oh, so they're the type that think that just because it's okay in one country means it is for the other. And we just have to. But there's this girl that I'm kind of into at work who actually is from India, and she fucking hates it. So it's not a unanimous thing.
Right. I'm glad my xenophobia and racism could soften the blow for your little anecdote though first, Tyler. Glad
you're
I could help you out with that.
Oh, I trust nobody else other than you, Wes.
Think again.
So yeah.
Here we go.
Oh, stop it. Stop it.
Who's that? Is that you?
Stop it.
That's awesome.
Stop it. Hey, Tyler, what did you think? Did you like the movie? Did you like Dead Reckoning?
Oh yeah, I had a great time. And
nice.
I just rewatched John Wick with my folks, and I'm kind of conflicted over which one I liked more, because on the one hand, John Wick 4 had some of my favorite fight scenes and characters from the franchise, but like it's also extremely repetitive of the previous 3. And like
agreed.
With Mission Impossible 7, the fact that it's repeating things that I'm already used to and are technically different from what we see with most action movies, including John Wick, oddly enough, I'm surprisingly okay with it. And it does a few different things. Like Are we able to talk spoilers on the?
Yeah, we already fucked it up.
I was heartbroken to see Elsa die. She was my favorite of the team.
I did like her. Yeah, I liked her a lot.
But at the same time, like it does raise the stakes. It does make you legitimately believe that anything can happen, especially with the train sequence. I mean, that might have been one of the most intense things I've seen all year in any theater.
Was badass. That was badass.
Yeah. It was unbelievable. And I haven't had an adrenaline rush in a theater like this probably since, I don't know, I want to say John Wick, but I've had adrenaline rushes from some stupid shit, admittedly, like Skinamarink and Knock at the Cabin. Those are just the type of horror and thriller movies that get to me personally. So that's a personal preference. But like with Wick, even though I was a little annoyed with the repetition the first time, like the nunchuck sequence, the Scott Adkins just breaking his fucking skull 2 doors down, like half the theater just could not stay silent when that happened. You could not hear a single thing because everyone just went fuck.
Yeah,
and rightfully so.
Was Scott Adkins the new bad guy?
Yeah,
Scott Adkins was the
cool white suit guy.
He was the penguin looking motherfucker, which Brad Jones compared him to the Colin Farrell Penguin, and I'm just sitting there going, yeah, kind of.
I was gonna say, Tyler, I was thinking about that myself doing my review for Mission Impossible, and it's like watching Friday Night Tights, Jeremy was saying the thing I think Mission Impossible versus John Wick is even the director, when he was talking on Joe Rogan, and he gave a shout out to the Critical Drinker, even the director Chad said it's like we're pushing the point of like how ridiculous is too ridiculous. It's still fun to watch, but even he understands the fact that look at John Wick 1 versus John Wick 4. They've gotten like, Keanu's at this point a superhero. And Mission Impossible, even though everybody knew the fucking infamous the fucking motorcycle jump was coming, like even Jeremy said, I went to a Soul Max IMAX theater, and fucking when Tom Cruise with like from the behind the scenes stuff, because we knew he actually did this shit, you got fuck 300 people. The second he goes up off that fucking cliff, you're just like,
yeah.
And the whole theater is just like, because you knew it was real, and you're like,
and for all the people I complained about, they all stayed silent during the car chase in Rome, and I mean, rightfully so. Like, I felt weird rooting for Ethan and Grace along with Palm Clementia at the same time, but I mean, Clementia, she was your mic fucking crazy, and I just I didn't know she had it. Well, she kind of had a role like this in the past. There was that Old Boy remake that she did with Spike Lee, and she was the henchwoman, but like they did nothing with her, and that was a real shame, especially when you see what she does in this, and you kind of wish that she had gotten a bigger break sooner. But I want to say like another Canadian action hero, but because her dad was a diplomat, she's not allowed to get Canadian citizenship, and that really pisses me off.
Wes has got a phone call. Let's talk shit about her while he's gone. No, just
Fine by me.
Yeah.
Oh, he put it in the private chat too.
No,
anyway, continue. Sorry, Tyler.
It definitely will be a discussion for later on. Like, what is like? There's, I'm sure they are for 2023.
Guys,
the two best acts.
This stream's been on for 2 hours and 42 minutes, and we're barely at 1999. So you know what I mean? Like, don't. Like, we'll get to it. We'll get to it.
Yeah. No, just before we move on, I'll just say Tyler, I can understand right now that it's going to be debatable by the end of the year, which is the more favorable action film, because they're both fantastic for different reasons.
Yeah, and I mean, if I'm being completely honest, my favorite of the year might still be Beau Was Afraid, just because there's nothing this year, let alone in the past few, that is
okay. Meg went to go get some new headphones, but yes, I just got her to watch it. So please, let's talk about Beau Is Afraid in a second. But I loved it as well.
I mean, you've mentioned in the group chat a couple times, anyways. That
I saw it and was like, dude, by the time that we see like Beau's like neighborhood, I wish I had seen it when it came out, and I could have gotten on some of those streams that you were on about it, because like, dude. It was one of my favorites of the year too, and like by the time we see like Beau's neighborhood, like the city, I was totally hooked. I was totally like on board with whatever the fuck this was. I don't know what it was, but by the time I saw like the city with the help me guy, help me, that guy, I was like, okay, I don't know what the fuck this is, but I want to keep watching it, and I did. And
see, when Beau's walking down the street, and there's that one guy just loading his AK-47, and nobody gives a shit. I'm just sitting there going, okay, this is Bart Simpson. This is Bart Simpson's. Yeah. Well, it's apparently it's Marjorie Taylor Greene's version in New York, but
I love all the exactly all the what's the word I'm looking for, like the choreography, just like all these actors doing all the specific stuff like in the background, these extras. It was amazing. And then like the visual comedy, like for instance when they all start like walking into the fucking into a Beau's apartment, all the homeless people, they find the phone book. Like, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. I don't want to spoiler too much of that movie, but
the window, him going through the fucking glass door, I could not believe that Joaquin had it in him just to do that. But also,
dude, visual comedy is so hard to do, and you don't see very much of it nowadays.
And I didn't think Ari Aster had it in him, because Midsommar, the comedy was just so fucking lame.
Well, here's the thing. I think Ari Aster didn't make a comedy. I think he literally tried to make like a poignant film, but he's so fucked up in the head that only people like me and you, who are also fucked up, will like find this movie funny.
I don't know. Josh is a little fucked in the head, and he had a really hard time with this one. And I don't know if I've said this, but we were in an IMAX theater to see Bo, and he and I were the only ones.
Here's the thing.
3 hours, and it was beautiful.
I could see why someone would have a problem with this movie. Now, I'm not trying to like say anything about Josh. I don't really know him, but I'm gonna say like this movie is basically a portrait of what like some of these insane people think like the world they live in is like. You know, like how afraid he is of the outside world. And how
I have thoughts of those myself sometimes.
And how these like rich and these rich, successful people that live out in the suburbs, out in the country, they are like insane. And how the people that live out in the woods, off the land, off the grid, they are also all insane. Like the movie was written by an insane person.
That bit where dude like pulls a Glock out from the speaker and he's wearing a fucking ladybug suit, running through the woods with a Glock. That was just.
Oh my God, dude, Wes is on the phone with his GF from prison. So we all got a drink. Okay. All right. That's why he's taking his time. And now, so Megan is taking a cigarette break and getting better headphones.
I just heard she's getting better so
headphones.
Okay.
Sorry. Am I glitching out that bad?
Okay, it's too late to pretend to be Wes, Chris.
Am I glitching out that bad? Seriously?
Nope.
No,
Okay.
I did hear. Yeah.
Okay. So I mean, I want to talk some more about Eyes Wide Shut though before we move on because Wes is gone. But I love that movie. So first of all, it's as you could talk about it more than The Shining, and yet people talk about The Shining ad nauseum. You can look up YouTube videos about The Shining. There's so many of them. That's how I found collaborative learning. One of my favorite, YouTuber movie analysts. I share videos with you guys all the time about him. But Eyes Wide Shut, I feel like is even a more immersive, crazier movie. I feel like that's him confessing that he faked the moon landing.
Okay, I'm gonna pretend that I didn't hear that.
No, seriously.
I'll be completely honest. I don't get The Shining, and it's a good thing Wes isn't here to hear me say this. I prefer Dr. Sleep. That actually scared me quite a bit.
So Dr. Sleep was like the X-Men. It's like an X-Men movie, but in the Shining universe,
it was a better X-Men movie.
I agree. We're recruiting mutants, who can see spirits and telepathic powers,
And that also had Rebecca Ferguson being an ultimate badass.
She's that's why we were talking about earlier before you got here. We were talking about Mission Impossible 7, and they were like, well, a very important character. I was saying the next one, everyone needs to die, basically. All the main characters need to die, or at least Tom Cruise. It needs to be finale.
You know what? I have a feeling this might be it for Ving Rhames, judging by how little he was in part one.
Probably going to die in the next one. Well, I was able to deduce very quickly that someone important died in this last one. I was like, it was Rebecca Ferguson. It's like, well, yeah. I was like, yeah, because she's actually going off to do other shit, She's doing great. And that was the other thing. I was trying to remember where I recognized her from in other movies. And it's like, oh, she's that foxy villain bitch from Dr. Sleep. God, she was hot.
She certainly was. And
she's like all evil and shit. Vampire.
And that's the thing. Like, I'm looking forward to Dune Part 2 this year. And I can only imagine just how much more manipulative she can get. Because she was kind of my favorite character in the first one because she was playing both sides, but as opposed to most characters who play both sides, she really didn't like doing so. And she felt like it was more of a method of survival as opposed to gaining more power out of it. And also, like, even though she was playing both sides, her kid was still at the end of the day sort of her top priority. Not that he cared, considering bitch did lie to him about a lot of things.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing about, like, Eyes Wide Shut, talk about The Shining, Eyes Wide Shut, Stanley Kubrick, dude, the guy is methodical. Like, that is understatement. And we were talking about Saving Private Ryan earlier because of Taps. Apparently, I'd never seen Taps, and Wes revealed to us that, like, Taps, he pulls the Full Metal Jacket thing, Vincent D'Onofrio in the movie.
Yeah, I don't know why I took off my headphones for that, but I heard just about everything you guys said.
I didn't know about that. So now I really want to watch Taps. But again, it's like more cyclical. We're talking about Stanley Kubrick now because of Full Metal Jacket and Eyes Wide Shut. But like Eyes Wide Shut was one of those movies where like you said, like people got lured into that movie and they had no idea that like it was like Stanley Kubrick trying to like tell the public about things that they shouldn't know about. And that's why he was killed. That movie is literally telling people about Pizzagate, all that cool, crazy shit, and also that he was paid to fake the moon landing footage. There's so many crazy things about the moon landing, because we talk about the moon landing in The Shining. Danny wears a little Apollo sweater, and there's a couple little things, but with the fucking Eyes Wide Shut, dude, it's out of this world.
I was gonna say that you have a scene where Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman are bare ass naked. They're just talking, and it's still just as interesting to watch as the two of them fucking, because what they're talking about actually
is
kind of sort of matters. Because I mean,
well, yeah, you're talking about when you're talking about when she confessed that she has an affair, right?
She confesses that she considered it, and just the fact that she would bring it up would go to show that she would assume that her husband would instantly forgive her on the fact that technically nothing went wrong. But of course, the fact that was even a risk and that he had any potential of losing her can fucking scare the hell out of anybody who's in a relationship. Or if you're like me, who wants to get into a relationship and realizes this is the shit I'm going to have to put up with once I get there. Or maybe that's just me. I don't know.
Well, one of the things that's crazy is, like, first of all, the whole thing about the movie Eyes Wide Shut is about, like I said, the plot was very secretive. All you knew was it was like an erotic kind of movie with Stanley Kubrick involved about Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman starring, playing fictional characters. And it's like, yeah, I want to see that. And then you end up watching this movie about, like, elitist, like, sex cults and all that crazy shit. It just dives into, like, this weird stuff that I don't think people were prepared for. And the movie was kind of panned. People kind of thought the movie was a little weird, but
they didn't read their own reviews where they used to hate his stuff, and then all of a sudden they just got it. I'm glad I missed that era.
I mean, here's the thing. When I first watched Eyes Wide Shut, I liked it because of all the titties. And then I watched it like 20 years later when I was an adult, and I was like, this movie's fucking evil. Like, this movie's crazy, dude.
Doug Walker put it on his best of list, and he described it as like watching a dream. And that does kind of make sense with how eerie the piano music is, and just how there's a lot of dark shadows and muted colors that, like, nobody would intentionally imagine.
There is a Christmas tree in every scene of that movie.
I have heard that analysis a couple times.
It's a Christmas movie, FYI. I don't know.
I back during the pandemic, I was considering reviewing this, and I can't remember why I didn't. For some reason, I went with the Bob Clark Black Christmas instead.
Dude, sometimes the Christmas tree will be a little construction paper cutout on a fridge. Sometimes the Christmas tree will be a little pendant on someone's shirt. But in every scene, there is a Christmas tree in Eyes Wide Shut. One of the most satanic fucking movies not involving directly the devil, like very weird.
Should I be concerned about how many satanic shit that you've mentioned?
No.
He's on a satanic kick tonight, big time.
Yeah. I mean, Hollywood is a den of vipers, and Tom Cruise, I don't know if he's one of these people.
He probably is, but like not with the Hollywood crowd.
Yeah, he's a different breed of crazy with the Scientology stuff.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, the fact that I brought this up before, but the fact that Hyde had his girlfriend sign contracts when they started dating him.
Jeez.
All right, so I had Midjourney write up a story. It's called the Maverick's Journey, the Tom Cruise story. It's a biographical drama, and it's follows the meteoric rise of the ordinary young man who defied all odds, transforming himself into an iconic Hollywood legend. Maverick's Journey is an epic tale of ambition, resilience, and passion as Tom Cruise embarks on a thrilling roller coaster ride through the heights and lows of fame, revealing the man behind the legend. Now, here's the synopsis. We got the moonlit streets of 1980s Los Angeles. Thomas Cruise Mapother the Fourth, a struggling young actor, dreams of conquering Hollywood's silver screen. Armed with charisma and boundless determination, he secures his first break in Risky Business, a risky role that catapults him into the limelight. But as fame beckons, dark shadows loom, challenging his unyielding spirit. Undeterred, Tom embraces the challenges and amazes audiences with adrenaline-pumping aerial stunts in Top Gun, etching himself as a charismatic and daring maverick. The world is enraptured by the daring aviator who symbolizes a generation's unshakable spirit. But as Tom reaches the pinnacle of success, his personal life becomes a tumultuous battlefield. His intense relationships with leading ladies and failed marriages challenge his truest desires. In the face of heartbreak, Tom discovers solace and inspiration in Scientology, sparkling a lifelong bond that fuels his tenacity. Just when he thinks he's seen it all, he takes on impossible missions as Ethan Hunt in Mission Impossible, defying gravity and redefining the action genre. The lines between fiction and reality blur as Tom performs jaw-dropping stunts, leaving audiences gasping for breath. Yet, his meteoric rise to superstardom comes with his own share of controversies, and the public scrutiny intensifies. Tom must navigate treacherous tabloid waters, fighting rumors and gossip with unwavering resolve. Amidst the storm, Tom's unwavering commitment to his craft earns his accolades and respect in Hollywood. He proves that being a megastar isn't just about fame, but about bringing stories to life that inspire generations. Maverick's journey unveils the vulnerability of a man who never stops chasing perfection, enduring through heartbreaks and career obstacles. With every triumph and setback, Tom Cruise's story becomes a testament to the indomitable human spirit, proving that even mavericks need love, understanding, and the courage to face their own fears.
Jeez.
Yes,
Tagline.
Leslie does.
From the boy next door to the world's biggest star, Tom Cruise's life is the ultimate blockbuster, where real life action takes center stage.
Did you know that Risky Business was like his 5th movie though?
Yeah, exactly. Like that was his first starring role, though. We talked about that. It was like he had like literally, it's like his first 4 movies. Those are not starring roles, and then Tropic Thunder and Magnolia. So it's
he had 4 movies in 1983.
Right. We
That's
talked about that.
crazy.
So he had 47 movies, and he starred in 41 of them. That's unbelievable.
I just gotta say, I love that Risky Business has become such a cliche to rip off that one scene of his. Like
Yeah.
I've seen more clips of other shows doing the old time rock and roll thing than the actual movie itself. Like I've seen, let's see, I think The Simpsons did it. I know Scrubs had a really good one.
It's been in commercials, man.
The fucking Nanny did that. Even there was a Disney Channel.
Oh, the Nanny.
Yeah, Niall.
I had such a guilty crush on her, Fran Dresser.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
now that there's a strike, you can see more of her just about everywhere.
Dude,
So
the
there's that.
Beautician and the Beast, she was hot. I'm sorry, she was hot in that
She
movie.
was hot. She was hot in Cadillac, man. She had a
Oh
little
yeah,
part
oh
in Cadillac.
yeah.
Would she have bagged John Travolta in Saturday Night Fever? Because
Well, you hear her voice. If you've ever heard her voice in real life, if she talks like that all the time, she's a knockout.
Have you guys ever seen The Family Guy where the chick that plays Joe's wife talks normal?
Yeah.
What is her name in real life?
Jennifer
Jennifer
Tilly.
Tilly.
Jennifer Tilly, and because they crank calling the husbands,
Yeah.
and she does a normal voice, and Lois is like, "Is that what your voice sounds like?"
Jesus.
funny,
Jennifer Tilly is
Yeah.
one of those other timeless babes.
Yeah, man. Her and Liar, holy shit.
Oh my God, yeah.
Yeah,
Her and Liar and Bride of
Bound.
Chucky. That's like peak Bound. Yeah.
Bound.
I would argue Bound is literally peak Jennifer Tilly, Jennifer
Oh,
Gershon, and
yeah.
peak Wachowski brothers. I would say
Yeah.
Bound is better than the Matrix movie.
Oh,
now that I
Bound is
think
their
about-
Bound is their best movie without question.
because the thing is, like the
Matrix
the
has
first
just
Matrix,
entered the chat.
the first Matrix movie is amazing. It's so prophetical. It has so much metaphorical meaning. It is amazing. It's like the Godfather for our generation. But Bound is just a simple standalone movie with a low budget, and it fucking gets the job so done. Whereas Matrix fucked up so bad with the sequels, you know, and also the sex changes.
For sure.
But,
Yeah, that didn't help.
That didn't help.
Well,
but the first Matrix movie is amazing. I'm not gonna.
When Bound came out on DVD, I knew so many chicks that worked at the bar that I worked at back then who were just like, chicks that were just like
guys too.
Well, let me finish. I knew so many chicks that were just like, oh yeah, I'm totally into chicks now. Like I'm totally gay for this. Both of those chicks are so fucking hot. They're like, that sex scene is so fucking hot.
No, I totally knew
shit.
lots of guys that were like, I'm totally into chicks now after seeing that movie. Exactly.
I was gonna say I would argue that the sex changes gave them some insight on how to make that look sexy, but no.
Gina Gershon is just fucking another timeless.
Yeah, and we were talking about her earlier with Cocktail because she shows up
so hot in that.
She fucks both of them.
Yeah. You know, there was this Dennis Leary show my dad and I would watch every night that I come home from work, and there was one episode where it was like a cop parody of Homicide: Life on the Street and Law and Order. And Leary and his buddies were fighting over moonlighting on who was bodyguarding Gina Gershon. Yeah, he really does.
Sorry.
And of course they brought up Bound, but what was funny was that Gershon was being stalked by some butch lesbian from Orange is the New Black before she was famous. And of course, like the whole bit was that Leary had to protect her from all the lesbian fans of Bound and stuff like that. And
this was in the show, or this was really happening?
No. It was in the show.
Okay.
It was a sitcom called The Job, and it only
I remember it.
It only got 2 seasons, but it was fucking funny. And
yeah, he had it right before Rescue Me. That was the show he had right before Rescue Me.
And so many people that he would like bring on to Rescue Me, or they would just go on to have bigger careers. Like Keith David was the angry police captain, and just say that out loud. Keith David as an angry police captain. It's as funny as
I don't believe it for a second.
Well,
has Tommy ever played a cop in a movie?
Yeah, he was Minority Report, pre-crime. Also,
right.
Good point.
But a present day police officer, I don't think so. But we will get to that eventually.
I think as he's getting older, like you know what he did for Top Gun Maverick, where he played like the aged, like he's the older officer teaching the young kids. I think he'd do good to do like a 1940s or 1960s film noir private detective. I think that I think he could pull that off.
Especially in his twilight years, who knows what he could do later, when like what Harrison Ford's doing right now is shameful and sad. Tom Cruise in those same years of his life, he could be doing like good stuff, like Clint Eastwood.
Well, yeah,
Look at what Clint Eastwood did with his senior
He's
years.
90. He's 90 and still banging out films.
I mean, he would be, but the strike shut down his most recent movie, and
he's gonna die before it comes out.
He does 1 or 2 takes per scene, so it'll be out by the end of the month.
Clint Eastwood's so good because he gets out movies on time and under budget. And people love him.
True. Yeah, it's weird. Like for Richard.
Yo,
Ethan Hunt, what's up, man?
That is really cool.
Oh my God.
I had to jump in and talk about Tom Cruise, one of my favorites to talk about.
Oh my God. Hello, Meg. How are you doing?
Hello.
You
Does that
sound great.
better?
Oh, you sound amazing.
Yay, I'm so glad.
Voice like butter.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. What are you talking about?
Smooth.
I didn't want a laptop, but that's now, and it's the
Well,
pair of
you
headphones that
and
you've
Matt,
always liked better.
Oh my God, you sound amazing, but I'm going to turn you down a little bit. Or you could turn yourself down if possible. I'll turn you down.
Okay.
But yeah, you and Matt just showed up. How are you doing? Hi, Matt.
Good, man. Doing well. Sorry I missed you in Colorado.
It's okay. One of our shows got canceled, and then we were playing at at a hippie den fest of sin that was run by a rapist, literally. And like we had friends who were like, dude, we want to come to your show, but like the bar is run by that guy who's like a sex offender. And we
If
were
I
like,
had it, I had $1.
yeah.
And that's the same guy that runs like Sancho's, I think.
He ran so many bars and they've all burned down to the ground, and then he opens a new bar and it's just full of Grateful Dead memorabilia. But here's what's so fucked up. So the guy, he basically runs a bar and was accused of like raping some woman in a basement, and then the charges were acquitted because it was like proved to be consensual. Whatever. Everyone's like boycotting him. I don't know anything about this. I don't live in Colorado. Here's the thing.
Yeah, you don't give a shit.
The bar is called So Many Roads, which is like a Grateful Dead song.
Right.
Which is funny because like there's a performance of Jerry Garcia playing this song, and he sounds like he's about to die. And it was like one of his last performances.
Oh shit.
But we were calling the venue So Many Loads, right? Because of the controversy around the bar. And here's where it gets fucked up. We go to the bar, and the two big speakers at the very top of the main stage facing the audience, they have like a graffiti spray paint on them. And I swear to God, on both speakers, it's a big Steely head from Grateful Dead with little sperm, like trying to impregnate it like it's an egg. And it's like, dude, so many loads, so many loads. Holy shit. Anyway, we're talking about, we had just got done talking about Eyes Wide Shut, and we were kind of moving on to Magnolia, but we've already talked about it a bit. What are your thoughts on Magnolia, Matt?
Magnolia, man, you know what? I don't even think I've seen that one.
Oh, it's a good one. We were talking about how Tom Cruise took a pay of $100,000.
Is that where he has the long hair?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's a sex. He runs a
he's Andrew Tate.
Yeah. He's Andrew Tate, but for VCRs and for toll 1-800 numbers, you know, how to help you pick up chicks in the 90s. He's a master like pickup artist. He's going to show you how to tame and seduce, like seduce your prey and get chicks.
I have seen that one scene where he's on stage.
Yeah, seduce. Yeah, yeah. Respect the cock, tame the cunt.
Right.
I started the show off with a little parody of that, but anyway, it's a good movie, but it was great because Tom Cruise doesn't have a leading role, so we'll move on. We did talk about all the Mission Impossible movies. What is your favorite Mission Impossible movie, Matt?
Oh man, I mean, in recent memory, probably I really like the Ghost Protocol.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That was pretty sick.
I always thought Paula Patton, the black chick in that one, I thought she was going to be a bigger star than she has ever been, and she just never seemed to really take off.
She probably didn't play ball politically. It's probably what happened.
Probably not.
I think she's still in therapy from Robin Thicke divorcing her, but
oh.
Hey, you know, we keep glossing over it. Maybe you guys said it while I was on the phone or hadn't joined yet. Another kind of going against his usual type is when he did that Stacey Jax character in Rock of Ages.
I'll be totally honest. I actually do like Rock of Ages.
I love Rock of Ages. I fucking love that movie.
We did gloss over it briefly, how I never saw it, but I did see his scenes from the movie, and he obviously like steals the show.
Oh yeah.
But I just don't like these musicals where they like recycle like pre-existing music and call it a musical.
Well, here's the thing. First, I mean, it definitely helps that it's like a 70s classic rock musical, so you know for a fact you're gonna like a good chunk of the numbers. And I will say nobody butchers it. It's kind
That's
of
why I don't like it though. It's like cheating though, you know.
I don't know. Like I just like
I really enjoy that movie. I like it a lot.
I will check it out. I'll check it out.
I just like the idea of a movie that has your favorite songs and they use them to drive forward the plot. It's not like Mamma Mia or Moulin Rouge where they just pull a song out of their ass and say, this is the story, deal with it. But
every song they do leads into or is coming from the scene in which they're doing it.
See, you're describing the fucking Beatles musical movie. What was that called?
Hard Day's Night?
No, Across the Universe.
Across the Universe. Oh. Yeah. And that's another one I also don't like, but at least what you're describing is, you know, the songs actually have some kind of meaning extrapolated from them lyrically. Whereas like in Moulin Rouge, I do agree. It's just random fucking bullshit songs.
Now, don't get me wrong. The rom-com plot of this movie is so fucking stupid and repetitive. I mean, the couple literally breaks up midway through because of one of those circumstances where they think they see something, and then it turns out that's not what actually happened. The context is missing, but they walk away because they think they know it all. And I'm just sitting there going, this is a 2-hour musical because of some stupid misunderstanding. Like, this isn't Wedding Singer where it's funny enough that you don't care.
Yeah. But as far as like how
I think
much
the song at the end of Wedding Singer was like the most romantic song ever.
Oh yeah, I'll even let you hold the remote control. I don't let Megan hold the remote control.
I don't.
You
I
really
don't.
don't. You don't
Why
even
would
let
you-
me get to choose what songs I listen to. He'll come into the room
This
and
is not
put on a
surprise.
fucking soundtrack that I don't even get to choose. He comes and chooses what I watch in a different room.
Yeah, I just
I
put
mean,
on what's
that's
on
not-
TVs.
Yeah, that's not really a big surprise. But to be fair, why would you let a woman hold a remote control? It's not a delicious
Exactly.
Thanksgiving
Fair
dinner.
enough.
Like
Yeah.
there's like
Ew.
you know, that's not something that women know how to do. That's they shouldn't even know where it is.
I would love to laugh, but you have no idea how
Shut up.
incapable I am when he's not around.
And besides, a woman is not gonna even let's be honest. A woman's not gonna watch whatever it is that you put on anyway. She's gonna be on her phone the whole fucking
She falls
time.
asleep. Anytime I put on
True.
something
Boy.
good, she falls asleep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like what the fuck? She puts on garbage trash TV. She's awake for 9 hours.
Oh
watching
yeah.
it.
Then they found the killer had dismembered her and left her in the side garment bag. Oh my
Yeah.
god, this is fascinating. This
Dude,
is so good. We are now in hour 4 of our documentary on the
I feel so
Hillside
seen right now.
Strangler. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Okay,
And-
now
But I'm self-aware that I'm a cliche, though. That's what's important.
Yeah.
Well, that's
exactly.
good. That's
We all are cliches, right?
I mean, I don't feel like you're very self-aware, Enzo, but I mean that's
No,
cool.
no,
I
I
mean,
am. I'm just letting you know right now. I am self-aware. I'm a fucking 37-year-old man living in my mother's basement, fucking
I'm-
YouTuber, making fun of movies,
So
fucking
am I.
white cis hetero male complaining about the Last Jedi for fucking 6 years. I understand. I understand.
I'm
dude, I get it.
currently writing a short story, Enzo, about both of our grandmothers going on a fucking trip together, like spouting racist shit at each other. The Irish and the Italian just like
Yeah,
bitching
dude.
at
This
each
is
other.
perfect.
She
going on a
hates,
cross-country-
my Italian grandmother, like she had no problem with blacks or Mexicans, but gypsies, she was like
Wow.
afraid of gypsies till she
Yeah.
died. You know, she thought
Yeah.
gypsies were a thing all
Don't
the way
put your
until
gypsy hex on me.
you better not have no gypsy gangs like fucking pickpocketers.
Two women in their twilight years going to see their grandsons.
Well,
on
they
a
did that with
cross-country trip.
Always Sunny, right? They'd
Yeah.
put like
Yes.
Oh my god.
Yeah, just like make Mac and Charlie's grandma. It's Charlie and Mac's grandma. They're basically make them Italian and heavily Irish.
Yeah.
There you go. It's the same thing. As far as Tom Cruise, though, I was just kidding.
Speaking of Irish, far and away, I thought he did a pretty good Irish accent.
Yeah, absolutely. Tom Cruise is a good actor, and I've said that 2 or 3 times in the stream. I'll say it probably 5, 6, 7 more times. But yes,
I mean, it's a silly concept for a movie, and it was definitely a vanity piece that him and Nicole did together after they got married. But it has a soft spot in my heart, and I do enjoy it.
Was that one where
Titanic was like
punches
far and away
he
perfected.
punches the
you know?
horse in the face, right?
Yes,
He's like, "Hey,
yes,
motherfucker."
yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a good one.
Yeah.
It's a fun little, and that's the thing I was saying is like, you know, you can ask 10 different people their favorite 3 Tom Cruise movies, and you'll get 10 different answers. You know.
Well, the fact that at 3 of my top 20 are Tom Cruise movies is pretty
what
astounding.
the fuck? Which are they? Seriously.
Collateral, A Few Good Men, and The Last Samurai are in my top
Okay.
20, and they never leave my top 20.
I can't fault him with that.
Well,
good.
I never saw Vanilla Sky. I did see it, but I didn't like it. I saw it once when it
No,
came
it
out.
sucks. It
Yeah.
sucks.
It's
Doesn't
just
it
like
have Cameron Diaz?
Yeah.
Penelope Cruz,
Cruz, yeah.
Tom
The-
Cruise,
the
not
one-
relation, no
The
relation.
one about that one, like I felt like the first time I saw it, I was like, what the fuck? Like I didn't think it was that good, but it's pretty dense. I mean, like when you see it a couple more times,
maybe I will revisit that one as
it's an
a.
interesting.
I feel like I might enjoy that more than most because I'm just looking for trippy shit that doesn't really make that much sense to begin with. It's fun to put it together.
Then.
It's fun to put it together like a puzzle, and I don't know. Ebert seemed to really like it. I think he put that on his top 10 of that year, and I'm just sitting there going, okay, sure, why not?
That was when the jaw cancer was like really hitting him hard.
Yeah. I think I think that movie suffered from too many Matrix, the 13th floor, shit like that. The
visual
living in
effects.
The virtual living in the
visual
virtual world.
rip-offs. A lot of visual rip-offs.
Yeah.
I love Hedberg's joke where he's like, these old buildings always try to eliminate the 13th floor, but those of you on the 14th floor, we know what floor you're really on.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, the funny thing is, Vanilla Sky is actually a remake of some Spanish movie, so I'm not really sure.
Also with Penelope Cruz.
That part I wasn't sure about, but
yep,
that makes a hell of a lot more sense now.
Yep, it's called Open Your Eyes.
Yeah. It was one of those few movies where it's like, yeah, we're going to remake a movie that's like not old. That was like a novel thing at the time. Now it happens all the time where we're like, this movie came out last year in another country. We're
talking to you, Disney.
I like any movie where they can shut down Times Square and make it look like no one's there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta admit, just that shot alone is memorable.
For sure.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it has a lot of memorable moments. Like earlier, you guys didn't see I think only Chris saw the cool intro. We had like a hair-raising intro video that was pretty great.
Yeah.
But there's clips of Vanilla Sky when he jumps off the fucking building, and all this great stuff about how Tom Cruise is a superstar. But as far as like Vanilla Sky, the CGI skylines. It's one of those things that makes sense in hindsight because it's all a dream or whatever. And it's like, yeah, but it looks so like Bryce 3D, like early computer animation stuff, looks weird.
So like the shit we have now.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of those old I Spy books. There was a specific one called I Spy Fantasy. I Spy Fantasy. That is what Vanilla Sky looks like. If you ever like peruse through that book, it's like, clouds and pink skies and blues and just like almost like it looks silly. It looks ridiculous.
Thanks for reminding me, Enzo. I actually had to sit for a stop motion version of I Spy once or twice as a kid. For some reason, that was a TV show, and
really?
For the life of me, I can't even remember what happened. But like they tried to work in the puzzles as like episode by episode, and I think it was one of those 2 episodes bunched into one type of cartoons because those used to exist. Those were the norm when I was growing up.
Nah, dude, I love those books because the thing about them was, not only they were like a Where's Waldo book, but better because like it wasn't, you weren't just looking for Waldo, you were looking for a dozen different things. And then when you finally finished the book, there was like a bunch of hidden bonus pictures, like, oh, by the way, every fucking picture has like 5 skulls. Find every 5 skull on it. It's like, what the fuck? You have to go back and like redo the whole book. It's like, oh, dude. But amazing thing about them was like, it's just there were photography. Really great. Let's see here. Let's pull this up. Like you got really great, like these are like if you were a photography student, like dude, these I Spy books were like revolutionary, dude. Like you're setting up this like a sandcastle. It's probably fake, but like, all this crap is just so amazing. These little miniatures. I don't know, dude. This is not.
Yeah, that was back when cartoons were able to be stop motion because not that studios had money or anything, but they certainly had time.
Yeah, but this is kind of what I was talking about with I Spy Fantasy. This is exactly what I was saying. Vanilla Sky kind of reminds me of this.
Oh wow, are we circling? Are we circling back to the topic? Holy shit!
Yeah. Oh, I brought it up. Yeah.
Good job.
But it's just like very, very Vanilla Sky. Dude, Jesus Christ. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm having like a huge flashback right here.
Jesus.
Open. God damn it. Open a new tab. God damn it. Ah, it's all tiny. Ah, shit.
I've heard that before.
Oh, wait. No. Yeah. You have? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, it's on Facebook. Okay, wait. Hang on. Open. Full size. I want the full size image. Okay. Here we go. I'm going to do it. I swear, guys. I swear. Just wait. Wait a second.
I've heard that before.
All right. Here we go. Here it is. I remember this page specifically. I Spy Fantasy, Vanilla Sky. Yeah, I Spy, like, what? I wish I knew the riddle at the bottom. But, like, yeah, I Spy 7 little angels and 7 doves and 16 stars. You got to count them all out. It's like, dude, this is hard. It's all monotone.
Yeah,
You know?
my eyes are fixated on the bunny rabbit cloud and like the top hat and
Right.
That looks like
I spy a goldfish,
bottom right.
and you're like, "Where's the goldfish? It's right fucking here. It's
And-
the cloud."
And
And
try
these are
doing
all
this-
made out of cotton. This is a photograph, you know.
And try doing this shit drunk too.
See, nowadays you just make the shit in AI, make it in digitally. Anyway.
I
Moving
have bad
on.
news.
What?
I lost the bidding war,
Oh.
and I did not get 10 1914 Rudyard Kipling
Damn.
books.
Bastards.
Well,
Bad.
did
And
you
they got
find?
it for 10. They got it for $12 because I forgot to go check on it, and then the thing was over.
Bastards.
I could have spent
Wow.
$15 and got 10 100-year-old Rudyard
Fascist.
Kipling books.
That sucks, dude.
You know,
Like,
Enzo, the fact
It's
that
my fault because I distracted you with the stream.
You owe me money.
Okay,
There we go.
I owe you $700,000 for take
Yes. Yes.
your
Put it on my tab.
book.
Put it on my tab.
Put it
Enzo
on my
says.
tab.
Put it on my tab. You
Sorry,
know,
what were you saying, Tyler? Tyler was gonna say something.
go ahead, Tyler. Go ahead, Tyler. Go
I
ahead.
was gonna say, the very top of that corner reminded me that Lions for Lambs existed, and the most I've seen from that movie are actually the scenes with Tom Cruise. And for those who don't know, it's one of those movies where like 3 things are happening all at once, and it's kind of a post 9/11 allegory that I think Robert Redford made because he's in it with Andrew Garfield and Michael Pena before they were big names. They were part of the ensemble. But one of the core stories is that Meryl Streep is this Democratic journalist who has like this rare once in a lifetime interview with Tom Cruise, a young Republican senator. There are no cameras. It's just her and her notepad. And they have this extreme battle of wits where Tom Cruise really negotiates the way most politicians really should, where they actually stand their ground and take some nice shots at the other side without coming across as a complete and utter moron or a man-child. Like, it's actually a movie that most politicians should watch, even though it's kind of okay at best. And he and Streep are the best part of the movie just because, like, Tom Cruise and Meryl Streep are in a battle of wits with each other, and it's
Which
actually
one was that?
Lions for Lambs. It's the very top one.
I never saw it, so I'm glad at least one of us
Never
could
heard of
talk about it.
Again, it's not the greatest one in the world, and because it's Robert Redford, it kind of leans more towards his side than the opposing, but he does give the opposing side a bit of a fair shot with Cruise's character, because it at least shows that he can acknowledge that his enemies are smart and to an extent know what they're talking about.
Well, I'm glad at least one of us saw that movie because we are going to get to that later, and we will, but as far as like, what do you think about, like, I mean, Robert Redford, he's just.
Did Robert Redford direct or produce Sneakers, or did he just star in it?
That's a good
I don't
question.
know.
Let me see.
That is one of my favorite. I know it's off topic, and I'm sorry, but that's one of my
It's okay,
favorite.
no.
That's one of my favorite
Um,
Robert Redford films ever.
I think he was just an actor in that because I don't see him producing or anything.
It always felt like he had his hands in that. Maybe it's just because of the type of story it is, where he's kind of, because that's kind of like a Mission Impossible group, except they work for money. You know what I mean? Like they have like the whole different cast of characters, and they do these kind of impossible missions, but they do it for like people who pay him. And like Robert Redford was a '60s activist that is on the run from the law, and all that kind of stuff. But
Oh, and he plays one too.
Well,
Yeah,
I might check out this Lions for Lambs movie because it seems
This
I
snuck
like
that-
Again,
it
it's
snuck right under my radar.
It's really uneven. You might like Wes might like the Michael Pena stuff because it's about a Pena's a soldier before and after being sent to war, or at least I think that's the circumstance.
Uh-huh.
And like Andrew Garfield is this one college student who kind of has an interesting mentorship with Redford's character, because Redford plays a professor who's kind of the tough love one, where he's like, once you're out into the world, I can't teach you what to do. You got to figure this out for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad Enzo's going to Minority Report on this one, because that might have been like one of his first movies I saw from beginning to end.
Dude, his for me, the sci-fi and the action. I mean, he's
just play automatically.
He's incredible.
I really hate how
I just wanna circle back.
IMDb insists that this video play. Stop.
People magazine says dazzling, 4 stars, a riveting journey.
Why
Crimson
are you doing
Spielberg
this?
strike gold.
Jesus Christ. IMDb. I am not
No
a
more.
fan.
Enzo,
The new
no
website
more
design.
IMDb. No more IMDb. Jesus, go to Wikipedia, man.
Yeah,
Damn.
yes.
I'm doing that right now. I mean, you guys.
Well,
are
I
giving
just
me-
click the link to the next video, and then a video autoplays. That is annoying. Stop that.
I love that you guys
Enzo.
are. I love that you guys are giving me valid reasons to take my headphones off, not just because you guys are dicks.
You know, it could
No,
be just
no,
me,
no,
but whenever
no,
I talk
no.
about Tom Cruise and the ether, I feel like out of all the films he has done, it seems like Minority Report, it seems like the most talked about film he's done. I don't know why.
It
just seems
is
like
probably
whenever-
one of my
I don't
top 3 to
understand
top
that.
5.
I don't
I like
understand
it.
that, because that's not even my favorite. Not only is it one of my lower Tom Cruise
Yeah.
movies, it's not even one of my favorite of his sci-fi genre
Maybe it's our
movies.
subconscious fear of Big Brother and technical overlords. And
See,
doing
I
the
like it.
things
I like it
didn't
because
do.
of all the. I like it because of all the tech predictions that it is going to nail. Like, you know how Demolition Man retroactively
my
is like
God.
so accurate. Like Minority
Yeah.
Report, like a lot of the stuff, especially with like the non-lethal weapons.
Yeah.
Like all the police have nothing but non-lethal.
The sonic shotgun is one of the coolest weapons
It is.
ever.
It
I
is.
mean,
You
my
know,
God, like him just.
I like
swinging
the
that thing.
stick where you fucking pulls out a fucking taser like a cattle prod and it hits you and you vomit automatically.
That's a real thing. They really have that. Actually.
Hell yeah, exactly.
So,
But
all I can ever remember from that fucking movie is when he's getting his because they have the retinal scanner thing, so he has to defeat that. So he goes to like the underground guy to help
That's
him do
awesome.
that, and he's
Yeah.
blind, and he goes to eat something out of the fridge.
Yeah.
And eats something really gross and throws up.
Yeah.
I always
Disgusting
remember
sandwich.
that scene. Yeah,
You know,
I
it's
always
some
remember
moldy
that
old
scene.
sandwich.
Wait, hold on. Scroll back up. I could have swore I saw Frank Grillo's name somewhere.
Frank Waller, maybe, or Kurt
No,
Waller?
Frank Grillo. No. Scroll back down a couple bits. Yeah, Frank. Oh my God, Frank
Frank
Grillo
Grillo's
was
in
in
it, yeah.
this. Wow.
Cool.
Oh,
Okay.
Damn.
he was a pre-crime
Yeah.
cop.
He's flying around on one of those anti-gravity motorcycle things,
Yeah.
probably.
Yeah,
I like the precogs, like how they were in like that goo. you
Yeah.
know, and
Some kind of
that
milk.
was shot really cool. I don't know. Like
See,
I thought that
that's-
was a really.
I do
interesting
like I like how Colin Farrell. This was back in the early 2000s when they were
Yeah.
really trying hard to make Colin Farrell a thing, and Colin Farrell did the the whole schooling the other cops that the pre-crime cops. He's like, "What'd you do before this?" "Oh, I was in Treasury Department." "Yeah, okay, so this is a fake crime scene right here. Like this
Yeah.
isn't even, you know what I mean? Like
An
he was
orgy of evidence, we
an
call it.
orgy of evidence. We call it. Yeah,
You know
like
how many
this-
orgies of evidence I had as a murder detective? 0.
yeah, exactly. So I did like that. But I don't know, man. He has a lot. I'm looking through his filmography.
Yeah.
He's got a ton of fucking sci-fi type movies, and
Tom Cruise?
Yeah, and that's not even in the top of that.
Nah,
It's
see, I like Mission. I like Minority Report because I keep saying Mission Impossible anytime I bring up one of his movies. No, I like Minority Report because it's like it says neo noir, future noir, but it's like it's not a who done it, it's a who will do it. And it's like, it's a gimmicky little action movie. It's like Catch Me If You Can, but in reverse in the future. It's like, Steven Spielberg. Also, another cool thing about this movie is the movie was passed through this like silver, like celluloid bleach process. So the movie has like such a distinct look.
It looks
like
really cool.
everything is
Yeah.
metallic. Everything is like silver. Everything is like shining and gray. That was done on purpose.
See, I much prefer sci-fi in Edge of Tomorrow. That is my favorite of his sci-fi outings that he.
I see.
Yeah.
Edge of Tomorrow was fun. Yeah. Did we also like right after well, I mean, kind of going out of order, like after Minority Report would be War of the Worlds would be the other Steven Spielberg
sci-fi type
sci-fi one. And then what are the other sci-fi ones? There's
Oblivion.
like you said,
Oblivion,
Oblivion,
yeah,
and then
Oblivion
Edge of
was
Tomorrow.
awesome.
Okay, all right, we'll get to those.
Yeah.
I will say it's funny you scroll past Night and Day real quick because
great movie.
Not gonna lie,
pull
that does have some guilty pleasure moments.
I think
We'll
it's
get
a
to that.
cool spoof on his Ethan Hunt type character. I think, and he's got
Yes.
great lines in it. I think he's hilarious in that movie.
I do love how he plays like the batshit insane boyfriend so straight face. Like when he shoots Jason Sudeikis and says, "Don't worry, like I shot you in a non-lethal spot, so you're just gonna go to the hospital, get stitched up, stay at home for a few days. It'll be fine." Okay.
Yeah.
Plus, James Mangold back when he was a studio hire, but like he was working his way up, and like that bit where they're on a motorcycle and they're going through like a run with the bulls, and there are two trains that they have to like race through all at once. Like they weren't half-assing it, and it's hard to believe.
They were going for like a something about Mary plus speed kind of vibe, and I liked it.
I had a soft spot for Night and Day. At Night and Day, I seen that movie in prison.
Oh, Jesus!
Drink.
You were in prison too.
Oh my God! Drink.
You got two guys talking about prison. Oh hell yeah!
I had. I'm not.
You're gonna make me drunk.
No, we know.
I had fun with. I had fun with Night and Day just because it's a fun movie. I think.
Hang on a second. I'm pulling up an old image I saved on my fucking Facebook years ago. I want to say, when did Night and Day come out?
2010.
Yeah. So what? 13 years ago. I came up. I saved this image. God damn it! Where is it? It's up. It's coming. It's coming. Night and Day. There's a specific part of this movie where I was like, freeze frame. How do
So Enzo, how are we going to do this? I mean, I think we should dedicate a whole section to talking about just the Mission Impossible franchise. Right?
We did.
I'm sorry.
It.
Yeah, we are.
All right, never mind.
Yeah, we talked about like all stuff, but go ahead. If you have any, this is a frame from Night and Day right here that I saved a long time ago.
That's amazing.
Where wait, hang on. I doxed my last name. Whatever.
Yeah, I like that. I like that one because it's really kind of just a spoof of the Ethan Hunt character. You know what I mean? Like
exactly.
He's like
the fact that he's like slammed on your windshield and there's a truck. There's a truck coming. You know, you're on oncoming traffic. And he's just like, "Hey, this is fun, right?"
I like the whole montage where he keeps bringing her through different missions.
Oh yeah,
this is a parody. This is a parody of Tom Cruise as a man. You know, this image alone. I should have made this the fucking desktop. I should have made this the thumbnail. Fuck.
Dude,
you know, the funny thing is,
I don't know. I think he can look crazier.
Yeah.
Well, funny thing, rumor has it that he wasn't actually the original choice for this role. Apparently, it was supposed to be just your generic action comedy with Adam Sandler, and Sandler's like, "Yeah, nobody's gonna believe me holding a gun." Which,
yeah,
I think that could have been interesting with Adam Sandler, though. To be honest with you, I think
he tried
Bulletproof, where Adam Sandler does hold a gun and he shoots a guy in the fucking eye, and he literally jokes like, right in the fucking eye." You remember?
Or you know what? I forgot about Zohan because that's.
Oh yeah,
that's true. Zohan was pretty
Everyone
good.
forgot about Zohan, rightfully so.
I love that movie.
Except Dave Matthews, he'll never forget that movie.
Yeah, I actually do like that movie.
Thanks.
Yeah, because John Turturro and Zohan is awesome.
Yes.
He's really good in that movie. I'm sorry.
He made that movie when he like running on the ceiling and just burst through the window.
I'm gonna tell you, those guys do it with the store is so on point of how they are in the Middle East when you go in there and like everything's negotiable, and the IRS or whatever is coming like, "Hey, you owe us $7,000. Nah, I give you $3,000. You're not even serious right now. I give you $3,000. You come back."
I love this. I said, "Fuck!" They're all looking at Mariah Carey, and everyone's got a fucking boner, even the woman.
Megan, are you doing the dishes?
That part I don't remember.
No, I'm making quilts.
The Mariah Carey scene's awesome.
Somebody's got like I was like, is somebody busting tables? And
Can you guys hear my fucking dishwasher from 2 rooms away? Is that how
I-
good this mic is? Because my dishwasher just went off.
I don't know.
Are you on
No,
your
we're
phone?
hearing like clank, clank.
I think
Like-
more to the point, Enzo's wondering why are dishes being done and you're still doing the live stream. Like, get up and go do them like you're
They're
supposed
already
to.
done, or I wouldn't
they're
be here. You
done.
don't think I
Alright.
know what my
Hey,
rules are?
Megan,
Alright,
do
there
you
you
have
go.
a favorite Tom Cruise movie?
Do I have a favorite Tom Cruise movie?
Yeah, or one that sticks out for you?
I would have to say, I know we covered it earlier, but Cocktail.
Yeah.
I do
just
love
because it's
Cocktail. I do
so
love
corny
Cocktail.
and ridiculous.
Elizabeth Shue, peak hotness. Elizabeth Shue in that movie.
I know it's cliche, but I did like
Dude,
Top
Elizabeth
Gun.
Shue peak hotness is palmetto, my friend. But yes, I see what
Agreed.
you're-
No, you're right. No, you're
I know what
right.
you're saying,
You're
yeah.
no, you're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely. You're right. You're 100% right because I just watched that the other night.
God, she's so fine. And was that Gina Gershon too?
I'm trying to think
Was that
what he
Gina
was
Gershon?
in.
Was that
I
Woody
was
Harrelson
dating
and
the,
Gina
the older
Gershon and
bartender guy.
Palmetto? It was
name
Gina
Palmetto?
Gershon,
Don't know.
wasn't it? Oh my God! It all comes full circle, doesn't it? Hang on, hang on.
I like
It
it's
does.
like 6
I wanna
degrees of
confirm.
Tommy Cruise. 6 degrees of Tommy
yeah,
Cruise.
yeah. I gotta confirm here. Movie. Palmetto.
Good old
movie.
Tommy.
1998. Elizabeth Shue, Woody Harrelson, Gina Gershon. Fuck yeah!
Damn.
I'm gonna watch that one. All right.
That is a great. They
We're already
do it.
watching Jerry Maguire.
Yeah.
Although I hate Renee
Yeah.
Zellweger. I really do. I don't
She's
like
a
her.
very
Everybody
yeah.
does.
She has a
Yeah.
very punchable, squishy face.
Her
you know. She
and
just always
who's
looks
the
like
other one
she's-
I don't like?
It's a lemon
Dude, I
taste.
love Me, Myself, and Irene, and specifically the part where Jim Carrey makes fun of Renee Zellweger. It's like you always
Yes.
look like you're just like perched up on a lemon. You always look like you just kind of sucked on a lemon.
You know,
You know?
but funny enough, Me, Myself, and Irene. That's the movie I tolerate her. Like I can actually tolerate her. in.
Yeah, no, that movie's fucking funny, dude.
I
Jim
love that-
Carrey
love
is
that
fucking.
movie.
That's Jim Carrey's probably best role ever. God damn, we'll do a Jim Carrey
No.
stream one day. We'll talk about
got-
that movie and Ace Ventura 2 ad nauseum.
You ever notice your kid's got a year-round tan?
Yeah. Also, yeah. Okay. So. Yeah,
I took
we
that. I
talked-
take that personally. I take that personally. when that movie
All
came
right,
out,
all right.
You
When that
gotta
movie
be a
came
visitor
out-
of other streams to understand that joke.
I was working at
Yeah.
working at a bar when that came out, and everyone was talking about that movie. They were like, "Hey Wes, are you basically just Jim Carrey? Like, what's
Oh
that?" I
my
was like,
god.
"Shut up! What are you talking about?" And then they showed the part where he's watching they're watching Chris Rock together, and he's like, "All right, I got to go to work. Don't make me bust a cap."
Yeah, dude. All right. What was that? I love the part where like, Daddy got a butthole on his chin.
I love you, Daddy.
Yeah. I love you, Daddy. Love you, Daddy. They're kissing him and shit. Anyway, Austin Powers and Goldmember. James
That was
Tom Cruise
great.
playing
Yes,
Austin
that was
Powers.
Great.
Oh,
That was
yeah.
great.
Him and
Uh,
Tropic Thunder was awesome too.
I don't
That's-
think
know you
anyone.
guys
I
were
don't think
talking
anyone
about
has
that.
problems with that. So the Last Samurai.
Dude,
Let's
dude.
get into that.
Oh, even
Fuck
Kevin
yeah.
even Kevin Spacey is Dr. Evil and fucking Danny DeVito's Mini-Me. Come on.
Oh,
Yeah.
dude. Yes. Yeah.
But
And
I watched
Gwyneth Paltrow has-
Goldmember. Yeah, I watched
what was her
Goldmember.
name?
Dixie Norman.
Dixie Norman.
Dixie
Yeah.
Norman. There you go. She had the best name.
She I remember watching that in the theater, and when it pops out and it's Tom Cruise, the crowd went fucking wild.
Kevin
for that.
Spacey.
Nah,
Awkward.
I was gonna
Anyway.
ask if Kevin Spacey was in that By the Sea movie that got mentioned earlier.
Yeah, he was.
Was he?
Yeah.
I don't remember that happening.
Yeah, he was the guy. What by the sea? He was in that movie where he plays that
Oh,
singer.
that was Beyond the Sea or something.
Oh,
like
okay.
that.
Yeah.
Where he
That's
plays
what-
Bobby Darin.
That's what I thought you were talking about.
That was a passion project of his that he surprisingly directed.
Somewhere.
He actually does a great song of that, or a great job of that song.
I can imagine.
the
He's a really great impressionist for all the.
He
like,
is a
Yeah.
great impressionist.
Yeah.
He does an Al Pacino that you'd swear it was Al Pacino.
Yeah.
Brandon Eastwood and
Somewhere
a wicked
waiting
Johnny
for
Carson.
me.
Yeah.
Um, Last Samurai, one of the movies I probably should watch again, but
Boy.
I do
I
like
love that movie.
ninjas.
I love
Me
that
and
movie.
Megan recently watched The Hunted, and Megan hated it. But
I
it
was married
uh,
to a ninja. Let's just be clear.
Yeah. So she's got a
Shit.
I
firm.
co-owned a dojo. I'm so tired of ninja movies.
It was one of those things where we started the movie,
And all
and as
he
soon
did
as we
was
started,
bitch when we watched fucking Last Samurai. He was like, "This isn't accurate because of this, and this is how we should have done this."
That's not a real shuriken. You could throw a shuriken a lot farther than that. That
It's
is not
never
accurate.
fun to watch movies with people like that, you know.
See, me and
Yeah.
Megan were gonna watch The Hunted, and as soon as it was about to start, I was like, "Oh, wait a minute! This movie's
That-
all about like karate and ninjas. You're not gonna like this."
That is
Oh,
a great.
shit.
That is probably the premier samurai versus ninja movie, The Hunted. You're talking about the
Yeah.
Christopher Lambert
Yes,
movie, right?
yes. I should have
That-
watched it with you, Wes, because
Oh,
Megan
God,
was
I
like,
love-
"This is boring. I hate it."
Yeah.
I love that movie. I love
God
me
damn
some
it.
The
We
Hunted.
need to watch The
Ironically, all I
Immortals.
did was make
We need to watch The
cookware.
Immortals and Body Count and Starship Troopers and From Dusk Till Dawn. But
Fair
as far
enough.
as like
enough.
Jesus Christ, as far as like ninjas, samurai, The Last Samurai, I did like the ninja scene in Last Samurai a lot.
Yeah.
Where the ninjas are infiltrating and they gotta fucking
Yeah, well,
them.
they use them very sparingly, like in the miniseries Shogun, which
Yeah.
basically, I mean, if we're being fair, Last Samurai is basically just a ripoff of Shogun.
And
Right.
Dances with Wolves, right? I mean, wasn't it?
Yeah, you
similar?
could say
I
that.
don't know. I saw
Avatar.
it in theaters. I love Last Samurai. I thought it was.
I
very
love
good.
Last Samurai. Yeah, it's one of my, like I said, it stays it's in my top 3 of his movies, and it stays in my top 20 of all movies of all time. I love Last Samurai so much.
Why do you love it so much?
I think I like the soldier with PTSD, and he becomes a mercenary, and he goes to do something that he doesn't want to do, but he's only good at doing one thing.
Sounds familiar, Wes.
Very familiar.
You want to be a merc?
Yeah. And I like the fact that he goes overseas and he's training these indigenous people. And I like that he's on the wrong side of things at first. And I really like the whole idea that he's so far gone. I like the fact that, in that opening battle where the samurai just wipe out the battalion of conscripted soldiers and stuff like that. And Tom is just taking on like 5 samurai all at once, and not with any kind of like real training, just, balls to the wall, just you going at him like, I don't give a shit. And I liked the whole him being indoctrinated into that culture, and he finds a level of peace with them, and it's not easily, he doesn't like instantly transform into it. It takes many months, and he goes through a lot of trials. That scene, anytime I'm like feeling down in the dumps, or I'm having a hard day, or I'm having a hard week, I'll queue up that scene on YouTube where the guy from Endgame beats the shit out of him with the boken, with the wooden practice sword, and he just keeps beating Tom mercilessly, and Tom keeps getting back up, and I'm just like, all right, damn. That'll get me going. And then of course the end scene is amazing.
Samurai do not do well against machine guns. That is,
but that wasn't really the point, though, was it?
No, I know.
You brought up The Hunted. There's an opening text scrawl on the Hunted that I used to keep in my wallet, where it says,
"Oh my God,
one who is a samurai must, before all things, by day and by night, keep constantly in mind the fact that he has to die." And
now I feel shitty for watching that movie without you.
I know.
I would have been like,
you should.
It's one of those ones where I was like, well, I know what Wes wants to watch, but I was like, God damn it. I was I want to watch that one with Meg.
Quit watching good movies with me.
Yeah. Quit watching action movies with Meg.
I like wasn't that our introduction in the Western world to Ken
Watanabe?
Yeah, Watanabe. Was that not our introduction to him?
I want to say maybe, definitely, probably, somewhat.
I don't think he was in anything before that. I know he was in Batman Begins after that.
Yeah, but 2005, that would have been.
Yeah, so I feel like that, and I thought he was great. I thought he was magnificent in that role. Oh, don't play the trail. Don't do it, Enzo.
Let's see. It's gonna.
We're gonna get blasted with this thing. Don't play the trailer.
I was gonna say that Watanabe almost got an Oscar for this, which is quite something. Like, of all the movies of his where he almost won something, I never thought it would be for Last Samurai.
Yeah, but that
He
seems
lost
like
to-
more of a, posturing type nomination. Like nominate
not
him just
not
because.
back then. Like back the very year that he was nominated, there was some Iranian lady, Ben Schwartz's mom from Renfield, the crime boss. She was in some
Yeah.
Ben Kingsley drama. And like it was amazing that the people presenting the awards could even say her name out loud, but like Watanabe and her were nominated. He lost to Tim Robbins that year because that was when Mystic River came out.
Oh,
Great
And that was
movie.
and,
Great
and that was
movie.
the year that like Lord of the Rings won
Tim
everything
Robbins
that it
won
was
an
nominated
Oscar?
for. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Oh yeah.
I should watch Mystic River.
I wouldn't say it's his
Should.
best. I mean, Shawshank will always be Tim Robbins' best, but
It's pretty close. It's
but
pretty
he
close.
won for something. That's all that matters.
Good.
I'm a huge Dennis Lehane fan, and that's one of Dennis Lehane's novels that was turned into a film and done very. I think
I was
Dennis
gonna
Lehane is
say
pretty consistent with his adaptations have all been really good.
I was gonna say because that Gone Baby Gone. Did he do Live by Night? Because Live by Night wasn't that great.
He did Live by Night, which I did enjoy. It's the weakest of his.
It's
Gone
fine.
Baby Gone, The Drop, and Shutter Island.
Drop. I keep forgetting about the Drop.
Yeah.
Dude. So we already talked about Collateral, but Collateral is his next movie in his filmography. And the thing is, when I saw Collateral, I had a great time because I went to go see Collateral in the theaters.
Me too.
And then as soon as the movie was over,
Yeah.
I walked out of the theater and I realized like right across the hallway in like theater number 6 or whatever is Alien versus Predator. And it's about to start in like 10 minutes. And I just like walked in there and sat down
You criminal.
and just
You
watched both
criminal.
movies. I did a double. I
love
did
it.
a bang bang. It was great.
Love it.
Collateral was the only
Nice
movie that I
palate cleanser. Excuse me.
No, go ahead, Matt.
palate cleanser.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why you didn't like Collateral?
No, I really did. I thought it was fantastic.
No, definitely like you would definitely
No,
want to do Collateral first and then like follow it up with Alien versus Predator
Yeah,
because
yeah.
it's fun.
Yeah.
That was the only movie I saw. My ex-wife went to boot camp, and we had a daughter that was 2, and she was in boot camp for 4 months. And while she was gone, I was basically a single dad. And Cassidy, my daughter, the princess of toxicity, she was a handful, but she would sit through a movie. But I really never really tried it because I never had the time. And we were out shopping, and I'm like, she was like getting kind of sleepy, so I put her in the stroller, and we went to see Collateral. And she randomly woke up near the end of the movie when Tom Cruise's character Vincent cuts the lights in the building to go kill Jada Pinkett, and the lights go off, and then my daughter goes, and it gets really quiet, and my daughter goes, "Uh-oh!" Like she made the whole theater laugh.
Jesus Christ.
There's a lot of I've seen some reviews on Collateral, and I wanted to address something where they say the ending is stupid because Max just sprays and prays, and there's no way
me and Chris talked about this, but go ahead.
and well, did you? Okay, so what was you guys' assessment of
Well,
that?
I was just saying how that's like kind of like the whole meaning of the movie is like how some trained professional killer could just be killed by happenstance by some, luck of the draw firing randomly into the fucking door.
Well,
you're
pretty close. You're pretty close to the reason why. Now, none of that was not. Michael Mann's extremely professional when it comes to stuff like that. That was not done haphazardly. He had a design for that. Throughout the movie, Vincent lectures Max about not improvising and sticking to the same routine and doing stuff. Well, the way that Vincent shoots in that movie is called the Mozambique, which is 2 in the chest, 1 in the head. And that's how he fired at Max. And the reason why it didn't work is because of the way the plate was in that door inside the train car.
Oh,
and
right.
Max sprayed and prayed, ergo improvising. And because he did not shoot, he shot wildly. He actually managed to get one of them that hit the target and got Vincent. Had Vincent improvised and not been a slave to his training, he probably would have won the day, but he didn't. And that's the reason for that. So
that was one of my favorite aspects of that movie. Like him as an assassin, he was like, yeah, that how he did the 2 in the chest, 1 in the head to make sure that that's how you make sure someone's dead.
It's called the Mozambique
Mozambique.
technique.
Okay.
Yeah.
2 in the chest, 2 in the chest, 1 in the head. Put your man
And,
down.
and he really looked like he
music.
knew how to shoot knew how to use a handgun, like a 9mm.
Yeah, like I was saying, I was saying before everybody got in, I really believe that Tom Cruise is a secret assassin, like in Zoolander. You know, like he has access to anywhere he wants to go. He could go to any nightclub, any kind of political building. He'd just be like, "Hey, I'm Tom Cruise. I'd like a meeting with the president of Malaysia,
of Micronesia."
You know? Yeah. And you just walk in, and then you'd kill the guy, and then they'd be like, "Sir, Mr. Cruise, we have to get you out of here. There's an assassin. He just killed the prime minister of Malaysia." You know, you're watching like the making of Collateral, the making of Last Samurai. The dude is trained to kill.
He's an
trained
expert,
to kill.
like motorcycle rider. He can jump off buildings like free. You know,
he was doing the John Wick thing way before Keanu Reeves.
Yeah,
way before.
The guy was trained to murder, to make movies.
And now he's flying fighter jets. Like, so I don't know.
It's like, I mean, there's a reason why he only gets starring roles and gets millions of dollars, because he gets additional millions of dollars to use his training for the movies outside of the Hollywood sphere.
So he's like a Manchurian candidate.
Yeah.
20 years from now,
secret signal.
when we're all watching AI cartoons and shit, they'll remember that they actually had a movie star that could actually do all of this kind of stuff. It's like how we talk about now, like people talk about Gene Kelly now from Singing in the Rain.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, he had pneumonia and was like singing out and dancing and singing and doing all that kind of shit. He was a triple threat.
Did y'all talk about that?
Dude.
Like how he was asked in the interview. Somebody goes, well, why are you jumping off, the Burj Khalifa? And why are you, doing all this crazy? He goes, well, did anyone ask Fred Astaire why he danced?
Exactly.
And I was like, wow, that's pretty powerful. I was like, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, we were talking shit about him earlier about how Alec Baldwin was upset because he got $17 million more for Mission Impossible. But then we were looking it up and it's like, yeah, well, he's strapping himself to a goddamn airplane. And then he got only $100,000 for Magnolia.
Bruh, that's crazy shit.
So the guy seems to be consistently paid. Based on the amount of work he's doing. He's not being like overpaid, I'd say.
Yeah.
But what's funny about? Go ahead.
Okay.
No, you
so he
go ahead.
fire if the stuntman or if the stunt coordinator doesn't let him do what he wants to, he just fires them.
Yeah, we talked about that.
Okay.
Matt Damon has a funny anecdote where he says that.
Yeah, that's what I saw. I think.
Him and Tom were talking, and you saw it. Or he's like, yeah. So the safety guy said I can't do this, so I got rid of that safety guy.
I love it. So wild, dude. Like, who does that?
Tom Cruise.
Well,
does,
back to Manchurian Candidate. I'm picturing like Tom Cruise getting activated to go do his assassination mission. The phone rings. It's like, Tom, yes. Tom Mapother, yes. Thomas Cruise Mapother the fourth. He's like now activated,
So it was built into his films, is what you're
I guess
saying.
his name is pronounced Mapothe, like Mapothe, like what was Meg left.
I think Meg said that. I think Meg.
Yeah,
said,
she was saying a French pronunciation. I was like, ooh, that sounds actually more evil. I like it. But yeah, I didn't realize that Tom Cruise was also. He was married to Katie Holmes, obviously, as an arranged marriage to cover up his homosexuality. We all know that. But he was also married to.
Tits, I think, in Hollywood.
No, I disagree because he was married to Nicole Kidman before that. But before that,
her tits
he was married.
Mimi Rogers.
Mimi Rogers, who has gigantic jugs.
Amazing tits.
Mimi Rogers.
Amazing tits.
From she's in a movie called Full Body Massage.
Yeah,
where she gets naked and rubbed down through the whole movie, and it's like, dude, she has like ginormous, like F-sized titties. Yeah, they're unbelievable.
She had some nice tits. She still looks good. She's on Yellowstone now. She's pretty good. She's still pretty hot. Or not Yellowstone. No, I'm sorry. She's on the Sylvester Stallone.
Yeah.
Tulsa King. Sorry.
Shame on you, Wes, for not knowing your favorite show. No, I'm
I
kidding.
know,
Oh
right?
my god,
I know.
she's on fucking Bosch, and my dad watches Bosch of all things.
I like
Bosch?
Bosch. I like Bosch.
Oh,
No, it's
Bosch.
good. I got no problem with it.
I thought you were saying she was on Botched, like the plastic surgery show.
No, the book series that was turned into movies
Yeah, I see. Okay.
or TV
Well-
show.
Oh
Rather.
my god.
Enzo,
So-
can you name his Tom Cruise's some cameos of his?
Well, so I just found
Without
out about
looking.
Young Blood,
Young
Young
Guns.
Guns.
Young
Young
Guns.
Guns.
And that was
is
amazing.
one.
I didn't know about that, but I mean,
Austin Powers.
Austin Powers, we
Austin
just
Powers,
mentioned
of
that.
course.
And then of course, I don't know if I'd count Tropic Thunder as a cameo. And
I
then
wouldn't.
Rock of Ages is obviously like a character, but no, I don't know any other cameos.
Well, they said there's 7 on this site, which is the Insider, I don't know, or the
Okay.
Collider.
I'd be interested to know what those other ones are. I don't know what they are.
So they said there's 7, and
Okay.
so they say that number 7 is Young Guns,
Yeah, right.
1988.
Okay.
Austin Powers and Goldmember.
Uh
Rock of Ages, they say is a cameo.
Cameo. Sure.
huh.
I haven't seen it, so I don't know.
He's
Yeah,
a character.
it's pretty.
Endless Love, 19.
That's
Oh,
true.
that's at the beginning. Yeah, that was in his early roles. His first
81.
role.
Taps, also in 81.
That is
Not a
not a
cameo.
cameo. That is not. He's a
Yeah.
main character in that movie. He's
Yep.
one of the main characters.
Yeah,
So
and
they're
then he
just
also
gonna
lists
basically
The
they're gonna list all
Outsiders,
this. They're gonna list the 7 times he wasn't the main character.
I
basically.
think that's what they're trying to say when
Okay.
he didn't
Well,
run the whole film.
They titled the article "Tom Cruise's 7 Best Cameos." So
terrible.
the internet's always right. So The Outsiders is another one.
Yeah,
He's
yeah,
a main
That's
character.
that's not a cameo. That's not even
Well, the
close.
number 1 is
All
Tropic
right.
Thunder.
So Steven Spielberg, War of the Worlds. Back to
Oh, that's
Tim
right.
Robbins.
Oh boy.
Tim Robbins is a crazy prepper.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Can
A
we
lot
just
of
talk
stuff-
about how he beats Tim Robbins to death in that movie?
Which
Yeah.
one?
War of the Worlds.
Oh, yeah.
I
Oh,
barely
yeah, that's
remember that
right.
part. In
That's a
all
crazy
honesty,
scene, man.
Yeah, it's like
Tim Robbins is like wants to go out in a blaze of glory fighting the aliens, and Tommy wants to hide and protect his daughter. So he's like, "Listen, you're gonna be quiet when these aliens come in." And he's like, "No, we're gonna take them on." And he's like, "No, you're not." So he closes the door with a fucking a hatchet or a crowbar or some shit, and then just basically kills the guy.
pretty much.
Yeah. Because he like threatens their like he's like, oh yeah, the little kid, whatever. And
Who was the
it's all
son?
weird.
The son was annoying as hell, but like the
Yeah.
idea of like,
it's
I'm-
Justin Chaplin from Shameless.
yeah, it's like I'm gonna play catch with you, and you're
That's not
gonna
the same
like
guy
it.
from like The Bear, is it?
No,
Yeah.
that's the
No.
brother. That's the brother from
Kind of
Shameless.
lump them all in the same thing. I don't know. Sorry.
Yeah, this is the guy in Shameless that was like Fiona's like first love on the show or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched like the first season. My girlfriend watched all of them.
But
Anyway,
yeah, I mean
neither here nor
that's
there.
that's definitely more of a Steven Spielberg vehicle, I guess.
Not a bad movie, you
Are
know.
we talking about War of the Worlds?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Ah man, I thought it was pretty sick.
Yeah,
I
it's
thought
not
it was
bad.
really
I liked
cool.
it. I like it.
It's not a big rewatch movie. I mean, I might catch it every now and then, but
right, yeah.
Also, in terms of like a Tom Cruise movie, it's like that main character could have been anybody. I
Yeah.
don't think it really would have mattered.
he's very Joe Everyman in that movie.
yeah.
I was a big fan of the TV show from the 80s.
Yeah.
So that was a fucking man. I was obsessed with that show when I was a kid in the 80s. War of the Worlds. That show was so good.
Those ships, they look like weird desk lamps, you know? I
Yeah.
remember what you're
Yeah,
talking
and
about.
like everybody was getting vaporized into just a dust of
Like
Yeah.
red goo dust.
That was the
powder.
best part of like the Tom Cruise War of the Worlds is when he comes in the
so-
fucking bathroom and he's got the human dust
Yeah.
all over him in the mirror.
Yeah.
He's
He's like,
"What
"What?
the fuck was
Hey,
happening,
get it off of me.
buddy?" Freaking out, you know. He does
Yeah,
a great
dude.
freak out.
And he steals that car from Homeboy.
Yeah.
No, you can't take this car. What are you doing, Jerry? Whatever his fucking name. What are you
Yeah,
doing,
Jackson
Ray?
Minivan.
Ray.
Yeah.
Ray, what are
Ray,
you
yeah.
doing, Ray? Get out of the car. Get out of the van, Ray. Get out of the van. He drives off and everyone gets vaporized behind him. Jesus.
Yeah.
Anyway, we talked about Lions for Lambs because Tyler's the only one on this panel that's seen it. So
Good job, Tyler.
It was dark.
yeah,
Man. Can we
good job,
circle back
man.
to Vanilla Sky real quick?
Yes.
Sorry. It's really crazy, man. Like, so the synopsis is like, so David commits suicide. His character, he is frozen, and the splice occurs, etc. The sound you hear is David awakening in the future. Everything up until the car wreck was real, and the rest of the entire film was all in David's head as he lay in a coma. So that, and I also wanted to bring up like Penelope Cruz, man, just how her range, man, like how crazy she
Well,
is.
didn't he and her date shortly after this movie? They were a couple.
So. I think you're right.
Yeah.
But like she goes from like the love interest, like he's pursuing her. He has like Cameron Diaz like on the side, like that's his main girl, but he's intrigued by this woman, and then like at some point the splice occurs, and now she's like crazy. She's like after him. He's like like going crazy or something like that. I don't know. But she's just great as like a Latina crazy
dude. Blow when she like ruins Johnny Depp's life, you know.
Yeah, man, she's great, dude.
She's like trying to run out of the fucking convertible.
Like, why would you want to run away from that chick?
Oh, yeah.
She's really.
He has a brick of cocaine in his car. He's a fucking drug dealer. That shit's insane, dude. And then Johnny Depp's just like behind the wheel, like holy shit, this fucking bitch,
you know what?
dude.
That's about hey Chris, isn't that about like 60% of the guys that are in fucking doing serious time for drug charges is because their fucking girlfriend
their
or
woman
wife
ratted them
out or caused a disturbance and got their car searched?
Oh boy, especially drug charges. Yep.
You know, it all circles around. You know, Michael Mann, Heat. You can't. You know, you have to be able to leave something in 30 seconds every time.
Did anybody here see Valkyrie? I didn't.
Yes,
I did not.
Yeah, it's been a while.
I've seen parts and like.
Tom Cruise wears an eye patch and he's a Nazi.
Even though I knew how it ended.
So the idea is they're gonna go try to kill Hitler and they fail, I imagine.
Miserably.
Well, yeah, they didn't have Deadpool with them, so.
Yeah. I mean, they didn't have Brad Pitt playing Aldo Rain with him. You know,
This might just be my masterpiece.
they didn't get to break history and kill Hitler like in Inglourious Bastards. It's like I'm pretty sure Hitler didn't kill him. Didn't get killed by a bunch of what's the word I'm looking for?
Usurpers?
Nazis.
Traitors?
Usurping Nazis. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
I think
the Mansons didn't get eviscerated like hell, but I mean, Lord knows we wish it went. Lord knows we wish it went down like that.
Only Tarantino's allowed to do
Hitler
that.
evaded like 42 suicide or assassination attempts.
Jesus.
Really?
Yeah,
That's a lot.
That's
That's a lot.
right?
That's a lot. And we
So
got
that's why
zero,
we-
and we have 0 on Biden. So what does that say? What does that say about us?
I'm not sure.
The Nazis were better than us. I just said it.
Jesus Christ.
That's something to add to.
He throws his head. Yeah.
Well, that only took 2 hours.
But it's been 4 hours total though. So
I think we can go more, man. Maybe like 6 or 7.
Jesus.
Enzo, why you let that Irish boy make those bad comments about the Nazis? I don't like that.
Yeah.
Enzo, don't bring the Irish boy on there. No
Talking about
more.
how the Nazis are better than America. No, I
No,
don't like it.
Enzo. I not make you any more baked ziti if you have him on your stream again. No.
Well, we talked about Night and Day briefly, but and Mission Impossible Ghost Protocol.
I find just a real quick on Night and Day, I find the rewatchability on that to be very high.
Yeah.
Like if that comes on, it's fucking funny and it's got a lot of good action.
I agree.
Cameron Diaz's Boston accent is atrocious. But other than that, it's got a lot of great lines. Tyler pointed out one of them. He's like, hey, you know what? You're gonna get a medal. Yeah, I gave you a through and through. It's all good, buddy. All the scenes that Tom is in is great. I remember that being advertised on pay-per-view back in 2010, and
Yeah.
I just clicked it on and was like, oh my god, this is great.
It comes from that bit in the restaurant where he just interrupts her and Sudeikis, and she's just like, "He's the guy. I'm the guy."
That's not Jason Sudeikis. That's Mark Blucas.
Okay, well, that was
another silly make believe name that was made up.
That's true.
Sudeikis, Belucas, they both sound silly.
Well, Mark Blucas had the distinction of being, the terrible boyfriend on Buffy the Vampire Slayer that nobody liked.
Oh.
Okay,
so Rock of Ages, like we talked about that briefly. I never saw it. I saw like Tom Cruise getting interviewed by Kate Hudson for Rolling Stone.
You would really like.
That's not Kate Hudson.
That's not Kate Hudson.
That's Malin Ackerman and.
Right. Yes, you're right. My mistake.
Good job, Tyler. You got him before I could. You would, I think you would really like that movie. Actually, I think you'd be.
No, I definitely watched some of those scenes last night, and I was like, I should watch this whole thing. This is so stupid.
Hey, there's a deleted scene of Tom Cruise and Julianne Hough doing "Rocky Like a Hurricane," and I really wish that was in the movie because it was pretty solid.
I gotta look for that.
It's on YouTube, and it's a good one.
I usually can't stand Julianne Hough, but in that movie, I do like her. In that movie.
She should have stayed on Dancing with the Stars, and like nothing would have happened to her.
Yeah.
I mean, doesn't matter that her brother steals the spotlight from everybody, but
yeah. Well, in the 2010s, they were trying hard to make her a thing.
That's true. She did do a couple of Nicholas Sparks shit.
And Footloose.
She did that?
Yep. She did the Footloose remake in 2011. Yeah.
So did Miles Teller and Dennis Quaid. They survived.
Yeah. But yeah, that's I get that. I have the soundtrack on my phone. I'd listen to it quite often, actually.
Well, next we got Wes's favorite, one of his favorites, not his favorite Tom Cruise movie, but we got Jack Reacher from 2012.
Yes, I don't mind him as Jack Reacher because yes, he's a little tiny person and Jack is not. But you know what? I enjoy that movie. I thought he did a good. Tom Cruise is so like his personality is so big you can excuse. I think we talked about this on a stream like a year ago. When we talked about Jack Reacher and I did not.
It was like one of our first streams together.
I think it was. It was the very beginning of 2023. So
yeah. So, but yeah, I dig it. I think it's well done. It's one of the better books, so they made a good choice of picking that one for a standalone movie. Geez, what's going on? Somebody moving? Yeah, I definitely enjoy it. I kind of like the sequel. It's not that great. It's not as good as the first one, but it's definitely good. He does a good Jack Reacher.
The first one's got a hell of a car chase. Like that's gotta be like one of my favorite action scenes of his because it's unlike the majority of them where it's seriously, what the hell is going on?
Is that you? Is that you, Ethan? Is that you, Matt?
It's me making some dinner.
Got it.
Making dinner or burying a body? What's happening back there?
His wife's making dinner.
What time zone are you in?
She's gotta kill
mountain time.
Got it. But yeah, like I liked how more suspense driven that car scene is, and the fact that they really want you to know that it's really him driving the car in every single chance they get. I mean, that one shot where it starts with the car and then just zooms in on him driving when intent is maybe the best shot in the whole movie. And plus, he's chasing down Jai Courtney. Who the fuck wouldn't want to chase down Jai Courtney and say, fuck off?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. There's also
which is weird because this might be one of the few movies where Courtney actually gives a pretty good performance. Like, I gotta say, I buy him as he's kind of sort of the official villain, even though Werner Herzog, for some reason, is in this. I don't get the choice on that one, but
the Zach.
Yeah.
My only problem with that movie is when they diverge. Jack Reacher would never, I think I've said this in another stream, Jack Reacher would never throw his weapon down and go mano a mano.
It's a movie thing where I could just
but they correct it on the show because it happens in the show and he just shoots the two guys in the back.
And so that's a book thing
in the back.
Yeah, the Jack Reacher is an
I
efficient.
like guns. Yeah.
Yeah, he would never. No, he can fight, but he's not going to fight. Like if he has a gun and you're trying to kill him, he's going to shoot you. He's not even going to try. You know that'd be.
Yeah, dude. Fighting is extremely physically exhausting and causes like massive tolls on your body.
Yeah. Was it a cool fight scene? Yeah, it was a cool fight scene. But Jack Reacher would never do that. Jack Reacher would, and there's, I don't remember which book it is, but in one of the books, after Jack Reacher incapacitates a couple guys, he goes and gets a kitchen knife and fucking slits both their throats while they're fucking knocked unconscious.
Whoa.
Because he's like, and the person he's with is like, what did you do that for? And he's like, I don't want them to get up and try to kill me.
Yeah, he pulled a John Wick on that one.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask Wes too. Didn't to my knowledge that with Tom Cruise the size difference, didn't Lee Child even say that he was happy with Tom Cruise being Jack Reacher?
Yeah, and you know, I'd also point out something else I pointed out previously. There's no such thing as a 6'5", 250-pound military police investigator. All military police investigators look like Tom Cruise.
Well, it's funny. I read an interview with The Rock where apparently one of the auditions that he tried and failed, but he was actually glad that he did, was this very Jack Reacher. And I'm just sitting there going,
Jesus Christ, why do they try to push him in everything? What?
Here's the thing. I think this was Johnson. This was back when he was trying to do the R-rated thing with stuff like Snitch and Faster.
Yeah.
And those two didn't work out, and
I will allow that Snitch is a good movie. Well, Snitch is based on a true story, so.
But like the bottom line, it didn't perform as much as his other stuff, where he's the raised eyebrow cool guy. And I think I heard Stuckman and Flickpick discuss this on their podcast when they just ripped Skyscraper to shreds. How they wish that it was as R-rated as Die Hard, and they flat out pointed out that since his R-rated movies don't make as much money, and he's much more popular when he's the Rock personified, that like he's just stuck with the safe route. And for them to say that him sticking to the safe route is a bad thing, that's really saying something.
Right. Especially Stuckman, who's definitely a shill.
Well, I mean, he didn't used to be, but ever since he became serious about being a director, he went soft. And I'm just sitting there going, you're kissing up to people that you have flat out said you would never work with. Like he's made it no secret that he's walked off of film sets that were legitimately harassing women. And I'm just sitting there going, so why the fuck would you want to work in Hollywood? Like, you're not making any sense here.
Right. I hear you.
Like, needless to say, his Dial of Destiny review really, God, dude was walking on eggshells the entire time. And
cringeworthy.
What I don't understand is that he's so unwilling to name people that he disagrees with. And a lot of people can argue that he's going the more peaceful route and that it wouldn't be in good taste. And I kind of understand that. But at the same time, like, wouldn't your arguments be a little bit more valid if you named people and they're very specific examples?
Well, you can't get any traction in an, like JP says, you have to have some disagreement and some uncomfortable conversations, or else you don't get anywhere, because otherwise it's just people just it's just a big old echo chamber. Go ahead.
I will say, like, he's not as temperamental as he used to be, which is kind of a double-edged sword. On the one hand, you can take him more seriously, but on the other hand, half the time he's much more fun when he does lose his shit, like a good chunk of YouTubers. I mean, that's him losing his shit on Dragon Ball Evolution. That's the reason he has a career in the first place. So
right. Well, it's like that stream that Enzo did with Avatar. They were like sitting around going, okay, we loved Avatar. Who can we get on here? Well, get Toxic on here because he fucking hates it. You know, I mean, it made for good conversation, you know?
Yeah. And I will say for a shill, he's much more open to conversation and disagreements with people. Although Flickpick once said on a Q&A live stream how 90% of the time the two of them would agree on movies, but the other 10%, apparently Stuckman would just go silent on you, like not debate, not freak out or anything, but just have nothing to add to that. And I'm just sitting there going, I can't tell if that's a good thing or not. Like, I'd have to be in the car with them to know if he was being like mature and respectful or if he's just insecure about it. Like, even with all the personal shit that he's admitted about himself, that's actually made him harder to figure out as a person. Because I saw that double toasted video of him where he just abruptly brought it out, and I mean, I feel bad for him. I mean, if I was a Jehovah's Witness, I'd be fucked in the head too. But
Yeah.
at the same time, it was one of those things where, okay, you've been on YouTube for 8+ years, and you're just saying this shit now.
Well, you
If
know,
you're
it's
a
that,
Scientologist, though.
yeah, it's that thing we talked about the other day, isn't it, Chris? When we talked in the group chat about, Mahler, how he just shits on everything, and we were all hard pressed to think of something that Mahler actually liked or even did a decent video about. He just hates everything. And there was a couple examples of stuff that he did like, but it was few and far between. So it's like,
Yeah.
find a middle ground. If you like something and you want to gush about it, it's like Dark Hour says, it's hard sometimes to do a video where you do like stuff because it's just a bunch of you saying, "Oh, this is awesome. I love this. Is so cool. This is so great. Look how cool this is." That if you don't have any kind of technical stuff to say about it. Whereas if you're kind of ripping it a new asshole, it can be kind of a decent video, and it's kind of fun to listen to and fun to watch. I mean, shit, let's be honest. That's why the Drinker has a career, because him ripping people's assholes, but he does like stuff, and he does talk about how great certain things are that he does enjoy.
And definitely, whether it's on Open Bar FNT or anytime I'll hear a difference with Mueller on, and even in super chats, it becomes like this whole recurring thing where people will super chat Drink or Mueller. Like Mueller, I've listened to EFAP for X, Y, and Z, and like, is there any films in the past 5 years that you actually fucking like? Because it seems like 100 out of 100 things. It's like, you tell me all of the past 5 years there isn't a single fucking movie you actually enjoy. Like you can't just hate everything, dude. Jesus Christ, man. Like.
Well, it doesn't help that like the Drinkers crowd are into a very specific type of cinema. Like half the stuff I've talked about on my channel, can you really imagine Drinker or Nerdrotic or any of those guys even mentioning their existence?
It's mostly action movies and
which I mean is fine. I love them. I mean, I'm probably gonna do the Cheap Tuesday Mission Impossible tomorrow. But I mean,
where's Drinker's Beau is Afraid video?
Well, here's the thing. He ripped Midsommar a new one, so I doubt that Beau is Afraid would do anything for him.
Well, even if he made a Beau is Afraid video and said he hated it, like still a Beau is Afraid video,
Yeah, but like I can't picture Drinker watching something like Asteroid City or Infinity Pool, even though
I saw that last night.
Which one?
Which one?
Asteroid City.
How was it?
I enjoyed it. It was good.
I just saw Infinity Pool on Hulu the other night.
I like it.
Nice.
Mia Goth is she's something, man.
Yeah.
She is something.
Dude, opening weekend of Pearl, I was the only one in the theater on a Sunday afternoon.
How was that? Was that good? Was that good?
It was amazing. Like I could not stand X, but I loved Pearl.
I was just gonna ask you if you liked X or not.
X is the generic slasher that just doesn't do anything for me. Like slashers, I'm extremely hard to impress with. And Pearl was more of like this 50s era psychological horror that had like a Technicolor style towards it. Like the colors in it were like candy. There was actually a metal pipe that was bright pink that I just kept staring at, because what other movie would have like the color pink and that, I don't know, almost neon looking? And it just makes me wonder. I know there are a bunch of video essays about why movies are so muted in color nowadays, but I don't feel like they explain anything. They just come across more as rants. And that's the cool thing about Wes Anderson. Even if it's saturated as hell, it still looks more vibrant than anything else that you'll get anywhere else. I don't know if and that was the really cool thing. That was why I went not to Josh's theater. Hell, Josh didn't want to go to his own theater to watch it. That's how much he hates his job. But and lucky for him, he might get out of that job fairly quickly this upcoming fall. So there's that about it.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
But like
I know the new Asteroid City, man. It was a mind fuck for sure. It was great.
Hell,
it was cool. If you like Wes Anderson films, definitely check it out.
Hell, there were things that
that's like every Wes Anderson film. If you like Wes Anderson movies,
well,
here's the thing:
he hasn't made anything good since Budapest Hotel, in my opinion.
See, I saw French Dispatch twice when it came out, and I just loved it every single time.
I want to watch that one. I haven't seen it, but I like the I like anthologies,
Oh, the cast like just makes that anthology. And that's kind of the same thing with Asteroid City. He picked really great actors. I can't believe I'm saying this, but in one Wes Anderson movie, Tom Hanks has the routine down to a T, and I could not believe it. Like he hasn't been this good in 4 years or something like that. And hell, the style is kind of amped up a little bit. Like it still has the title cards, it
it's
still has
amped
the
up, baby.
models, the symmetry and everything, but like somehow the black and white looked different. There were more puppets than there were animation, which I found really bizarre. Hell, I didn't even realize there were puppets until I saw behind the scenes stuff where a guy in green screen pants is puppeteering this roadrunner that like dances during the end credits, and I'm just sitting there going, that was a puppet?
Is that right? I didn't know that.
It was, yeah. I couldn't
sweet.
believe it. But like Nerdy Film Girl, the girl I did that bow stream with, she
Yeah.
detailed that a hell of a lot more, and it
And
was nice
so-
to know.
Everyone at the end of the film was like, "Is there going to be something else?" You know, like no one was getting out of their seat.
Yeah,
the
it was
credits.
it was the same thing with my theater, and I went to a
Right.
pretty big theater, and I'm glad I did because I always wondered what Wes Anderson would look like on a blockbuster level screen, and it's just as good in my opinion.
Cool.
Anyways,
Oh yeah, I dig it, man. I think he's got a, I don't know. I just dig his style.
and also,
It was cool.
I mentioned this in my video, but there's allegedly a little bit of a quarantine metaphor in there, which raises a few eyebrows, but
That's kind of what I assumed from the trailer. That's what it looked like. It was kind of ripping on the quarantine culture that was going on for a while, a couple of years back.
oh, it does, and I could be reading too deep into this, but it takes some shots that I don't think you would see in a Hollywood movie with quarantine nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, because like, long story short, the government's the bad guy. They're telling you what to think and how to think, and I'm just sitting there going, "Are you saying what I think you're saying? Because if so, I'm on board."
Yeah, no, I get it. I get it.
But again, like that's if it's the case. If Anderson said that's not what I intended, he's one of the few people I'd actually believe on that.
Do you think that Tom Cruise could ever like be a cast member in a Wes Anderson film?
Sure.
Probably. Like
I don't think there's much Tom can't do.
Unless he was, I mean, especially if he was the lead, he'd definitely
I
do
love
it.
that.
I
But,
don't think Tom would do. I think he could do anything that he wants. I think there would be stuff that he wouldn't do. He won't go. Tom will not go PC or woke. He won't do that, and I respect.
Yeah,
the shit
he
out of him
won't
for
go.
that.
He won't go shitting on America, in
No.
some movie.
And he doesn't have like a female like overpowering him in the movie, and you know what I mean. Like,
look at the new Top Gun. There is no enemy necessarily. There is no country.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not like he wouldn't play. Like I don't think he'd.
It's like Michael Jordan said. Republicans and Democrats both buy shoes. Like I'm not going to take a side on either one.
Right.
I can't believe he said that, but that is good.
Yeah.
That's good to hear. Regardless,
And Tom Cruise stamped his approval on that statement. I think.
Well, hell, I mean, I kind of like it when people say no to both sides. Like that one guy, Tom Ford, who makes suits. He's just like, I don't make suits for Republicans or Democrats because either way, like I get pigeonholed, and I'm just sitting there going,
yeah.
And like I've seen Tom Ford's movies for a gay guy in Hollywood. He says and does some things that I did not think he could do. Hell, he flat out said that his dream project is something that could never get made, even if he made it, even if he put up the money himself. And that's really saying something.
Wait, what did Tom Ford make?
He's made 2 movies so far. One is A Single Man with Colin Firth and Julianne Moore. I haven't seen that one, but Nocturnal Animals, that was a super good thriller, and it was one from 2016 that not enough people saw, in my opinion. It had Jake Gyllenhaal, Amy Adams, and Aaron Taylor Johnson giving like one of his best performances as this psycho hillbilly that like. Let's put it this way. There's a scene of him just sitting on a toilet on the porch of his house, pants down and everything. Jake Gyllenhaal and Michael Shannon are there to arrest him, and he just imagines like the two of them aren't there. And I'm just sitting there going, this is fucked up, and I love it.
I love that. Yeah, that's cool.
Well,
right on.
You know, it's crazy because like without the Mission Impossible sequels or the Jack Reacher sequels, we're down to the last 5 Tom Cruise movies.
Okay.
So we've got Oblivion and Edge of Tomorrow.
Okay.
So Oblivion, I mean, I like M83. I like that guy. I like that DJ music producer, and I like how he did the soundtrack. And same guy who did Tron Legacy.
Kind of a mid movie, kind of a ripoff of a movie called Moon.
It was a mid movie,
That's-
just like
that's
it was
true.
like Moon but on Earth. I agree.
But
But it looked cool and it sounded cool. And just like Daft Punk doing Tron Legacy. Tron Legacy looked cool and sounded cool. That's all that mattered.
and the cool thing is he got Joe Kosinski, who would end up directing Top Gun 2. So
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that is kind of like the little appetizer for that one.
And like minor thing, Kosinski also made one of my favorites of 2017, Only the Brave, about this group of firefighters. For a true life story, it wasn't cliched as hell. The actors all felt like they were the characters they were playing, and it was like Josh Brolin, Jeff Bridges, Miles Teller, James Badge Dale, and like they didn't feel like celebrities in playing real life people. They actually just felt like the characters they were born to play. And I gotta say, going in not knowing the true life story actually made it a hell of a lot more depressing.
God.
Even though Wes is here, I'm gonna flat out say it. I did cry at the end because the eventual outcome is a lot more fucked up than you could possibly get with a story like this.
Man.
Yeah.
It's awesome. Yeah.
Wait, you're not talking about Oblivion though.
No, hell no. Well,
Yeah, what's
Oblivion-
the next Tom Cruise film up for discussion?
well,
Well, we were saying Oblivion and Edge of Tomorrow, but Tyler going off on a tangent. What movie were you talking about briefly? I'm so drunk right now. I'm realizing.
Wow.
That's all right.
Wow.
no, G.
I sent you
I'm
like
glad-
20.
I think we all had our favorites. I made a point earlier where I said that 3 of my top 20 movies of all time are Tom Cruise movies.
I
Yeah.
think that's pretty wild, dude. I love that.
Yeah,
So you have like a top 20 list.
I do.
I only have like a top 5.
Yeah, well, the top 5 winds
my
up being
God.
rotated in and out a little bit.
I'm
Oh my
working
God,
on top
what?
10.
Meg's been in the waiting room for a while.
There
Sorry.
she is.
Oh shit.
Ah.
I'm just making quilting squares. Don't
Did
worry
you?
about me.
Oh my God, you just pulled that out of my brain because I was like, were you busy quilting?
I
Were you doing
literally
it?
am. Yeah.
Wow.
Mixing margaritas. I think
What a
that's-
good What a good
Yeah.
woman. You better put a baby in her and marry her up quick before
I'm like
she gets
making
away.
a puff quilt for my retired friend.
Wow.
And it's got his favorite stuff on it. And
I love how you have embraced 1950s women knowing their place.
oh,
culture.
you don't even know who you're talking to.
Yeah,
Ask
you
me.
don't. You don't. Meg thinks that women shouldn't vote. You know.
Yeah, abolish the 19.
Agree.
Yeah, we
Dream
park,
woman. Dream
we
woman.
park our cars in the same garage there. Meg, definitely.
So
Sounds
I
like
guess
a
we're
porno.
going to move on to Wes's favorite of Tom Cruise's science fiction movies, which is one of my favorite of the Tom Cruise sci-fi movies, Edge of Tomorrow.
Yeah. Who knows the original title of Edge of Tomorrow from the source material? It's
So-
the best title ever.
There's
That's
Live,
right.
Die, Repeat, and then there's the other title, which was the one you're thinking of.
It's Live,
Yeah.
Die, Repeat, right?
Nope.
No.
All you need is kill.
All you need is kill.
That best title ever. I might get a tattoo that
All
says
you
that.
need is kill. That's
All you
Especially
need
back
is
to
kill.
like harkering back to across the universe, you know. All
Yeah.
you need
Yeah,
is
'cause
kill.
There was
All
a
you
lot
need
of
is
killing.
kill.
that
All you
movie,
need
Eclipse
is
Star.
kill.
Now that you've
Kill,
let me in,
kill,
I'm gonna
kill.
go. I'm
All
gonna go
you
on.
need is kill.
Now
Oh,
that
boy.
you've let me in, I'm gonna go on mute for a second because I need to go to the garage and chop some wood for.
Chop wood.
Yeah, because I'm gonna make like a little. What do you call it?
Good
I'm gonna
God.
make a little square so I
Are
can
you
cut the
using
rest of my
a sewing
squares.
machine or just like hand?
Well, I'm hand cutting them, and then I'll use the sewing machine to put them together. But I have like a sewing machine, an embroidery machine, crochet needles, knitting. Ask
Pretty
Enzo. I have a
badass.
literal entire room devoted to nothing but making things, and
So-
a whole wood shop, which I'm about to go use to chop some wood. So I'll be back.
Boy, I
Uh,
bet
do you
Enzo. I
knit?
bet your mom loves the shit out of her.
He hasn't
Enzo,
met me yet. He
Oh,
barely
wow.
even told her
That's
about
her
me.
fault. Yeah,
He's
yeah.
barely even told her about
Enzo, when are you gonna get a nice girl who knows how to quilt and make a manicotti? Enzo,
And make a chop of wood.
she got a chop of wood for you as well, Enzo. You break my heart.
When is she gonna make me a butter house?
She gonna.
She's like Emily Blunt in Edge of Tomorrow, you know. Just wearing the
nice
fucking
segue.
wearing the
Nice
armor
segue.
suit.
Nice
Can I just-
segue. Hey,
Emily
Emma-
Blunt is my favorite actress
All
right
right,
now.
be right back,
I
guys.
think she's the
All right.
best.
Emily
think she's the
Blunt
best.
at peak hotness. Now, is it me or is there a
Yeah.
trend in all of these Tom Cruise movies? He gets these chicks at their peak hotness and puts
Yeah.
them in his films. Because I think I've said that like 4 times.
I mean,
But
think
Emily
that's it.
Blunt pushing herself off of that plank maneuver when
Oh,
you first
yeah.
see her in the movie.
Dude, Meg
Holy
earlier
shit.
was talking about how
That was
Renee
a-
Zellweger was peak Renee Zellweger and Jerry Maguire.
Yeah,
So
that's
you
true.
might be onto something there.
Yeah.
And that was like a very Catherine Zeta-Jones like entrapment moment.
Yes.
Dude,
Yeah.
You
we
know-
watched The Phantom. Me and Chris watched The Phantom, and it was like, dude, Catherine Zeta-Jones. That's peak Catherine Zeta-Jones
Holy
right
shit.
there, dude. Dude, holy shit.
Catherine Zeta-Jones was in The Phantom?
Yes,
Oh,
she's
yeah.
like the villainess too. She's so
Really?
hot.
Really?
She's
I
like
didn't
fucking
know that.
smoking and hot, and be like, hand over your fucking jewels or whatever. Dude, it's
She's well, guess what? She's a hot villainous in the Rock of Ages.
oh right. What?
That's
on.
true. That's true. She's
I
the
need to see that.
she's basically this Tipper Gore type of figure, and they make that metaphor abundantly clear with Bryan Cranston as her senator husband. The more I think about it, the movie is kind of a Tipper Gore and the Washington Wives parody in a strange way.
You know who makes a really cool cameo in that, Tyler?
There's a few of
I'm
those.
sure there's a
so-
few. Who?
Debbie Gibson.
Oh.
Debbie
Ah.
Gibson.
Oh, Debbie Gibbs.
Who is she? Who does she play?
She's just one of the random rocker protesters that's outside protesting. They're doing the anti-protest against the moral majority that are trying to shut down the club.
Are there
And,
any other cool rock stars that are cameoed in that movie?
I'm sure there are, but that's Debbie Gibson being my first crush. I noticed her right away. I was like, Debbie, there you are. Look
Nice.
at you, Debbie. That was
Wow.
10-year-old Wes had a big poster of her over his bed. So,
Okay, well, Edge of
Right
Tomorrow
next to
was
Farrah
good.
Fawcett, right?
Farrah Fawcett's a little before my time there, big guy. Yeah, Edge of Tomorrow, great. I don't like when people use the Groundhog Day trope, but I make an exception for Edge of Tomorrow because I do like.
it is
What-
it is
that's
very
one of my favorite
Groundhog
movies,
Day-ish. It's
Definitely
good,
one of my favorite Tom Cruise movies is Edge of Tomorrow.
dude.
I like the fact that at the beginning of the movie he's kind of a coward and a pussy and a
Yeah.
con man, and he slowly turns into this bad motherfucker.
Yeah, he becomes brave, you know, through adversity.
Yes.
And I like it.
Speaking
It's like, no, and it's like,
yeah, he
like
keeps
shoots in
dying.
the
Bill
face.
Paxton also. Anytime Bill Paxton's in a movie,
R.I.P. Bill Paxton.
I know.
Oh, yeah.
man, great, yeah.
So speaking of adversity, let's talk about Tom Cruise's first real fucking failure.
Oh boy.
The Mummy.
The Mummy.
I did
I
want
had
to
a-
say,
The
I had
Dark
high hopes for
Universe.
that.
they went to
Dark Universe, yeah.
they went to Enzo, like, you know, everybody talks about like Wes would say, Tom Cruise often plays like the character that's like the best in everything and that can't fuck up. And go watch Edge of Tomorrow. It's like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
so
Incredible.
he's damn sure not the guy that's always perfect at everything.
Yeah. He's great. That's why I would argue that's one of his other better roles because he plays like this snooty desk behind the desk style general, you know, phony
Yeah. Major.
pussy.
A major, but yeah.
Major.
Yeah, and he's like, and then this is gonna happen, and then you tuck and roll here, and then you jump here. Like, I just love that part. Like,
Well,
It's like
Well,
it's like a video
it's
game
fun.
where you keep getting killed at a certain level and you're only like moving forward in inches.
right?
You know what I mean?
Yeah. And then there's one point where you can't get killed, or else it's all over.
Yeah. Or that's it. That's the end game.
Yeah.
But as far as like,
Yeah. So
did anybody here actually watch The Mummy?
Unfortunately,
I went to go see. I went to the theaters to see it because
Yeah, I saw it in the theater. I was
Same.
So we all know he was bad.
well, because I was.
Hey, you know what? I kind of like that movie.
Well, see, at the time period, I was amped up. Number one, because it was Tom Cruise. Number two, because they're supposed to be, remember, launching the whole Dark Universe. That's why I went to go see it for. And,
yeah, but that was like one of the reasons why I was like kind of like turned off by the whole thing. Everything's trying to do the MCU.
Yeah, but it's like Ethan was saying, but I'm not gonna lie, like I thought Russell Crowe was pretty fucking fun in that movie.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh yeah, Dr. Jekyll.
Not intentionally, but
yeah, but still, but Russell Crowe was having a good time in that movie.
Some great running scenes.
Sure.
Great Tom Cruise running. Yeah,
he's a runner.
He's a runner. He's a track star.
I thought the CGI in that movie was great. Like,
well, there's that famous scene of like the airplane crash with the bad audio mix, you know, where Tom Cruise is like, bah, bah, bah.
Chris, what was the other movies that was going to make the Dark Universe?
Invisible Man.
Yep, Johnny Depp was supposed to be Invisible Man. Remember Dracula? Like again, Dracula Untold. I thought Dracula Untold was fun.
Dracula Untold was going to be like the big
yeah.
predecessor, but it ended up bombing. So they were like, "Oh well, we'll just redo Dracula."
And they had and it was supposed to, they had a planned werewolf movie too.
Javier Bardem was supposed to be involved.
Yep. Yeah. Right. And basically like Russell Crowe said, like her, whoever hit the character, Russell Crowe was gonna be essentially like their version of like Nick Fury. That's how they that's how they wanted to have it. So
they're trying to kind of like duplicate the Marvel success.
Megan.
Right? Okay. Shall we say?
And they try to duplicate Marvel's success.
Yeah. Yes. Everybody was. That's why. Yeah. So. Right. But essentially because Universal, I mean, had the Mummy actually been successful, Universal, they had the rights to like 6 different fucking franchises, and these guys could have did something great. You know,
yeah, for sure.
But instead, they had absolutely no idea how to set up a franchise, which I hesitate to call The Mummy even a movie because it feels like a 2-hour pilot for a TV show more than anything else. Because every sentence is exposition about each character, their establishments, what they can or can't do, this mythological folklore that's kind of made up on the spot half the time. And I think when it comes to Marvel comparisons, the biggest one is that it didn't know how to be scary, and it sure as shit did not know how to be funny. Because like the big cringe moment for me is when the mummy is like resurrecting in front of Cruz's eyes, and then out of nowhere they both look over to the girlfriend, and he's just like, "What are you just standing there? Run!" And I'm just sitting there going, really? Like Tom Cruise approved this? Really?
I think they need Brendan Fraser to make a cameo in that.
Yeah.
You see, like that, and
Tom Cruise was basically playing like a modern day Brendan Fraser type character, you know?
Yeah.
And they don't mix. That's the unfortunate thing.
But Tyler was saying, the thing is, if you guys want to have a dark universe, number one, these films probably should be rated R, but that's the thing. It's like her character. It's like, go back and watch The Mummy 1, Mummy Returns. Even The Mummy, it's like, those are fucking horror movies. Like, they're PG-13, but the first Mummy, like when me and Russell watched it, that movie is fucking scary. Like, shit's intense. And Dracula should be scared, horrible. Fucking Dr. Jekyll, The Invisible Man, these should be fucking hard R horror films. Then you build that shit to a universe. They're basically making them all anti-heroes.
Yeah, they're turning them also into like superhero films, like action films. It's like, why don't you do them like reserved, like, you know, horror films, like you said? Like, let's just make them slow, like the Saw movies, the Insidious movies, all the Blumhouse movies. They're all money makers, you know?
Well, I mean, that's the thing. Blumhouse ended up doing The Invisible Man, and all things considered, they did it pretty good. I mean,
I like that movie.
Is that the one with the guy with the suit, the stalker boyfriend with the suit?
Yeah.
So was that part of the Dark Universe or no?
No.
Yeah, Johnny Depp was going to be the new Invisible Man, and they replaced him after the horrible Mummy movie. Okay. They were like, well, we'll do like a modern Invisible Man movie.
Okay.
And I mean, it could have been crap, but thankfully Lee Winnell actually knows what the hell he's doing.
Yeah, it wasn't that bad. I saw the
poor Tommy. A rare misstep for poor Tommy.
Yeah.
Well, I never saw American Made.
Good movie.
I did. Great fucking movie.
Great
fucking movie.
It's about cocaine traffickers, right?
Yeah, the Cocaine Cowboys.
Yeah. Okay. I'll check that out.
Whole lot of money. That's
Yeah, you would like that movie, Enzo.
No, I know all about the cocaine cowboys. Like they would fly up from South America and Colombia and Cuba and turn the plane around and fly like they were flying southbound. And
Dude, Enzo, it was a strong Cruise performance for
all
sure.
right, I'll check it out.
Yeah.
And then after that, I guess we just got Top Gun Maverick. Besides the other, other Mission Impossible and Jack Reacher movies, but
He had a little gap with his filmography, didn't he? Did he have a little gap there?
yeah, a little COVID break. 3-4 years, 2018 to 2014. Seriously, a movie every year.
Can we talk about the COVID rant? Have you already covered that?
I'd
No,
rather
yeah,
not.
No, we didn't.
Okay. Can we listen to it, or is that?
That's why like FNT for us.
I don't want to listen
Brian
to it,
Cunningham.
but I know what you're
Oh.
talking about.
Give
Which
us
is
the,
basically,
Cliff Notes.
It's like so many
Bitch.
people they want respecting Cruise more after that rant because he wasn't bullshit. That was the only movie they were fucking making during
Yeah.
COVID.
it was
No.
one of those things where it's like, look, I mean, say what you will about COVID precautions, but he was like, look, we're trying to keep this movie going based on the stupid fucking rules we have. Like that was the tone I was kind of gathering from his rant.
Yeah,
Look,
but
there's a bunch of stupid fucking rules, and we got to follow them. And if you're not following them, then fuck, man, get
Dude,
out
he's
of here.
Yeah, but
if you
that's
think
not
well,
what he
he's
said,
throwing the stunt coordinators off set. Like, if you're not wearing a mask, you're fucking gone. He's not bullshitting about any of that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I
He's
mean,
trying to
It
keep
wasn't
it
like the
professional.
Christian Bale Terminator Salvation freak out where the guy was just like bitching
Which
for
I
no
love.
reason.
I love that.
What are you doing walking over there in the background? It makes me go out of character for 5
That's what I said,
seconds.
in the fucking background.
yeah, but I mean, the rant was like, it was like I know like a lot of people. COVID made a lot of people spoiled by like, okay, I'm gonna sit home and get unemployment and paycheck for 2 years. But for assholes like me that were blue collar, had to work the entire time, I can tell you fucking firsthand, not to the extreme of Tom Cruise, but my company. The bottom line is, if you don't wear a mask, you can go the fuck home and not get a paycheck. It's as simple as that, man. So it's like whether you like it or don't like it, these companies were extremely fucking strict and like, guys, either wear the mask or go home.
Yeah, the sheriff's department came and shut our bar down in Florida. They shut us down like 3 times.
And he was going off on people that weren't fucking wearing masks. It's like hey.
Oh, if I was a famous actor, I would just purposely have a notorious freak out in every single thing. They'd be like, "Oh, did you hear the Lord of Toxicity just freaked out on another performance?"
Yeah.
I'd be like, "Oh, good for you!" And I would just do it. I would do an accent too. They were like, "It's weird because he's not even British." Oh,
Isn't that
good
great?
for you!
It's great, like publicity for the film.
I think so.
Yeah,
I think so. I think that more people watch Terminator Salvation because of Christian Bale's fucking epic freak out and shit like that. I mean, who doesn't like Mel Gibson better after his anti-Semitic fucking rant and fucking stuff like
Better
that?
His rants were
not the word I
insane.
would use.
I mean,
He's definitely
worse.
more interesting.
Hollywood movie stars, just like you and I, right?
I mean, worse because that's wrong to spout racist stuff. That's
So say
bad.
you.
Well, it wasn't just that he was racist. He was also saying like fucking hilarious. He was also being hilarious. That was the
He
other
was.
problem.
He was hilarious.
If you're gonna say offensive shit and be hilarious, it's problematic because everyone's like laughing at this fucking horrendous shit you said.
And by the way, Alec Baldwin on your high horse, don't we have an audio recording of Alec
drunk?
of him yelling at his daughter for fucking dating a black guy or some crazy shit? Don't we have something like that going on?
That's Dog the Bounty Hunter that said that.
But that
What did Alec Baldwin do?
No, but Alec Baldwin was definitely like upset his daughter for like not
was.
answering his calls and whatever else it was. Like I can't remember, but
that was a fun one. They're all fun.
it was like a 10-minute message,
Yeah.
from your angry dad.
Didn't he call his daughter a selfish little pig?
I want to hear some
Probably.
Tom Cruise like voicemails.
A lot of shit.
Yeah, imagine if Tom Cruise leaves you he probably never leaves messages because every one of those messages could be like, boom, fucking money, boom, fucking news story.
I thought you were gonna say it was
highest grossing film
Dorkside.
besides whatever the fuck it is. Now.
Hey, it's Tom. Just calling you. Call me back. Just that little message right there. You can fucking, sell it on TMZ all of a sudden.
Right.
Stupid. People are retarded.
Don't you have a daughter, Siri? But yeah, let's keep the kids out of this.
Yeah, I don't really want to talk about his dumb family. I don't really care. I mean, he's got some exes. He's obviously a closeted homosexual. Speaking of that, here, let's talk about this.
All right.
All right. here we go.
I fucking love Tom Cruise. Can I just say that?
Yeah, we all do.
He's
he's an American treasure, but he's also closeted gay. All right. So we got another AI prompt. A fictional story where in the future, Tom Cruise, the actor, plays an LGBTQ role in his senior years, but also uses the timing to reveal to the public he is also an actual closeted homosexual. Make it inspiring and LGBTQ plus positive, and how the public embraces him after his revelation. All right. So the title is Beyond the Closeted Horizon. In the not so distant future, Tom Cruise, the beloved actor known for his iconic roles, had reached his senior years. He had always been an advocate for diversity and inclusion, but there was a secret he had kept buried deep within himself. Tom Cruise was a closeted homosexual. Throughout his career, he had hidden this part of his identity, fearing how the public and his fans would react if he had revealed this truth. One day, as he contemplated his legacy and impact he would make, Tom received a script for a powerful film that touched on LGBTQ issues. The role was that of a wise and experienced mentor who happened to be openly gay. As he read the script, he felt a connection to the character and a wave of emotions washed over him. This was his opportunity to be the authentic, both in his art and in his life. Tom took the role and approached it with dedication, immersing himself into the LGBTQ plus community and understanding their struggles, joys, and triumph. He worked closely with LGBTQ organizations, lending his support and learning from those who had fought for acceptance and equality. The experience transformed him, filling him with a newfound sense of pride and purpose. As filming progressed, he realized that this was his moment to come out to the world. He knew that it would be challenging, but he also understood that by embracing his true self, he could inspire countless others to do the same. Before the movie's release, Tom decided to share his journey in a heartfelt interview. With a mix of nerves and anticipation, he opened up about his experiences and his struggles he faced as a closeted gay man in the entertainment industry. He spoke candidly about the fear of rejection and judgment that he had held him back for so long. The response from the public was overwhelming. Instead of judgment or criticism, an outpouring of love and support flooded social media and news outlets. People from all walks of life praised Tom for his courage, and his LGBTQ plus individuals shared their stories of finding hope and strength throughout his revelation. Tom Cruise is gay, they said. It's amazing. It's amazeballs. The film he starred in became a sensation, not only for its poignant portrayal of LGBTQ plus issues, but also for the genuine connection audiences felt with Tom's performance. It sparked conversations about acceptance, understanding, and importance of representation in the media, like we've been talking about for the past 12 years, it seems like. In the wake of this revelation, Tom continued to champion LGBTQ plus causes. He used his platform to promote love, empathy, and inclusivity. He established a foundation to support LGBTQ youth, providing resources and safe spaces for those who struggled with their identities. The public's embrace of Tom's true shelf shattered the barriers of prejudice, and he became a symbol of empowerment for the LGBTQ plus community. He received numerous awards and accolades for his contributions to social change and equality. In the years that follows, Tom's senior years became the most fulfilling of his life as he was super gay, having lots of gay sex, open. He found a deep sense in peace and authenticity, surrounded by a community of friends and gays and fans who loved him for who he truly was. He knew that his decision to come out had a ripple and nipple effect that extended far beyond the entertainment industry. Beyond the Closeted Horizon was not just a movie. It was a transformative journey that led Tom Cruise to discover the power of authenticity and the incredible impact one person's truth could have to the world. his inspiring story inspired others to embrace their own identities, fostering a future where love, acceptance, and understanding were the cornerstones of society. I'm totally gay now. After reading that story, I'm gay. I've come out as
Can
gay.
I pose a question really quickly? Like, and I love all that. I think it's wonderful. But what if he transcends sexuality? You know?
Yeah, he's like beyond
What if
sex
he,
now.
you know, the interviews with the wives, the whole thing. What if he just transcended all of that like a long time ago?
Yeah, what if he could have like all sex and no sex at the same time, you know?
Yeah,
Ooh.
right.
Like he's like Dr. Manhattan.
I was about to say like Dr. Manhattan.
Yeah, there you go.
I feel like he is the closest version of Dr. Manhattan that we would have. I think
because I really want to fuck Dr. Manhattan, but I do not want to fuck Tom Cruise.
He has a huge
You want to
hog.
fuck Dr. Manhattan?
Doctor-
You know this. We've talked about this. It's like my only sci-fi
I know.
fantasy.
I just act like I'm surprised by that when I'm not.
Yes.
It's because
Yeah,
I'm.
well.
It's because I
If
look
it-
just like
Here's the
Dr.
thing.
Manhattan.
I don't want to get in a sexual relationship or in a sexual escapade with 5 different dudes at the same time. But if it's one dude who's 5 dudes,
Yeah,
that's a
Makes
different
sense.
situation
You got
because
all
they're
those
all on the
covered.
same wavelength.
Yep.
They all know what each other is doing.
That's
But
why.
then you- but
that's
then
why I
would you
date
get
chicks
upset?
with multiple
It's not a
personalities.
gangbang at that point. It's
Right.
it's a
Right.
One dude, yeah.
yeah.
It's
With
just
the
one
10
dude.
hands.
Would you get upset if you
Multitasking.
found out that there was a 6th one of him in the lab working while the 5 other ones were banging him?
No.
No. See, that's why
Yeah.
you're better. That's why you're a wonderful woman, Meg.
Yeah. She
Because in
she
Watchmen,
knows her-
she gets upset.
well, yeah, because that was the rise of feminism, whereas Meg understands her place.
Yeah.
So that's much better.
I like how this
I-
AI art was like.
unironically agree with that.
Well, does
I
one
like how
do
this
the foreplay
AI art
and
was like
one
make
does the
Tom
other
Cruise
stuff?
gay. This AI art was just like make Tom Cruise gay, and it just put a rainbow flag behind him.
Yeah.
Funny.
Pretty great. I love the great images.
I wanted AI art of Tom Cruise sucking cock and getting butt fucked. No, I'm just joking.
I feel like it's very possible.
AI is not a good, not.
I feel like it's
against,
very possible that Tom Cruise would only really be happy if he was married to Tom Cruise. I think if he could make a clone of himself, I think that he would be in a loving, passionate relationship.
And they would make movies
I
together.
disagree. I don't think that
That's a good point.
like
They'd make-
99%.
He would look hot as a
he
woman,
would,
also.
But there's that
Would
1%
he?
that he wouldn't.
I think it would. Yeah.
I think
Somebody put him in a face swap real quick.
I think
he
he's
would
got a
look hot
pretty
as woman.
masculine nose.
I think
So-
that what's her name? Jennifer, what's her name in Top Gun Maverick? I think she's kind of like a female Tom Cruise.
Oh, Jennifer Connelly. Yes.
Jennifer
I
Connelly.
love Jennifer Connelly. Can we talk
Yeah,
about
yeah,
Top
yeah.
Gun Maverick real quick?
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah. Good movie. Good movie.
I loved it, man. I thought it was great.
Highest grossing movie of the past like fucking 5 years or some shit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But
Very
Besides
very good
Avatar.
movie.
what was interesting, man, is like they were like, we can't use the F-35, which is like our most advanced, like Gen 5. And toxicity, lower
Yes.
toxicity, you can
Yeah.
probably chime in here.
Okay. I was not a Navy pilot, but okay. I'll try.
Well, yeah, you're in the forces, man. You fucking know what's going on. I mean, the F-35s, man, can do any.
It's like not
mission.
being able to tell black people apart.
Sort of like that. Sort of like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
All you armed
use
forces
my friends.
people are the same. Y'all
All
look
you armed
alike.
forces people are exactly the same.
All you
Y'all-
military,
y'all
army,
use
navy,
weapons,
air force, same shit.
projectiles.
I lost another razor in the bed. I'll be back.
Anyway, they're like, oh,
Jesus.
well, we have to use F-18s. It's like, no, you
Damn.
don't. It's like actually, you could use F-22s, Raptors, like which are even better than F-18s. But I don't know. I'm kind of a aviation nerd, but
Raptors.
yeah, it's like
You breed raptors.
you could easily accomplish this mission, but like from an F-35 perspective, like that's like 5th gen. They're like, oh no, well, we have to use 3rd gen because XYZ. It's like and I looked it up, and the reason why is because they wouldn't let Tom Cruise like pilot an F-22.
Oh, okay.
What's up with all this broken glass? Is that Meg?
Yeah,
That's gotta
because
be
it's
Meg.
like classified, fucking,
It isn't me. I'm not even moving.
Does that make sense? Toxicity.
I could. You don't have to say the whole. You can just say my lord.
Lord, not my lord.
Or you can shorten it to my lord.
I won't do that. But yeah.
But yeah, no, I think it's. I think that's pretty good rationale. I don't really believe that the U.S. military would go through those efforts and send pilots in. I think they would have just fucking bombed the shit out of it. Used, I don't believe their reasoning.
Precision bombs, man. From like.
Yeah, I definitely do not think. I definitely do not think they would do the pilot thing. I did like Miles Teller in the movie, and
Rooster.
Yeah, I thought he was great.
Yeah. Dude,
and he looks like Goose too.
He does look like Goose. Like if Goose had been in shape, he looks like Goose.
Dude, it looks like he was on roids though.
They're all on roids. All the actors, they're all on roids.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure Tom Cruise like has a steady, injection of roids, but like other stuff too.
I mean, probably he
has
probably
his own doctor. You know what I mean?
Bet he's probably benefits from like adrenochrome and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Something.
sure.
Or it's just Scientology.
But yeah, I did. I like that. I thought it was I was a huge Top Gun fan back in the day, and I liked everything that they did with that.
I did too, man. I thought it was really cool. Like I thought they, because most sequels are like a retread of the original film.
Oh my god, I'm sorry, Wes.
Switched it up a little bit and added some more like thematic, elements to it.
I like that they paid off Penny Benjamin by bringing Jennifer Connelly in and didn't try to like shoehorn in fat old what's her name from the Kelly McGillis.
Yeah.
Oh god, she aged terribly.
Hey, am I echoing?
No.
Oh.
Yes.
You are?
Yeah.
It's definitely you, man, not me. But yeah, don't bring Kelly McGillis back in this shit, man. You can't pop a fucking olive in from her belly button.
Yeah, she looked like
echoes.
I can hear myself echoing a little bit.
I heard some kind of echo.
What about Hot Shots Part 2?
I like both Hot Shots movies a lot.
They're pretty great.
Part 2 more so. The I'm so excited sex scene. And dude, I love when Miguel Ferrer is doing the face paint and he paints his whole face black and then he hands the face paint off to the black dude and the black guy's like, nah, fine, I got it.
I used to use that quote overseas all the time. I would say, war, it's fantastic.
Yeah, dude. Miguel Ferrer, dude, I love him. But yeah, the hanky when he blows his nose and it's like all wrapped up in a nice little knot and it's like a fucking bag, like a water balloon of snot. It's like Charlie Sheen, attaboy. Fucking throws it over there. Gross.
So Hot Shots, that was a amalgamation of Apocalypse Now plus Top Gun,
Rambo,
yeah,
good stuff.
You guys are hey, you guys are echoing a little bit now.
Really? I'm not hearing anything in my head.
Not you.
Is it me?
No, it's
It sounds like you. I'm hearing your echo.
Yeah. It's me and the other guy are doing it a little bit.
Matt,
the other guy,
Ethan Hunt.
I have a microphone, dude.
Ooh,
yeah, I don't know. I'm hearing
I
a
just
little
ordered
bit.
a webcam today, so you guys can actually see me at some point.
Oh, don't threaten us with a good time.
Oh, shit.
He'll fight you.
Well, guys, we are
Just kidding.
approaching.
No, he
we
won't.
are literally like 3 minutes away from 5-hour stream. I mean, shit. We
Yeah.
went through all the Tom Cruise movies.
So Enzo, what's your favorite though?
I gotta say, I think I'm on board with Chris where I like I do like Collateral, but I think my favorite, even though it's not technically a Tom Cruise movie, I do like Magnolia. I think that's probably his best movie, best performance. That's his best performance.
Gotcha.
But best like Tom Cruise movie, yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna have to say I like Collateral and Minority Report. I do like Interview with the Vampire, even though it's extremely gay.
I think I liked.
Is it gay?
I think I like Cocktail for the same reason that I liked. What's that one with Robin Williams? The Birdcage, because it's like not a role you see them in all the time, but and it's corny as hell, but also super fun to watch.
Well, it's funny because it's like Cocktail would have been one of those movies that you should have seen Tom Cruise do a lot. He's like some handsome, love interest doing some kind of not a rom-com, but like a rom dramedy type movie. He's just handsome. He gets the leading girl. He's the main character, but he didn't do that a lot. Actually, Jerry Maguire was like another example of him doing that, but that was like fucking 10 years later,
And so, one thing,
Days of Thunder.
I want to ask everybody, because before it gets too late now, so many people out there, like, their favorite performance, and rightfully so, is Tropic Thunder. But I have to ask everybody, at what point, like, how long did it take everyone to figure out
instantly?
It was him? Really?
Instantly.
I had to wait till like the credits.
No, as soon as I heard his voice, I was like, I fucking grabbed the person next to me. I was like, that's Tom Cruise.
No, because he did the whole credit dance.
Yeah.
Like
no.
I'm with Meg. I think honestly, I didn't realize it was him until the fucking. I was like, I think friggin' maybe like the last scene. I'm like, who the fuck is this? I'm like, I feel like I know this actor.
I didn't know it was Tom Cruise either.
What was with the hand
No,
prosthetics?
I knew as soon as I heard his voice, I was like,
Really?
I hear Tom Cruise's voice.
I could hear it in his voice,
see-
but
I see the guy on the screen, but I know in my heart, like, that's Tom Cruise, and I grabbed him.
Well,
I can't
Toxic
remember
knows
who
because
was
they're
next
on
to
a
me.
first name basis.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Tommy.
Tommy.
Oh,
He
Tommy
wasn't
boy.
he wasn't in the credits, was he?
Call him T. Cruz. Dude.
No, they did.
He danced his way through the credits. He was the credits.
But the opening credits of Tropic Thunder, we didn't know.
not in the opening credits. She's talking about in the end credits where he's dancing.
Oh, yeah.
And they do eventually say like Les Grossman, Tom Cruise, and I
Yeah.
do remember like a lot of people in the theater were like, "Oh, that is Tom Cruise." I remember that in the theater, but
He looks so good.
But I was pretty proud of myself for like recognizing his voice right away because he's got a distinct voice, especially when he was like, punch that guy in the face, like punch that
Really
motherfucker in the
fucking hard.
nose, like hard. I was like, that's Tom Cruise
Yeah.
for sure. Like I know his voice.
So,
Who's the
Enzo,
key
which
grip?
one is your favorite
You?
performance of his all time? What do you think?
No, I mean, I already said. I mean, Collateral, Magnolia, everyone go around. I mean,
A Few Good Men, Last Samurai,
Man,
Collateral.
It's tough, dude, because he's been in so much shit. You can't handle the truth.
yeah, man. Yeah, there's also we talked about them all earlier. God
Oh,
damn
you
it, I
did.
don't want to.
Shit.
I just closed the
I'm
IMDb page.
rehashing this shit. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. No, because it's like it's all fair. Oh, Wes, you're on camera. What up?
You look beautiful.
Well, I figured we'd close it out. Need some
Yeah.
good dudes on here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hello, gorgeous.
Favorite Tom Cruise role is banging Nicole Kidman and Katie Holmes, allegedly, at least for show.
In the same scene.
Yeah, his life.
I was about to
That's pretty
say.
cool.
Why haven't I seen this show?
What was that one movie where Katie Holmes got naked? The Gifted.
Oh.
The Gift.
The Gift.
Yeah,
Yes.
with the other movie called The Gift. There's like 5 movies called The Gift, but the one with Katie Holmes, she gets totally naked, and it was
It's
one of
pretty
those
sick
movies.
that he's in a Stanley Kubrick film. You know, I know you already talked about it, but
No, I love
It's
Eyes
pretty
Wide
sick.
Shut.
you know, it's amazing.
That's a good performance of his too, man.
Absolutely, man.
When he's walking down the street and he's like thinking about his wife fucking another man, and he's like all pissed off.
Yeah, she's pissed.
Pissed.
And she's all smoking weed. That was cool. I love that scene. You know, she's like, she's looking all hot. She's like, whatever you fuck. Shit.
Shit. Yeah,
Yeah.
so just so
He had
you
great-
know,
But he always has great hair, and I also admit that.
he's one of those actors that, unlike Billy Zane or Brendan Fraser, like he actually has his real hair. He's not wearing a wig in all
Right,
of his
there's no
movies.
wigs involved.
Yeah.
No.
That's that
We were watching-
adrenochrome. That adrenochrome
Yeah.
keeps that hair looking good.
For
Mhm.
real.
And this motherfucker can ride a motorcycle like no one's business.
And
He'll
run.
jump the
He can
roof.
run.
He'll run. I mean, how many people do you know, actors, that can do this? You talk about triple threat. I mean, this, you know.
Yeah, I mean, Arnold.
I guess.
Ask blue collar loser, dude. Arnold Schwarzenegger can't run.
Nah.
He don't run no more.
I bet he looks.
He
like
hasn't.
a
He hasn't
maniac
run since the '80s. He ran in one movie and fucking ruined his ankles for the rest of his life. You know? That's what blue collar was telling me.
Ankles.
I can't run no more. I'm too big to run.
Dude, yeah. Well, his calves were too big.
I could. Well, since none of y'all saw the. Oh shit! None of y'all saw this. No. None of y'all saw this montage when I started it off, but I'll close it out with it again.
Montage.
Yeah, dude. Montage. All right. Well,
Enzo, show them the montage. What are you doing?
let's do it. Let's see if I can do this again.
Is this a
I'll play
throwback to the joke about your grandmother, or is everybody just being racist?
Everything's a throwback to my grandmother, and everything's racist.
Meg. I like to think that I bring a little racism to every stream.
You know, again, we park
Megan
our car in the same
Megan brings
garage.
a lot of racism to every stream. So
I love that.
Sometimes he worries about
Well, salt of
posting
the earth.
movies we watch together.
no, not at all.
Like
Not at
the
all.
other day, we were watching that. What was that movie you made me watch with the ninja guy? And
The Hunted.
yeah, and then we were like, I like how all of a sudden everybody's in the internment camp, and you were like, shut the fuck up.
Jesus. We like internment camp jokes, you know. Why wouldn't we? People get interned, you
Makes
know.
me think of his fucking what's that guy, George Takei.
George Takei.
How he
God,
never
he's-
stops talking about being in an internment camp.
It's more like
straight on Howard Stern.
more like George Takei.
Maybe it shouldn't have been a national enemy. Did you ever think about that?
So what was the password?
What password?
Enzo, did you make this?
No. I'm just putting the music to someone else's montage, and it is.
Oh.
Here's
But
the
it
Times
does,
Square,
it
Vanilla
does,
Sky.
it does like line up pretty nicely though. But yeah, thank you guys for coming. Thanks for guys for talking about Tom Cruise for 5 hours with me on a Monday night.
Oh yeah.
I can go for like 3 more hours.
You know, it's like Tom
Same.
Cruise once said in Born of the 4th of July. I killed more fucking babies than you ever did. Right? As far as
was that the one with him in a wheelchair?
yeah. Oh, here we go. Here's the money shot right here. Ooh, hang it up.
You guys want to jump in Jerry Maguire for a wee watch?
Maybe
Yeah,
not.
perhaps that.
Maybe let's take an hour break if we do, because I need a drink.
You just said you were
sounds
so
good.
drunk.